Hello. Hello, this is from Dr. Chintala's office. Are we audible?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. From Dr. Chintala's office.
Welcome, Professor Ian Barker.
Hello, yes, I've just joined Ian Barker here. I understand I'm expected to chair this session, is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Anil, you are requested to chair the session because some urgent meetings your chairman not join today. Welcome, Professor Ian Barker. And
Hello,
Mr.
yes,
Dr.
Chintala
is join us. Mr. Anil B. Jain, Vice Chairman.
I'm expected to chair this session, is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Anil. So please start the session and your colleagues. Thank you, Professor.
Sorry, could you just clarify again, please, who is chairing the session?
Hello everyone, we are live. You can proceed.
Can you confirm, please, who is chairing the session?
Professor Ian Barker is chairperson.
Right, okay.
So you can start, sir.
Thank you. I found this out literally 1 minute ago. So my apologies to my fellow speakers on this session and also to the delegates watching who might be slightly confused. But we'll make a start. So good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Barker, and I think I'm also giving a presentation. So I'll just go into screen sharing mode in a moment. But first of all, just a brief introduction. We have a number of distinguished speakers for this session on the theme of global investments in water and good water governance. And so perhaps just to open this session, I'll begin with just talking a little about what good water governance means in practice, based on my experience working with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in different countries around the world. I'm just waiting for my presentation to open. Right, I'm hoping that everyone can see the title slide. If someone could just confirm that.
We can see it, Dr. Webb.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Well, despite having the title of professor, I'm not an academic. I'm a visiting professor at the University of Exeter in the UK, but I'm a practitioner, and I've had a lifetime working in water management. But as a practitioner, it always feels slightly odd to me to talk about something that feels very abstract, which is governance. And before I get into governance itself, just to remind us all of the context that we're dealing with, the impact of climate change and water scarcity, over abstraction of water, pollution, rising demand, all of those things bringing significant challenges for food security, safe drinking water supplies, and ecosystem health. So addressing those challenges is complicated because, as we all know, water policy is inherently complex because it links to public health, to agriculture, to energy, to the environment, economic development, poverty alleviation. And those complex interdependencies across different levels of government and different ministries mean that making the right decisions for water can be very difficult indeed. And it's not just a question of, within water, what we need to do, but also who does what, where and how. And throughout this summit, in the later sessions, we'll hear lots about technological innovation and digital transformation. But if we don't have good governance, then it would be harder or impossible to deliver on those challenges and do better with less. First of all, what do I mean by good governance? Well, first of all, there is no single thing. There is no one size fits all on water governance. And what I've illustrated here is the cover of an Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which is a club of 38 countries. And the OECD has worked in all sorts of areas, education, public health, and economies, developing policies to foster prosperity and equality and opportunity and well-being. But over the last 10 years or so, it's also been focusing on water and developed a set of 12 principles for good water governance, and came to the conclusion that water crises are often primarily governance crises because of a lack of very clear outcomes, enough resources, review and scrutiny of how we're doing and the progress that's being made, and also trust from customers and from water users and stakeholders and engagement with them. And I distilled those 12 principles into these 4 key areas. And I just quickly want to run through those to explain a little bit more about what they mean and why it's important that if we're going to deliver on the water challenges that we all face wherever we work around the globe, then we need to think about these things and get the governance right. And I think in terms of outcomes, there probably isn't a government in the world that wouldn't agree that we need to provide reliable supplies of clean water for people, but also enough water of the right quality to support a flourishing economy and a healthy water environment. And to deliver those 3 key outcomes, we need very clear roles and responsibilities across the 4 areas that you'll see around policy making and legislation, the implementation of that policy, and the operational management and delivery of water resources and public water supply and sanitation. And then also regulation and enforcement to ensure that we are delivering what we should be delivering and that we are operating within safe environmental limits and providing a safe service to customers. And if all of these things are clear and established, and accountability is clear, then we're on a sound foundation to then think about the delivery aspects of what each of us does in our different ways. And fundamentally, it's all about the people that we employ, whether it's in a water company or an industrial corporation. It's about having enough skilled people who know how to operate and maintain the systems for water supply and sanitation, or irrigation, or an industrial process. And critically, who keep their knowledge up to date with regular training and act professionally and are valued for the vital work that they do. And that phrase for me, acting professionally, is critical. People who take an effort to continually develop their professional competence and are encouraged by their employer I think is critical to this, because otherwise people's knowledge stagnates, and with it their performance. But it's generally not the people that are the reasons that we don't always deliver the service that we strive to. It comes down so often to not enough money, or spending that money inefficiently. And a good friend of mine uses the phrase cheap water hurts the poor, which is one of those phrases that I sort of wish I had thought of, because for me it summarizes a lot of the issues around paying for water. You know, we're aiming for universal access to water and sanitation, but the question is, how do we fund it? And if you fund it through general taxation, that hides the true cost of delivery and means that the service itself isn't valued. And it means as well that the cost of delivering water supply and sanitation and wider water management for other abstractors and dischargers, those costs are hidden, and the money to support them competes with other interests across government, whether it's education or defence or health. And what you see then is that competition, meaning that often it's water that loses out in terms of having adequate finance. And even in the UK, where we have different governance models across the 4 nations of the UK, England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. In Northern Ireland, unlike the rest of the UK, where water is funded through charges, in Northern Ireland, water supply and sanitation is funded through taxation. And there's very clear agreement that in most years, that financing is inadequate, and despite the best efforts of some excellent staff, they really struggle to meet the standards and the expectations set by government and by their customers. So if not taxation, then is charging the answer? Well, charging is never popular, and it's often emotive, but it does show that the service is not free. So the dilemma then is whether you charge at a rate that everybody can afford, which means it's very cheap, but that won't yield enough income to provide the service objective that you want, or whether you charge the true total cost and provide support to those for whom it's unaffordable. And that way, the hope and intention would be that you would bring enough income in order to provide reliable supplies of water and sanitation to improve health, living standards, and so much more besides that we all understand. So it's managing that dilemma of funding water through taxation when you almost certainly won't have enough, or whether you fund it through charges, which won't be popular, but where you at least have an opportunity to think about how you support those who'd otherwise struggle. But critically, to manage water well does require enough money to do it. And in terms of the performance, I'm a firm believer in independent regulation, and the OECD feels the same, because that can inspire trust and confidence in the service and protect the interests of customers and other water users and the environment. And critically, trust in drinking water quality is paramount, and the scrutiny in terms of reassuring customers of the quality needs to be independent of the supplier. And the problem is that if you have a serious pollution incident in terms of drinking water quality, then it destroys the trust of customers. And in South Korea, where I've worked also, they had a serious pollution incident in 1994. And still, more than 25 years later, most of the water company customers don't trust the quality and drink bottled water out of preference, with all the waste implications of that. So trust is hard won and easily lost. An independent drinking water regulation is a way of helping to maintain and reassure customers' belief in what they're doing. But it's also important to monitor the costs and delivery of costs and efficiency of delivery to ensure that the charges are fair and that there is a progressively better service at lower cost through greater efficiency of delivery. And the third area where independent regulation is important is in setting environmental standards, both for a sustainable flow regime and also for water quality, and then to monitor compliance with regulated abstraction limits and effluent discharge standards. And the regulators also need to be adequately resourced to do the job that the public and the government expect, and cost recovery through charges rather than relying on taxation not only means that people who abstract water or discharge effluent recognize that they are paying for a service in terms of water management, but it helps to ensure that independence, which delivers accountability and transparency. And the fourth area in terms of what good water governance looks like is recognizing that what we deal with in water is always dynamic and requires continual reassessment and engagement, evaluation and reform. And there are some brilliant pieces of legislation in different countries around the world, many of them developed in the last century, and no longer fit for purpose in the 21st century. And so critically, periodically, one needs to review legislation and policy and say, is this still delivering the outcomes that we want it to? Is it still fit for purpose? Are the resources and funding still adequate and being used efficiently and effectively? Where might innovation provide a better service? And sometimes we find that policy or legislation gets in the way of significant innovation, which could be game-changing. And the final area, and perhaps the most critical one, is to ensure that we're continuing to identify trade-offs and we're managing those trade-offs fairly. So that could be trade-offs between different sectors of the economy. So, for example, providing free or subsidized energy for agricultural pumping, might be good for the farmers, but it means that they have less incentive to use water carefully, and it distorts the market in terms of the way in which water is used and the way in which it is valued. And within all of this, customers and stakeholders' views and expectations need to be listened to and acted upon, because often technocrats don't always know best, and customers and stakeholders have priorities and expectations that need to be listened to. So in conclusion, achieving good water governance is a journey, and every nation, as I said, has inherited systems for managing water which are not fit for purpose to a greater or lesser degree in the 21st century. And modernizing them is never easy. It takes public engagement and political will. And critically, in terms of thinking about what good water governance looks like, I said there is no one size fits all. One has to respect tradition and culture, as well as hydrology, environment, and place, in order to deliver something which is fit for purpose for the place that it's being used to deliver fair and efficient water management. And joining up water policy across all those other often ministerial areas needs to consider the conflicts and the trade-offs between different ministries and develop mechanisms for achieving sustainable and fair water management. And the key question in conclusion is that whatever nation you're working in, under whatever governance regime, is to look at the state of the water environment, the availability of water and drinking water and sanitation, and ask, if we carry on as we are, what will happen? And to ask whether or not the next generation of water professionals or future customers would have wanted us to do, and to use that as the benchmark for the action that we take. So I'll conclude there, and if we have time for questions, we'll take questions for all the presenters at the end of this. So I'll stop screen sharing now, and I've seen, I think, at least two different versions of the program for this session, and so I'm not quite sure who comes next. So if anyone would like to volunteer, I'd be very grateful.
Thank you so much, Chair. This is Aishwarya, and thank you so much for your presentation. Of course, in this plenary session, we are discussing global investments in water and good water governance. Thank you for chairing this session. The key speakers for this session are Dr. G.R. Chintala, Chairman, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, Mr. Anil B. Jain, Vice Chairman and CEO, Jain Irrigation Systems Limited, Mr. Joren M. Tierman, CEO, Keystone Capital, the Netherlands, and Mr. Mark Sinister, Head of Program Delivery Management, Sydney Water, Australia. According to the topic, I think I'd like to invite the first key speaker of this session, Dr. G.R. Chintala, Chairman, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. And we can move on to the next speakers. And as the chair said, we can take up the questions at the end of the session. So I'd request Dr. Chintala to please go ahead with the presentation, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aishwarya.
Thank you, and good morning to all. It was very good lecture by Professor Ian Barker, who told really how the water should be maybe given some kind of a price and also value, then only things will be there. Now, as chairman of NABARD, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, who is into the investment in creating water resources at a great level, I have some things to say about the entire water and this particular topic, that is the global investments and also good water governance. Actually, we have both the kinds of topics with us, maybe the activities which we are doing. First thing which I would like to say is that many of you are aware that we have limited water resources of 4% water with 18% of population, and that is the way the country has to live with it. And we produce substantial amount of food grains to feed the millions or billions of our people. And so the water, we use most of the water, maybe the whatever we are using, almost 90% is going for agriculture. Now we are creating quite a lot of irrigation structures. And if I look into the maybe the investments made by NABARD, not by maybe the whole of the government of India and others, if I really look into the investments made by NABARD, maybe in the last 2 decades, NABARD has invested close to around $17 billion in creating maybe the water potential. That is maybe close to around 35 million hectares of land has been brought under irrigation with the resources created by NABARD through the RIDF, Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. And also that additionally that we have another fund called the Long-Term Investment Fund, where that maybe the projects which have been started quite some time back, but were languishing for want of funds or maybe some other thing. Actually, those things were put on fast track by the government of India, and NABARD is the implementing agency to fund it. And till now, we have against $11.24 billion, which is a projected requirement to fund all these things. Already $7 billion have been invested and 3.5 million hectares has been created. So now maybe having created so much, really what exactly we are doing. So now that is one new area which every one of us have to discuss in this particular seminar, where there is a competing demands for the water. At one point of a time, agriculture was the only activity, so that's why people were having quite a lot of a luxury of spending more than 90% of the water for irrigation only. But today that industry and also maybe we have the urban areas, so the people and so many people, domestic purposes, they are demanding quite a lot of water, so that there should be intersectoral kind of a changes may happen. And in case if that kind of a thing happens, really what exactly we are looking into this entire water use efficiency with regard to the agriculture, water use efficiency of the crops, conveyance efficiency, and so many things have to be looked into it. Actually, NABARD as a premier financial institute, development financial institution, looking into all these things, actually we did quite a lot of work on this one as to how exactly we can make the water use efficiency as a key mantra to see that the agriculture production will not come down, and agriculture production will continue to grow, actually to feed the growing millions of the people. And at the same time, the water can be spared for the other competing uses, So really, what are the things which we can do? So that is where actually my entire things look into it. So now when I look into it, the whole of the gamut of the agriculture, where the water is being used, as I told that more than 90% of the water is used for agriculture, but within that 90%, almost close to 80% of it is used only by 3 crops, which are being cultivated only in the 49% of the irrigated area. That is the rice, wheat, and sugarcane. Now, these are the major water guzzlers. And if you look into the water use efficiency, they are the most inefficient crops. But at the same time, looking into the preference of the people and also the requirements, actually you cannot shy away or shun away these crops. So one has to look into the water use efficiency systems as to really how we can do the things. So this is the first thing. Then the other one is that water use efficiency of the various kinds of sources which were created. One is the surface water, that is through dams and canals which we have done, and the other one is the groundwater. So now the groundwater water use, the efficiency levels are close to around maybe 60 to 70% with regard to the utility, while the water that is being conveyed through the canals, that is done through the major projects, is just 40 to 50% because of that so many losses which we are encountering. So that is also one area which one has to look into it as to really how to improve the efficiency of this kind of a water conveyance. So of late, many of the provincial or state governments are in line with the thinking of NABARD and other policymakers, saying that the water conveyance losses should be reduced to the minimum. So they are taking up the conveyance of water through the pipelines to a very far off areas. So now this is one major investment that is happening, and I think that is going to be a very big kind of a change with regard to the attitude and also maybe our perception also. And the other thing is that this is going to solve that problem of that land acquisition for the canals, because this entire pipelines run underground, and so there is absolutely no problem. And the other thing which we have done as a developmental finance institution, we convinced 1 or 2 state governments to link that final water, that is the whatever water has been conveyed through pipelines over a length of maybe 100 or 200 kilometers. The ultimate field level conveyance should be through the drip or sprinkler irrigation rather than the flood irrigation. So now that itself has brought quite a lot of a change. And in one case, with some kind of investment, if I really look into it, is maybe something like maybe $250 million. Actually, that $250 million investments which we have made in one place could irrigate close to around 90,000 hectares. I can say it is one of the most efficient way of doing the thing. So now the time has come for all of us to look into this kind of integrating various kinds of things. One is tapping the water through the big impounding structures, that may be the dams and others, but at the same time conveying that kind of a water through the pipelines and to the ultimate farmers and other users through the drip and sprinkler irrigation, so that SCADA systems have been established so that there will be automatic control of the water. So this is one thing which I'll say that now the need of the hour, and maybe over a period of time, all of us have to adopt such kind of a things. The other one is that maybe the draft, actually quite a lot of water has been being pumped out. And if I really look into the statistics, in 1960s, India was just exploiting close to around 273 BCM, billion cubic meters. But by 2010, we have reached around 750. And by 2050, we are going to be somewhere around 1150 to 1200 BCM. So now there is a kind of a limit, actually beyond which you cannot exploit. So if that is the case, really how to rationalize this kind of usage of water, whatever we are exploiting. And the other one is that I think, as Ian was telling, that maybe water and the price and the way whether it is taken as a free good or not. Now, in some states, actually the power has been made free almost for the agricultural pump sets. So the farmer has got absolutely no obligation to anyone. So simply he switches on the motor and he will continue to pull the water whether it is required or not, and that is depleting the entire aquifers also. So now recharge again has become a big issue. So now this is one area one has to look into it really, whether the power itself has to be made a very costly one, so that actually the farmer will not exploit the groundwater to such level. The other one is with regard to the perception of the farmer with regard to the irrigating the crop. Now, generally, most of the farmers, not only in India, maybe barring Israel, I think many places the farmers, the perception about irrigation is that they will just have a look of the crop, and in case if even 1 or 2 leaves are wilted, immediately they will try to pump out water, whether it is required or not. They don't go to that kind of a particular level of water use requirements. So now that is where actually we are now looking into experimenting with the IoT in agriculture. Now, NABARD through its grant support had already set up this kind of IoT systems in 3 or 4 watershed areas. And we had seen a substantial jump with regard to increasing the coverage, that is maybe the expanding the irrigation potential. Actually, in 3 cases which I have seen, that where the potential created under that watershed area, the pond which was created in the watershed, which was around 20 hectares. By putting the IoT system, this has straight away gone up to 41 hectares. And in other cases, it was like this. So now you can imagine really how efficiency can jump by 100% just by putting a small kind of investment. So that IoT and also the satellite-based moisture data indexes, actually in case if both the things are interlinked to the pump sets, or maybe to the valves, I think we are going to increase the efficiency at the level. And I have seen there the farmers also, they are not against this kind of interventions, because they are very happy that the way the things are done. And I had seen in 1 or 2 cases, now they have made the entire thing through the drip, and so that the crop is very healthy and lush. And at the same time that more acreage is being irrigated, so that farmers are very happy in a particular one. So now we have to look into this one at a global level also, really how to increase the efficiency of the water kind of a thing. Then the next one is with regard to the rain-fed areas. Now, actually, whenever we talk about water, generally we talk about putting a barrage against on a river and subsequently stopping the water and lifting it for various purposes. But still, we have almost maybe around out of 140 million hectares, even after exploiting the last drop of water with the normal kind of thinking, probably still 49% of the area will be still under the rain-fed cultivation. So the rain-fed areas produce close to around 40 to 45% of the Indian food grain basket, and they produce quite a lot of a variety of products. They are the millets, fruits, cotton, and so many other things. Both have a commercial value and also nutritive value. So now, in case if the watershed areas have to be very resilient, and watershed areas have to produce and do much better, the water conservation measures by taking up the watershed works. Actually, now this is one area which generally the major irrigation things will never talk about, but I will say that as a developmental financial institution looking into the agriculture of the entire country, we'll say this watershed development is one of the most critical areas which we have to implement all over the country and catch the water wherever it falls and make the in situ conservation itself so that the crop production can become very good. So now that is also one area we have to do. And NABARD, we got a grant assistance scheme, and through that actually already 2.5 million hectares we have brought onto the moisture security zone through this watershed approach. And the government of India through its various schemes is also bringing, but this requires maybe some more kind of a push that we will like to look into it. So the last one, which I will say that with regard to the factor productivity. Now this we are looking very seriously as to really what is the factor productivity of water in India versus other countries. And I was astonished to see in Singapore, it is close to around 1456, if you compare some kind of a ratio, while in China it is 14, and in Australia it is 69, but in India it is only 3. So now you can imagine really that it is so very inefficient way of using the water. So now the time has come for all of us to look into. One is not only tapping, create a kind of a cropping pattern which will be very appropriate to this one. And the fifth one is that climate change. Now that is happening very fast and everyone are leave it to the situation. And since the unpredictability is going up, actually we have to have such kind of a system where we can really insulate these watershed areas or the rainfed area farmers from this kind of a climate change uncertainties. And for that, quite a lot of things have to be devised with regard to maybe the creating the water sustainability structures. So these are the things which we are looking into it, and quite a lot of investments are happening through various public institutions, and NABARD is one of the major institutions. As I told that, which we have already invested close to around $17 billion in through the RIDF and another $7 billion through the LTIF. And the government of India has invested even much more. So now, and state governments also. So quite a lot of things are happening to create that kind of a water security and stop the runoff to the sea, and at the same time conserving the water in the places where it is falling. But ultimately the mantra is that the freebies should be reduced, and the water use efficiency mantra has to be taken by everyone, from policy makers to the financiers to the farmers. So ultimately, unless actually these things are taken in a kind of a convergence mode, I think we are, everybody will be running into trouble because of the global climate change that is happening. So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Chintala. That was fascinating, and clearly you have a great influence on the rural economy through your institutional credit. So it's fascinating to hear what you had to say. I think next we move on to Anil Jain, who with his irrigation products and systems and plastic pipe manufacture, I'm sure will have a lot to say in response to the sorts of issues which you've raised. So it's an excellent sequence. Mr. Jain, the floor is yours.
So kindly unmute yourself.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Parker. Thank you, Mr. Chintala, for raising those important issues. Just to give brief background, Jain Irrigation is a company which has invested more than $1 billion funds to create product and services which can create water use efficiency and improve agriculture productivity at the same time, and in a combined way. With work which we have done, I think over last 3 decades, we have been able to save and help farmers save almost about 150 billion cubic feet in terms of total savings of water they have been able to generate in India and outside India. As a company, we are operating in almost about 120 different countries. And by now we have serviced more than, I think, a large number of, small farmers, more than 8 million small farmers we have been able to service and see that they get the prosperity. Now, Mr. Chintala also mentioned about the project which has been done, which has improved this productivity. I think maybe that project is Project Ramthal in Karnataka, which I think most of it was implemented by our company. Now, when we step back for a moment, and that more than 84% of water freshwater resources get used in agriculture in India, and about worldwide the figure is about 70%. So when you want to solve the issue of water, you need to first look at agriculture. If you can solve agriculture, there will be enough water for everybody else. Now, within agriculture, and talking about India, that 50% of land, almost 70 million hectares, is still rain-fed. But the 70 million hectares which is irrigated, hardly about 10 million hectares now has been put under drip and sprinkler. There is still another 60 million which can be put under drip and sprinkler to create more efficiency. Now, but there are these inefficient crops, and we talked about rice, wheat, and sugarcane. But I would like to bring to the attention to the forum that we have done a lot of work in last 5 years on rice, especially on rice, research on the rice. When we think about rice and irrigation, we think of knee-deep water. We think of, people inside the water fields rather than rice fields. The experiments we have done, and they're quite successful now, you do not see a drop of water. Actually, we are providing irrigation under the soil, below the soil. And thereby, one would save almost 80% of water. So today, to create 1 kilo of rice takes almost close to 3,000 liters of water. Imagine that you can save 80% of that water and only 20% needs to be used. Other important part is when you use this, right, 80% less water, you could still get about 15 to 20% more output because you're using it in a very efficient way. So it's not just about saving water, but improving productivity at the same time. The third part is you don't do this puddle farming, which is what is being done in rice. Then you also reduce significantly emissions of methane into the atmosphere and the CO2. So that's another good part as a side effect, positive side effect of using this technology of irrigating rice directly to the root zone under the soil. Now, when we look at all the crops which are there, horticulture crops, agriculture crops, horticulture crops are easy for the concept of drip and sprinkler, and we have been able to reach, as I said, millions of farmers, and their lives have been transformed. That not only they have saved water, but these farmers who were earlier making hardly, I would say, $100 to $200 per year per acre, now are making $1,000 to $2,000 per year per acre. So that's a big change in the amount of income these farmers are making and bringing about a huge change in the rural economies. I'll take one example of a crop, banana crop from a district of Jalgaon. Now Jalgaon now has a 3,000 crore or almost about $500 million economy of one single crop of banana. And it's a dry area. It hardly gets about 600 to 700 millimeter water per year in terms of rainfall. And it is not like Costa Rica, Honduras, or Philippines, which are endowed with a lot more rainwater or a tropical weather. Even then, these farmers, out of about 60,000 hectares of area, are able to create so much of good product because of the using the drip irrigation technology, using the right planting material being helped prepared with the use of biotechnology or tissue culture technology. Now, like that, there is example, and again in state of Maharashtra and Nasik, where the farmers who employed technology to make right amount of the grapes using again all the input nutrients and the water, and we using drip. Today, they export more than 1,000 containers of grapes all the way to UK, and that happened because of introduction of this technology. So there have been value chains created apart from water being saved, because I think water saving is inherent, right? Without you save water, there is no future. But while saving water, how do you create value chains which will create significant prosperity to large number of small farmers? And that model really can, make a different India 30 or 50 years down the line, apart from the gains which we have seen over the last 30 years. Now, so whether rice or even, for example, I'll talk of sugarcane, which is a water guzzling crop. Traditionally, the sugarcane which guzzles so much of water, the farmers get somewhere between 20 to 40 tons, sometimes maybe 50 tons. With the help of the technology, some of our farmers are getting even 250 tons. Now that is double than even Brazilian farmers. In Brazil, sugarcane farming is done with farmers having large fields of 10,000 hectares or more. I'm talking of a farmer doing farming on 2 hectares, using the technology and the right practices from sowing to harvesting can result into 3 or 4 times more output than normal, but even double output than the global large farmers from countries like Brazil. Now, when you look at these solutions, also I think it is important to know is that when you use drip irrigation, and I think that's another big challenge where a lot of people, because now with the developed agriculture, so much of fertilizer is being used. So much of chemicals are being put, and they do leach all the way down, and they do go to human beings who are drinking water. And there are these examples in state of Punjab where there is a lot of area where there's large number of cancer because so much of indiscriminate usage of fertilizer has been done. With the drip irrigation, you can take fertilizer, water soluble fertilizer, straight to the root zone, and you could be using significantly lower fertilizers and you are delivering where only the roots are going to take it, right? They do not leach to for the human consumption or go back down to aquifer. So that's another way where you would utilize this technology to deliver fertilizers in a very efficient way only to the root zone, and so that they do not leach back into the human consumption of water. But there is also another important issue which was being talked about, is that the politically, the farmers in India and few other places as well are getting free water, and they don't have to pay the pumping or electricity charges. Now, I don't think politically that is going to get reversed. That's not practical. But the way to solve it is that a farmer who is using a pump also must be asked to use drip irrigation, because then he cannot consume more water. He need not pump more water, because he would be saving 50, 60 or 70% of water, because the drip would mean that you are delivering water drop by drop to the plant as and when they need it, how much they need it, where they need it, rather than flooding the field. So instead of flooding the fields, you're talking of irrigating the crop, right? Not irrigating the field. And I think that's another way to solve this issue about subsidies on the power side. Another way to solve on subsidies on the power side actually is to, instead of take away the free low cost power and provide farmers the solar pump. Because sun usually is about 6 hours effective, right? And then farmer can irrigate his crop only with 6 hours of solar power, which is available and which is good enough if you use drip irrigation, where his entire need of the crop of 24 hours can be provided. And that way, again, you do not need to provide cheap or free energy to the farmer, because the sun is providing the energy. And we have already implemented more than 50,000 solar pumps across this country with large number of small farmers, again, to see that this really is functioning well. And the farmers are happy, because when the state electricity boards provide free power to the farmer, they typically provide that power only in the night, because during the day they provide power to the cities where they can get paid, and farmer cannot irrigate in the night. But providing solar pump, and in a country like India, there are almost 300 days are dry days, right? Sun is out. There are hardly about 60 or 70 days when it is raining in the country. And in those days, in any case, because it is raining, the farmer need not irrigate. So on the dry days, you use solar pump, and along with the drip irrigation, you can solve the political issue as well as the efficiency issue. And Mr. Chintala sir also talked about water use efficiency. And currently, when you use canal system with all the losses, the water use efficiency is actually down to about 35%. But when you use along with the pipes and then drip or sprinkler at the end, the complete system, what we call integrated irrigation solution, when you use this integrated irrigation solution, water use efficiency goes as high as 90% plus. It's hardly 10% which get wasted or there's a leakage at the end. And that improves significantly water factor productivity, which was being mentioned, to also at a very high level. And not only that, what happens is that you're using 1/3 of normal water, but also at the same time, you're creating significantly higher output. So when you think of for 1 kilo of rice, earlier it was using, let's say, 3,000 liters of water. Now it is going to use maybe 500 liters of water to create that kilo of rice. But just in that 500 liters, instead of 1 kilo rice, you're creating 1.3 kilo of rice. So when I talk of water factor productivity per liter of water, what economic value are you creating? So I think using these technologies, this is what we have experienced, and at the same time help improve the farmer, his prosperity. Then another issue which is also critical now and going forward will become even larger issue, because India has a limited amount of water, that how do you use wastewater in agriculture, especially for non-food crops. So we have also evolved and developed technology where you can treat the wastewater coming out of, let's say, industry or the urban wastewater, and then treat it and deliver that to agriculture, especially non-food crops, and like cotton or others, where all the things which are in the water, they do not get all the way into the food. So that is the way to solve that. And we have done a lot of work in Haryana in treating the wastewater and delivering that water to agriculture in an efficient way. And coming to use, talk about technology, whether using satellite, whether using IoT, we as a company, with our, we operate in Israel, we operate in California, we are operating in India, so around the world, we have been able to create and find solutions where, for example, we have sensors which look at the moisture inside the soil, right? And help farmer decide that when to irrigate and how much to irrigate for only so many hours, and he has to deliver only so much liters. But also using the satellite, we have under operation right now more than 300,000 hectares in California alone, where the farmers are using these type of IoT technologies to take decisions about the usage of water and fertilizer. It's a technology still evolving, but I think in next 2 or 3 years, we would be ready, whether using satellites, whether using drones, whether using soil-based sensors, or a combination of these to give knowledge to a farmer where he can use only a simple mobile phone and decide how much to irrigate. I mean, it's kind of a what is called DSS, decision support system, which can be used even by a small farmer in his vernacular language. We have developed that kind of a hardware and software into the field using radio frequency and into the farmer's phone, where he can connect all of this together. It's a very large field. I know I should be talking limited based on time, and there are other people talking about, but I think a cost-effective technology which saves water, re-nourishes the soil, can conserve energy, improve productivity at the same time, and improve farmers' income. That kind of a holistic 360 degrees, complete virtuous cycle where small farmers can be moved away from the historical poverty to debt to suicide, that type of a cycle, unfortunate cycle, to move to this prosperous cycle is what our company has been engaged over last 3 to 4 decades. My father, who founded the company, had always talked about, leave this world better than you found it. And this mission he had, set for us almost 4 decades ago. And there are 12,000 people in our company who are committed to this cause. And we continue to do this in a very effective way. And I think the role NABARD is playing, Government of India is playing, is also very useful. They are very focused on it. And now last 2 minutes I'll take to talk about in the cities, this drinking water. In India, if you come to travel in India, most of the buildings you see the overhead tanks above, because people store the water, because from municipal corporation you get water only once or twice a week. Now this new concept of delivering water 24/7, on online basis, right, on a real-time basis. We have worked in about 10 different cities. We have done EPC work, in Pune, in so many cities in Karnataka, where we are now delivering 24/7 water using SCADA, automated billing, almost with no leakage, through using the right type of pipes and fittings and the filtration mechanism. That has reduced leakages by almost close to 30%. And the customers are happy because they're getting water on the tap as and when they need it. And the same way, we are trying to provide those solutions in urban areas, but that is a smaller part of what we do. We have been primarily doing a lot of work over these decades around the world, primarily on the agriculture side. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. That was inspiring in many ways. And your story in terms of improving agricultural productivity and prosperity through reducing water use, reducing fertilizer consumption, and significantly increasing output. That is a great story, and one that I hope we'll have time to return to. We'll move on now to Jeroen Tielman. He's Chief Executive of Keystone Capital in the Netherlands. And I suspect that what Jeroen has to say to us will follow on very nicely from what Anil Jain has just described. So Jeroen, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Let me try to, I have a few slides. Let me try to share screen here. 1 second. I'd like to show you a PowerPoint, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share. And this is not what I want to share here. Hold on for a sec. I'm nearly there, hopefully. Yep. Okay. Can you see this?
We
can see the PowerPoint title slide by the look of it.
All right. Okay, well, first of all, I really am honored and I enjoy to be in a group of such knowledgeable people like yourselves. I can learn a lot from this. Also, Anil, thank you very much for your previous presentation. I really enjoyed listening to that as well. Also, the mission of your father when he founded the company. My mission basically came 5 years ago when I started focusing on the water sector. My background is finance. I'm basically an investment engineer and a professional investment manager, but I decided to focus on water treatment, SDG 6.3, and even more focus, water reuse. Originally, I was planning to set up a fund as a financial guy, but then I started noticing that I need to go one level deeper to a project level, and to a project level where we could basically connect innovative water treatment technologies developed by small and medium-sized firms. Why particularly small and medium-sized water treatment technology firms? Well, normally they do not have the capacity to reach out to projects abroad. They do not have the access to growth capital. So therefore, there's a lot of innovative water treatment technology which remains unused. I mean, which has a great potential for scale up. The scaling up of innovative water treatment technology is obviously very important. Why is it so very important? Because it can help to make sustainability or full water reuse, because that's a particular aim we have.
Sorry to interrupt, just a moment. Could you open your PowerPoint, please? Because it's looking very small on the screen. We can see the rest of your desktop behind it. So if you can open the PowerPoint presentation.
I will, do that. Let me first open the PowerPoint. Sorry for that. Okay, would this be better?
No, just you go into slideshow.
Yep. This work?
That's better. That's fine. Sorry to interrupt your flow, but people
no problem. This is teamwork, so
yeah.
Anyway. So the importance of the innovative technology is that can help the economic case for industries to really implement a more sustainable water treatment process. And we found that in several particular cases that by making a business case on a project level, we could, for example, with the first delivery of a larger water treatment installation in April, May this year, based on a technology called electrocoagulation, and that was the core feature of the solution, but it obviously also has some other steps in the total process. But by implementing this, we could basically, we calculated that compared to the current installation, the client could save more than 50%, 50% of the total cost per cubic meter treated water. And I'm talking about zero liquid discharge, so full water reuse. So this being said, it also helps in this particular case to replace linear models where there is a water treatment, just enough to meet discharge requirements, or you have the traditional cat and mouse game that the water treatment is switched on when there's inspection, it's being switched off, and there we go with a total lack of sustainability. So it is important to really show that with connecting innovative technologies, full water reuse in the same industrial process is economically very much feasible. Well, I mean, this is basically a picture of the plant we're talking about. This is the output water of a textile plant in India. This is the electrocoagulation demo units. It's an innovative Dutch technology, but we're agnostic where the technology comes from. In this particular case, it was a Dutch technology. We have it built, we connected the technology with an India-based manufacturer of machines for the textile industry. And now they expanded it by delivering the water treatment for their particular client as well. And this is basically what's happening. I mean, this is what you see here on the left, the input water. On the right, that is the water after treatment. Now, this being said, I mean, if we're looking at developing business cases on an industrial project level with innovative water treatment technologies, there is also a win-win in particular cases with the provision of drinking water. In this particular case, that's another situation. We are looking at a dyeing plant which has a linear model. So they extract table water, they treat the table water, then they use it in their industrial process, and they have some treatment for discharge. By making it zero liquid discharge, so full water reuse within the same particular industrial process, we kill two birds with one stone, because we also make sure that the industry contributes to reducing the pressure on scarce table water, which especially in coastal areas will cause further salination. And we all know that once there is salination of table water, the treatment of that table water becomes more expensive, more difficult, with existing installations even maybe impossible. And that in itself would create problems as well. So by making these industries circular, we can use the existing well. In this particular case, we have a situation of 3,000 cubes a day, where we would say, well, the existing well will go from an extraction of 3,000 cubes a day to an extraction of only, for example, 100 cubes a day. And with the same installation we use for full water reuse over the particular industry, we can also treat some of the extracted table water for full drinking water and provide it to the local drinking water company. And I do strongly agree with one of the remarks the previous speaker had, Mr. Anil Jain, that providing drinking water for free is a difficult thing, because maybe politically it seemed to be a wise decision. But water is a scarce commodity, and economics should also be applicable to water. Now, in this particular case, the price of water can be very, very friendly or very low as far as the drinking water facility is concerned, because the economics for the industry to really go for full water reuse, and there also is a particular cost savings, and part of this cost savings can be used to partly subsidize the drinking water to a very friendly, whatever the rate the local drinking water company would decide the rate would need to be. So here there can be a perfect win-win situation with, again, applying innovative water treatment to replace the linear model with a circular model, and only to use a fraction of the original linear model to provide very good quality drinking water to the local community. So this is basically my contribution, that innovative water treatment technology can really, business case, can provide water savings and can provide a win-win situation also for local drinking water extraction. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Joe. And a fascinating example of a genuinely circular use of water, and the way in which innovation can save money, save water, and also improve the environment. I know from years ago when some rivers in the north of England used to run red or purple with textile dyes, we've now exported our pollution. So it's great that you're helping colleagues in India to clean up textile dyeing. So we'll move on to our final speaker now in this session, Mark Simster from Sydney Water in Australia.
Thanks, Ian. Good evening to you all. Let's have a go. I'll see how good my technical skills are. I'm trying to share my screen as well.
Yeah, we can see your opening slide. So if you just,
how's that looking for you?
That's it. Spot on.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay. So look, fantastic and fascinating hearing you guys speaking already. And you know, my talk's going to be on a completely different angle to you guys, talking about money and financing and looking at innovation and technology. My approach and is to talk about something radically different that we're doing in Australia in terms of how infrastructure delivery is being undertaken. My role within the business is I head up all of our infrastructure delivery. So basically, I cover the entire Sydney Water region for not only construction of assets, but also we've moved on to incorporating within my program the maintenance activities as well. So you see that's something quite radically different to anything else you've seen globally. So the program we've put in place is seen as quite a world-leading and innovative way of delivering. And I think it really talks towards some of the things you were talking about, Ian, when you talked about innovation to deliver better, more efficient delivery, resources being used more efficiently, and customer and stakeholder views being taken on board. All of that is what we've encompassed as a business in this exciting new infrastructure program, and we've called it Partnering for Success. And to keep the I think the sort of millennials on board, we're giving it a nice little acronym, P4S as well, so they all understand it's something nice and easy, 3-letter acronym, and it really helps them understand. Anyway, bit of background about us. So Sydney Water is a state-owned corporation, owned by the New South Wales government. So all of our profits are taken as dividend by the government and reinvested within the community. The Sydney Water Act that we operate under has 3 equal objectives. So we are here to protect public health, protect the environment, and to be a successful business. And I think that's where it comes in really important with some of the things that you guys have been talking about so far today. So you have to be a successful business for us to be able to provide the essential services within New South Wales. Now, our operational area, we cover some 12,500 square kilometres. We have about 5 million customers at the moment, and the operation covers Sydney, the Blue Mountains and the Illawarra. So if you know the area at all, you know it's quite a diverse environment that we cover, all the way from the east coast around Sydney, where it's very you know, it's the traditional part of Sydney that everyone understands, where the bridge and the Opera House, etc. But then you go off to the Blue Mountains, right over to the west. So it really is a diverse environment that we operate. And basically, the way that we generally deliver our services, water comes from dams to the west, and it's pretty much a one-use system. It gets utilised by our 5 million customers, and then it's treated at the coast and then discharged through 2 or 3 kilometre pipes out into the deep ocean. So that is our that is basically our system and how we operate. Now, what we saw as a challenge, so I've been leading the infrastructure program for the last 7 years at Sydney Water, and we've been really successful in terms of how we've been delivering traditionally over the last 6 years. And primarily that's because we've taken a strong approach to partnering with our supply chain, working closely with our regulator, who's at IPART, so similar to Ofwat in the UK that you'll know, Ian. And the infrastructure program, like I say, has done extremely well. We were recognised by the Major Projects Institute as a global exemplar model for infrastructure delivery, which we're really, really proud of. It's down to the hard work and sheer skill of the people that are on board. How we work with our stakeholders from government, but how our supply chain is closely with us as well. But what we recognised, and this is a big growth story, so Jaron, this is something definitely interesting for you from the capital side of things. So that we've got a massive growth happening within Sydney. We're looking at, over the next decade, an extra 1.3 million people moving into our region. So that's an increase of 20% in terms of our population and the services that we need to supply. over 500,000 new homes, 600,000 new jobs. And to cope with that, we're looking at a doubling or a tripling of our infrastructure capital program. And looking at how our delivery was working in the past, as successful as it was, the shape and structure of our program that was based on partnering and performance partnering at that, we recognized it was not going to be able to cope as a program with the sheer scale and increase in work. So what I led as the instigator and I suppose some people call it the mastermind behind this, was to put in place a 10-year multi-billion-dollar mega project or program of work that is going to employ and has already started to employ thousands of workers within the region to design and build, but also to maintain the capital infrastructure. And this is where we put partnering for success as the model we put in place. Now, we've been working effectively to stabilize how we undertake our work. This has been my mission for 6 years. Then align the teams, enable the teams in terms of better ways of working, enhance how project management and delivery works, put a lot of effort into service level agreements and better operating models and resource planning. Again, because recognizing the skill shortage that we were going to be having and were experiencing in Sydney with that massive growth. It's almost a bit of a, when you look at something that scale, 20% increase in customers, it's not just us. It's the housing, it's rail, it's roads, there's new metros being put into Sydney. So the demand on people and skilled resources is phenomenal. And you've got to have something pretty bloody good to attract the talent to come and work with you. And that's part of the mission that we've taken with P4S. So this is where we are in our the cycle that I've put together over these 5 steps to improve our infrastructure delivery. And we're at the extend phase now. So looking at to improve our methodologies, our ways of working, and really working together with our supply chain. Now, a lot of people say, well, why are you implementing P4S? What on earth was wrong with the previous model? Well, to me, I looked at it and I felt that we were, as a business, we were quite siloed. There were different groups in terms of the planning group. Design and construction was within my purvey, but the maintenance and operation teams, it was still quite disaggregated. Even though we worked together, there was still a bit of a gap. And as a business, we had something like about just under 3,000 suppliers in our supply chain, way too many for the scale of work that we were doing. Hundreds of contracts were awarded annually. And when you're doing that, that's a huge burden on a business as a fixed overhead and cumbersome quite often to go and execute. So I wanted to look for a way of incorporating Six Sigma, lean principles to try and get a lot more efficiency and a lot more effectiveness in how we executed our work. And it was one of those lucky moments as well, I suppose, that only comes along every so often, was that all of our primary contracts were coming to an end. So all our key panels and infrastructure supply chain contracts were coming to an end around about the same time. So that was the end of December 2018 when planning was finishing, and then design and construction were all finishing around July 2020. So I took the opportunity 3.5 years ago, to start and embark the business on this mission to implement P4S. And another aspect that I really have seen, not just here, but globally, is why something like this needs to be implemented, is that we are seeing so many mega projects and programs that are running late, they're going over budget, and we're seeing disputes and blowouts. Contractors are, even though it's a boom, contractors are losing millions. And a lot of this is because you've had the lull in the economic cycle. People bid very low. Now the cost of delivery are going up. Even though there's a lot of work, they're being held at some of these low cost of delivery. So they're struggling, and we're seeing companies fall over. So it's been, we've seen it in the news over the last couple of years that some big contractors are falling over because they can't meet the commitments that they've put in place. And a lot of traditionally within organizations that they're not very commercially based in the decision making. The commercial data is not very effective. And suddenly businesses are scrambling to put the A team onto a project and suddenly trying to pick up and put investment in some tools and systems, because the data that the guys are trying to work with are lagging behind. And the demands of owners is really getting, you know, we've got the Internet of Things, we've got access to data much more rapidly. And if the executives and stakeholders and business owners do not have the access to the data they need, even more pressure comes onto the delivery organizations and the contractors that we're working with. And we're seeing, this is just some some Australia examples, negotiations to settle on the Sydney light rail because the project overblown. The Melbourne Tunnel project was grinding to a halt because of disputes, and the West Gate Tunnel. So these are just some big flagship projects that run into problems because the teams are not effectively working to deliver their infrastructure under an effective program. And I've been consulting globally on program delivery for about 25 years. I took a bit of time and say, right, I'm going to settle, I want to sort Sydney out. And this has been my mission. And this is where P4S has come about. Now, for the business, I put in place some key primary objectives to improve collaboration, better management of life cycle, better management of safety, more innovation that you were talking about, Ian, and better solutions. So some of the stuff that you were talking about, Jerome, these are the items that we're looking for. We're looking for innovation. We're looking for new ideas and technology to be able to help in terms of this infrastructure delivery. I wanted something that really spoke to the customers, found something that they would value, and put in place a model that is flexible enough to cope with this huge demand. Because as I say, we're looking at our outputs. To date, we've been delivering previously, the first model I was employed to look after was delivering about 250 million per annum. By the end of 4 years, we were delivering 750 million per annum. This first year of our IPART cycle, we're at 1.5 billion per annum, and it's growing. And this is why I had to put in place a model that will be able to cope with that expansion and be flexible enough to cope with differing needs as growth targets and requirements of the growth sector spread. So in terms of putting P4S in place, the New South Wales government has been really, really effective in putting in place an action plan, because it recognised, I mentioned about some of the struggles of supply chain. They recognise that they need to move in procuring and managing in a more collaborative way, wanted a partnership-based approach and standardised contracts and procurement methods. Exactly what we were targeting under P4S. We took on board our own business drivers, of course. We went global as well. It was before COVID set in, but being government, we haven't got much money. So everything was done on Skype. So we worked our way around the world. So it was a precursor to everyone working online like this, talking to Transport for London, Crossrail, Anglian Water, Institute of Civil Engineers. We got really, we are the first international team to be part of the Project 13 initiative from the Institute of Civil Engineers. If anyone wants to talk about that another time, happy to go and chat. We also reviewed all the types of standard contract that would be relevant to go and use for this scale of infrastructure program, whether it's the Australian standard contracts, the general conditions of contract that we use here. And also we did have a look out into globally about the NEC form of contract as well. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. We looked at contracting options. And again, this was done in collaboration with the supply chain. We did not do this on our own. We came up with some initial ideas and we went out to test those with the market and developed our preferred contract model. So basically, we took a 7-pillar approach to the evolution of our infrastructure program. We had a look at what, communicating our requirements, discuss with the market, how could we package it, came up with a model that we felt would be effective in terms of risk allocation, how would we manage, how would we look at our cost base, and what would be our options for trying to use our contracts. Then we took an approach to market that was quite, again, it's quite intensive. I'm going to be honest, it's a big program and it's quite intensive to the teams to go through. But we chose our route to market in terms of looking at how could we multi-stage, how could we really test the teams that we'd be working with and put in place something that, when we decided on the model and how we were going to work with the market, we then had to sell it. and not only sell it to our board and our executive, we had to sell it to the New South Wales government. So Barry was spoken earlier. So, you know, the New South Wales government are really, really keen, and Treasury, in terms of how we would be undertaking and executing our work. And with all those minefields and all the traditional approaches that people are used to in the past, we still managed to push and work our way through collaboratively to get to a position where we're implementing now. Just as a, you know, if anyone's interested, again, have a look at another time. Some of the ideas that we looked at were individual contractors, integrated delivery, and asset stewardship. These were some options were discounted there, but some of the building blocks that were really keen to the supply chain, scalable and flexible, collaborative form of contract, longer term of contract, because I'm not looking to incentivize by big bonuses to companies. I'm looking at saying, you get longevity with us. You perform, you give us great outputs, great KPIs, great prices. You get 10 years. You don't have to bid for 10 years. And that is what we're building in to our supply chain, good quality work. So we're lifting up the maturity of our entire supply chain, but also looking at improving competition. There was a bunch of aspects we looked at in terms of our key considerations for the delivery model. Our approach to risk, for example, as I said, we looked at the different types of contract that will be useful. We looked at partnering, we looked at cost-based models, we looked at outsourcing completely. All of these were taken on board for us to really understand, if you would build a model, then what sort of contract are you going to be using to come on board and work with us? And as I say, GC21 and bespoke partnering contracts, NEC4, all of these different options were looked at in our review. We also looked at the commercial framework. So what do we want to have from an enterprise approach to agreements? What form of contract do we want to use? How would we be engaging framework contracts? And then the longer chain of supply chain that works with these primary contractors. And if you wanted to boil it all down to putting it onto one page, saying, you know, what is P4S? It was about something that was we put in place to reduce costs, better consistency, and opportunities to improve our safety record. We've pulled together 3 regional delivery consortia, a shared purchasing framework that I'll explain a little bit more, our planning partner, and Sydney Water all coming together. We've incorporated the NEC4 form of contract, and we're the first business globally that took on board fully the entire suite of NEC contracts for everything we do as a business. So it doesn't matter what you want to do as a business, whether it's construction, whether it's design, whether it's maintenance, whether it's buying a new filter, it all comes from the NEC4 suite of contracts. And that includes turn services contracts for maintenance as well. And this is what it looks like. It's apart from being a different color to the previous model and without all the other little stickers on there, but primarily P4S is about bringing together all those elements that I said were segregated silos before, bringing them together into one integrated model that is an environment for collaboration, that is an environment for performance, and is an environment that really hones in on who are the experts and getting experts to do an expert job. So we've now got 3 regional consortia. So one for the north, one for the west, and one for the south. There isn't one in the east because that's the ocean. And basically it pulls together and integrates between the strategic planning partner, our teams work, I don't know if my pointer, you can see it on the screen, but the regional consortia get involved in the early stage of design. So there's a lot of early contractor involvement in the upfront planning work, but we've also made sure that the operations team, there's a wedge, you can see sort of dark blue wedge running at the bottom. That means that the operators really get a say up front in how we're looking to plan and execute our work. We still maintain some in-house civil maintenance teams as well, but again, they integrate with our regional consortia that provides all design, all construction, and all maintenance. And these are 10-year
Mark, you've got 2 minutes left.
Yeah, no problem. So, and again, so they got 10-year contracts. So that's what we're looking at to go and work with these guys. And the last part that I mentioned was that sits underneath this is shared purchasing. And so not only are these consortia in place, under P4S, we've put in place we're calling it a closed supply chain. so that everybody that is working with us and working with these consortia, the consortia can only subcontract if it's on our shared purchasing framework. You can't subcontract outside of that. And this shared purchasing framework is all about everything that we need as a business being able to be on a consistent model. Everybody has exactly the same standard form of contract. As I say, there's no bidding for work anymore. Once you're in here, you're on shared purchasing, you are part of the framework and part of this organism, which is P4S. The contract structure is quite simple. We put it together with a collaborative framework and then use the entire suite of NEC contracts for whether it's capital work, maintenance, as well as the NEC4 framework contracts for our shared purchasing teams. And that sort of contracting philosophy is all about the use of NEC4 is to get a standard form of contract, something that really encourages proactive project management, but at the heart of it has a spirit of mutual trust and cooperation, and that we really do early identification and resolution of any issues that the teams see. Built into it as well is quite a comprehensive integrated maturity framework and business as usual KPIs. So we're really measuring, not really KPIs on a daily basis for how well someone performs. We're looking at them joining us on a journey for the next 10 years as a partner for how we move together. There's a lot of detail that you can have a look at in terms of how the KPIs work together, health and safety, legacy, what are they leaving for the future? How does innovation come on board? And how well are they adopting digital engineering? But basically, you know, we're looking at the benefits of safety, performance, governance, integration, and flexible resourcing to really help the business come together with our supply chain as an effective team. We've worked out, calculated where we think our break-even points would be, which is quite early for a program of this sort of scale. And basically, you know, we've been going now for a year, and we mobilized the teams in at the beginning of January 2020 just to get them on board. And then by the time that the main contracts, the previous framework finished, by July 2020, everybody was ready and P4S could march forward. So now we're at the end of our first year, and I've got to say, it's been a phenomenal, even through COVID, we've managed to set up 3 regional consortia, 2,500 people, and put in place new business systems, new contracts, and a brand new framework. And it's been a terrific success after year 1. And that's it. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. You're rightly proud of, I think, what you've achieved there in terms of respect and trust between client and contractor. It's a lot easier to say than it is to achieve. So it looks like you're doing a great job. So thank you for
Hard
that.
Work.
Aishwarya, I think we're just about out of time, but is there a minute or two for just 1 or 2 questions between members of the panel?
Sure, definitely. We can have question answers.
Thank you, because we've all been listening to each other, and I think we've heard some fascinating stories, and I just would like to give the panel of speakers an opportunity to ask any brief questions and hopefully brief answers of anything that really stood out that they'd like to know a little bit more about. And just while you're thinking of that, I'll just claim chairman's privilege, if I may. And that for me, there was one common theme between your 4 presentations, and that's around innovation, innovative techniques, innovative equipment, innovative ways of funding. And innovation is great, but it's not always welcome, and sometimes there are barriers to overcome. And how did you, just very briefly, persuade your clients, your customers, your investors to actually recognize the benefits of this innovation to them? And if I could begin, please, with Dr. Chintala, because you were talking about the perception of farmers. How did they respond to the sorts of messages you were giving them around the watershed approach and so on?
Response is extremely good with regard to the messages which we are giving. We are trying to conduct the programs through the governmental and also the civil society organizations. as to really how the water use efficiency systems have to be implemented and what are the new things to be done. And also as what Mr. Jain was telling subsequent to my lecture, that we need to go for maybe a very fast tracking this entire maybe sprinkler and the drip irrigation systems. And today, in case if I look into the entire thing, that we need quite considerable investments also, both from the governmental side and also that the farmer side. Now that we require close to around 69 million hectares need to be put under the water use efficiency systems, that is sprinklers or the drip. And right now we are having only around 9.6 million covered. And in the last few years, maybe in the last 3-4 years, NABARD had spent close to $1 billion through the government, state governments, and also through others to create maybe something like around 2 to 2.5 million hectares of this kind of a water use efficiency systems. But otherwise, I think it requires substantial investments from the public institutions and also from the farmers also as their stake. And the farmers are willing now, as actually I could go around the country and say that now many of the farmers are willing to experiment with the drip irrigation, particularly in horticulture. Almost now farmers are 100% ready with this kind of a thing. So there is absolutely no mindset of not adopting. And the sugarcane, now many of the places already sugarcane, the farmers have taken that this is a very good technology and the yield improvement is perceptible. Almost close to around 20 to 30% jump in the yield is there, while water is also getting conserved. But only one part of the entire story is that really it requires investment, maybe close to around maybe 100,000 to maybe 200,000 kind of investments are required to do this one. And for that, there should be a kind of a private capital or the bank loans or maybe the public, that is the public investments. Institutions like NABARD and governments have to invest. So now this is the one area which we have to look into it, but going by the gravity of the situation and also the way the people are able to see the better results out of this sprinkler and the drip systems, that which is conserving the water. I think the time has come for us to pull quite a lot of money from everywhere and try to invest in this one. And all the dream is to make that at least that 69 million hectares, which we feel the ultimate potential to create the drip and sprinkler system. If we can achieve even in the next 10 years, I think we are going to be on dot with the way the demand for water is growing and that intersectoral demand. Actually, now this is what actually which we are worried more now, because agriculture right now has got a luxury to use maybe 80% of the water. But thing is, in the days to come, probably it may not be so. Urbanization is happening very fast. Industrialization is happening very fast. And there is a competing demand for the same quantum of water. So now we have to go for this one. And we are expecting quite a lot of investments, maybe the bank finance, the developmental finance institution. I have a very big, maybe a kind of expectation that the way actually we are moving ahead, both the industry, the institutions and the government, if we can move in tandem, I think we are going to do it. And the farmers are absolutely gung-ho about taking up this kind of a technology.
Thank you. I mean, it sounds very encouraging. And if I could move on now to Anil Jain, again, what you were describing was also extremely encouraging. But farmers are very traditional people. They would often want to continue with what they learned from their fathers and their grandfathers and so on. And here you are introducing techniques like drip irrigation and precision fertilizer application and so on. How do you overcome the resistance, or is there no resistance to what you're trying to help them implement?
Yeah, resistance is maybe now that there is a generation gap among the farmers. Now the old farmers who are of the previous generation were maybe having a resistance, and that resistance is mainly because of the economic factors, if I am right. Actually, they say that because he has to spend a lot, first of all, to bring under this new system. But the new generation farmers, particularly mostly who are the youngsters in the age group of around 25 to 40, they are absolutely positive with regard to putting this kind of a thing. So now they are looking into some kind of a subsidy from the government and some kind of institutional finance at a kind of a reasonable rate. and the delivery of the things by the companies which are executing this thing. So now it is there. And moreover, these systems are very resilient. Actually, I have found that mostly the drip irrigation systems are working for more than 10 years plus also. So absolutely the return on investment is substantially high. And also that when you are going into the new kind of integrated farming systems, which not only NABARD, Government of India is promoting, where the farmer is not dependent only on one crop to offset the market vagaries and also the price destabilization kind of a thing. Actually, in case if they go for integrated farming systems, where he can take 2 or 3 kinds of crops, where I think this kind of a water efficiency and the precision kind of an agriculture is going to help a lot, and we are doing very well.
Fine, thank you. And I would like to bring Anil Jain in on that question about, with your innovative technologies and innovative pieces of kit, are you welcome, or do you have to persuade your client farmers?
I think that's a good question, right? Farmers in India and earlier generation farmers were not literate, right? But I think they're very smart people. They see where the benefit is coming, right? If technology is going to create more income for them, that's the bottom line. And as we say, the best bottom line is a farmer's smile, right? He makes more money, he adopts technology. But there's another point, right? When we do not look at farmer, we merely look at farmer, small farmer, and so on. But we really treat the farmers as entrepreneurs. And this is the guy who takes more risk than most of the businessmen, right? Because his crop is, under the sky, right? And open. And that's his wealth is all, subject to so many vagaries of nature and everything else. So we have found farmers to be really willing and ready to take the risk linked to the technology as well, as long as he gets the right amount of service support in terms of knowledge, and he has some clarity on terms of economic outcomes. So it doesn't matter small or large, doesn't matter educated or not educated, doesn't matter traditional or modernist, but we have seen when you treat them as entrepreneurs, as a producer, I think they are willing to take the risk. And we as a company have even gone a step beyond. Up to now, we talk only about water, but we actually create and help them also give access to the market. So we have set up a company which buys from farmers, fruits, vegetables, more than 500,000 tons we buy from them and process, so that they have access to the market as well. Because once they have drip, they produce more. What if there is no market? What do you do then? So we have gone a step further, and also over the last couple of decades set up a very large fruit vegetable processing company where we guarantee their outputs and we buy what they grow. So when you create that kind of a, as I said, complete end-to-end solution, then farmers are willing to come. But as Dr. Chintala also rightly said, it's about facilitation to come from the government in terms of especially finance, because this is an investment. This is an investment in capital goods. They need that support. As long as that support comes, payback is hardly 2 to 3 years on effective basis for a farmer.
Thank you. And Jerome, the treatment process that you described to us sounds almost too good to be true. Did people believe you when you tried to introduce it?
Well, yeah, let's say in the end, we need to either give a guarantee, or we normally first build a demo, a small demonstration unit. We put it on the premises of the client and we let it run for several weeks. So that's the first part of the proof of concept. And secondly, once we're delivering the larger piece of equipment, we basically make sure it runs well for quite a while. And this particular client was already a long-term relationship of this manufacturer of textile machines. So, it was also a matter of trust, not that they trusted me particularly because they didn't know me, but they knew the owner of the textile factory or of the textile machine factory. The next step would be that we would not be delivering equipment, but we would be delivering a service. So we would calculate how much savings they could accomplish by using the innovative technology. And we would basically share these savings, or we would offer a price per cube like a contractor. where we would incorporate the savings, but also put in a decent return for the financier. So innovation is not only helping the client, innovation is also helping to attract capital, because there is scope for savings. If you can share the savings between the industry owner, the buyer of the equipment, or maybe the renter of the equipment, we can also do it in a lease contract, and with the financier, you get a win-win situation.
Yeah, that sounds really good. And given the damage which industrial pollution causes to so many rivers, you ought to find a ready market, I would have thought. So good luck with that. And Mark, contractors are also sometimes quite traditional, and what you're describing from Sydney Water is very innovative in terms of your approach to project and program management. And I sort of paraphrase at the end, I call it sort of respect and trust between client and contractor. To put it bluntly, did your contractors believe you?
Yeah, well, I didn't have a choice. So you either join us or you don't. So, yeah. Look, I mean, Sydney Water. I mean, the market that operates here is a very close market. Everybody knows each other, and they've seen how we've worked as a business over the years, and there's a lot of trust and mutual respect within the market. And when we say we're going to do something, we do it. It's not false hope and false promises. We made a commitment to our major contractors. We made a commitment to our consultants. But more importantly for me, we made a commitment to the people that work with us and work in the supply chain, as well as the institutions that feed the new workers of the future. So we've really teamed up with the colleges and the universities to make sure, because we looked at the supply of resources that we needed, and there's not enough in the market. So we've really reached back and started to look forward, because it's a 10-year program. So we've looked, how are we going to get the resources, the blue and white collar workers, for the next 5 years coming on board. So we've got a lot of close ties that we built into that. So yeah, we're seen to stick to our commitments, and the framework is designed to do that. It's all on the maturity framework. Is designed that if we don't work together and we don't go on a journey together and we don't improve together, then people, teams won't exist. So they need to come on board. They need to play ball. That's specifically how it's been designed. And look, I was amazed to see just how open some of our major contractors have been with their own IP. Everyone had their own idea how they wanted to do the program. Everybody came on board at the beginning in a discovery phase and shared everything. That doesn't mean they give it away. So that means that we built in, I think, do you watch Shark Tank or Dragon's Den? If you do, we've set up a system like Dragon's Den, so that when people have ideas and innovations, we've got an innovation pot that people can bid for, and they go to the executive and come up with their idea, and we will fund an innovative technology idea. And if it belongs to one of the contractors, we will leave them, allow them to clip the ticket of the other ones for the first year of any additional profits they make. So yeah, look, we're trying to make sure everybody gets a part in this, and that profits are acceptable, outcomes are acceptable, and we deliver for our customers. So yeah, no, it's almost like it's one of those happy holy grails that we're trying to work within. It's done well so far. I can't argue.
Right. Thank you. And we've heard four great stories. I'm conscious that we're running later than the program suggested, so I'm inclined to wrap up now, unless anyone around the panel has any burning questions for each other. No, it doesn't look like it. So it just remains for me to thank you all, Dr. Chinchala, Anil Jain, Jeroen Thielman, Mark Simster. Thank you all so much for your presentations. They've all been inspiring, and some wonderful lessons, and I think some very positive signs for the future. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
And Aishwarya, I don't know if there's anything that you need to say in conclusion before we finally go our separate ways.
I'd just like to thank the chair and of course all the speakers for a very interesting session, especially to the speaker because you moderated the session so beautifully and concluded. And I'm so thankful that we had this wonderful question and answer session as well, because a lot of light was thrown on the various confusions or problems that one might think. So I'd like to thank the chair and all the speakers for a very interesting session on global investments in water and good water governance. And with that, we'll take a very short networking break. We have another very interesting session coming up ahead, and where we'll be discussing about wastewater treatment, recycling, and reuse. So thank you so much, everyone, for having joined us. Looking forward to your participation in the subsequent sessions as well. Thank you so much. We'll take a very short break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. And the only trouble with a virtual conference is you can't hear the audience clapping, but I'm sure they would be if only we could hear them. So thank you all very much. It's been wonderful, wonderful to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be starting off with the plenary session in just 2 minutes from now. Do we have the chair? Do we have Dr. N.B. Mazumdar with us right now? All right. I think he'll be joining us shortly.
Ashwarya, I don't see him right now in the panel.
Right. So, Mr. Garg, what do you suggest? Because he is the chair for the session. Do you want to appoint somebody else as the chair for the session?
So we have two people from the session today. I think it's Mr. Jan Gossens, as well as Ms. Liggy Phillip.
Yes.
So we can start with Dr. Jan. I guess someone else has also joined. Mr. Majumdar has just joined, so I think we're good.
Good. Good afternoon, Dr. Mazumdar.
I'm Professor Majumdar, joined. Okay.
Yes, Professor Majumdar, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
So we'll be starting with this session, the plenary session, which of course talks about wastewater treatment, recycling, reuse. So you're going to be the chair for this session. We have two speakers at the moment with us. We have Dr. Jan Gossens, CEO Aquafin Belgium, and we also have with us
Ms. Ashwarya, Dr. Majumdar, chair the session is joined.
Yes, I'm speaking to him. Yes.
Yeah, so Ashwarya, there are two Mr. Majumdars. Dr. N.B. Majumdar is the chairperson for the session, and
Yes.
he has also joined.
All
So besides Professor Majumdar.
All right. Dr. N.B. Mazumdar, very good afternoon to you. So you're going to be chairing this session, and we have three speakers already with us. So as soon as you give a go ahead, I'll introduce the speakers, and then we can start the session, sir. So kindly unmute yourself, sir. So
yeah, am
yes.
I audible now?
Yes, Dr. Mazumdar. Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'm thankful to all the organizers of this this great webinar. It's a highly topical subject, and it's a great pleasure to be here, to be able to share my thoughts, and also to listen to and to learn from very knowledgeable and experienced speakers. Okay, so I was told, first of all, to give a brief presentation, followed by the keynote speaker and others. So should I start with that? Because Dr. Garg has mentioned that I should first give a brief presentation and set the tone of the session, and then the keynote speaker would come on, right?
Yes, Dr. Mazumdar, please go ahead.
So I'll first, put up my presentation. Just a moment.
Sure. So you can share your screen.
Yes.
On the right hand side column, there will be a share screen option.
Okay. Just a moment.
Sure. So Dr. N.B. Mazumdar is the chairman of International Academy of Environmental Sanitation and Public Health. He is going to chair the session. And in this session, we're going to discuss about wastewater treatment, recycle, and reuse. Let me also introduce the speakers before we go ahead with Dr. Mazumdar's presentation. The key speakers for the session are going to be Dr. Liggy Philip, Dean, Planning and Nita and KG Ganpati, Chair Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. We also have with us Dr. Jan Hussain, CEO, Acumen, Belgium. And we're also joined in by Professor Arunabha Majumdar, Professor Emeritus, School of Water Resources Engineering, Jadavpur University. Very warm welcome to all of you. And I guess we have Dr. Mazumdar's slides that are ready, sir. Over
Yes.
to you, sir.
Are these slides visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me repeat again. Welcome to all of you. And I'm very, very pleased to be here. And I really hope to, listen to my great speakers here. So first of all, let me have a just brief presentation as was discussed with the organizers. See, the topic for this session is wastewater treatment, recycle and reuse. We have a panel of experts here who have extensive experience on top of their knowledge. I mean, apart from their knowledge, they have a huge experience, all of them. Today, we're going to discuss about one of the most crucial issues of our times. Wastewater is important on two counts. A, its appropriate treatment and disposal is essential for our health and environment. And B, if treated properly, the wastewater can become a resource or resource for secondary water use, which is very important in the context today, because water has become very important. Now, this can be a secondary water use resource. Now, the second point can have significant impact on our water-stressed areas, particularly. Now, I propose to set the tone by sharing my thoughts, after which we'll listen to our expert speakers and team from their wisdom. Now, management of water resources is the biggest challenge of our times. How do we face it? Obviously, conservation and judicious use of water resources. These are the two most important things. Then, rainwater harvesting, controlling pollution of water bodies caused by indiscriminate disposal of municipal wastewater and industrial pollutants. See, you would have seen, because most of you are highly experienced, that in our country, the municipal wastewater or sewage is also a huge source of pollution for our rivers, particularly, and some lakes as well. So we have to be very careful that that kind of wastewater must be treated before it reaches to the main water bodies. Now, recycling of wastewater to the extent possible, whatever is possible, we should do it. Of course, it has a cost, it has an effort, but the rewards are huge. So this is our topic today, right? Now, wastewater management is essential for controlling pollution, as we just mentioned. Wastewater can be categorized into municipal, domestic and commercial, and trade and industrial. So these categories are there, and the treatment system has to be according to the kind of wastewater that is there. Now, they need to be disposed in a scientific manner. In today's world, we just cannot expect to just dispose it just like that. It has to be properly and scientifically treated and then disposed. Now, wastewater from whatever source can be a source of severe environmental pollution and health hazard if it is not treated properly. So appropriate disposal is very, very important. Now let's discuss about very briefly recycling and reuse of wastewater, right? Now the world of wastewater management has moved a full circle in about 100 years. Now the journey started with the ubiquitous septic tank in the year 1860, moved up to increasingly centralized and large sewerage systems. And then it was realized that more water and more energy was being consumed in the process. Of course, it's important in many areas, specific areas. For example, if there is a high density and high-rise buildings, then you don't have any other option but to go for centralized sewage system for that kind of a situation. Now, the kind of planning and executing capability required to construct hundreds of kilometers of sewer lines and maintain them for 3 to 4 decades is not happening in developing countries. It's a big challenge. Normally, we consider the life of water pipelines or the water supply systems and the wastewater system also including the sewerage, 30 to 40 years on an average. Now, it's not happening in many developing countries, including ours. Now, to continue with the municipal wastewater, in our high aspiration of having a sewerage system everywhere, we tend to forget the basic premises on which this system is based. Now, if you are going to convey the sewage to tens of kilometers, it's not going to happen just like that. Minimum 100 liter per capita per day water availability, proper plumbing, laying of the sewer drains for long stretches with proper leak-proof fitting and proper gradient. And finally, constructing an appropriate sewage treatment plant, in brief, STP. These are very real challenges, very real challenges. To make the gradient, same gradient follow for 5 kilometers or 8 kilometers, it's not, it's very, very difficult. And secondly, as the cities expand, here is another challenge. As the cities expand, laying sewer lines or sewer drains as a postscript is another formidable challenge. And our cities do expand. Most of our cities are not planned in that way. Then comes the issue of operation and maintenance for the sewer line as well as the STP. So how do we deal with this situation? It has also been realized that reversing the trend from centralized to decentralized may have some of the answers. It may not be the only answer. It's not the panacea, but it may have some of the solutions. At the same time, there has been a shift towards reducing energy requirement by depending more on biological processes. UASB, for example, upflow anaerobic sludge blanket. It's a case in point where the energy use is less. So therefore, these are becoming more popular. And in this respect, countries with predominantly tropical climate have an edge over the temperate ones because we have a high temperature, we have very good solar insolence. Now the famous book, Sewage Treatment in Hot Climates by D. Duncan Murray, he was from the University of Dundee. This was published for the first time in the year 1976, opened a new chapter. And let me tell you personally, I really love this book. It has so many solutions for warm climates like ours. Very fortunately, and this is just a sidetrack, Duncan Mara had visited our facilities at Patna. Now, in this book, Duncan Mara broached the subject of waste stabilization pond, aerated lagoons, oxidation ditches, high-rate biofiltration and effluent reuse, which are very, very pertinent for countries like ours and many other countries which have high temperature, high humidity, which are very, very appropriate for biological reactions. And ladies and gentlemen, the bandwagon moved on to small bore sewer for decentralized application, especially for high density areas. Because as I just mentioned, that for expanding cities, writing it as a postscript is very difficult. So the small bore sewer is a very important solution, but it has not become very popular in India particularly. Now, some of the developments I'd like to take note of. For example, the latest manual on sewerage and sewage treatment systems published by the Ministry of Urban Development, now of course Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. This publication was in 2013. Earlier, there were other publications, 2000 and so on. Now, this 2013 publication included a chapter on decentralized sewer system, chapter 8, and on-site sanitation in chapter 9. Now, these are very important again for our situation. Now, these are of great significance, although it takes a long time. Yes, it takes a long time to get percolated in the government programs and in departmental tenders, because after all, these tenders are the the way to get works done. But from the manual or the rule percolating down to a tender, it takes time. But we must make effort for all that. That is of great significance, although it takes a long time. Sorry, a small bore sewer has been included in these chapters, right? Interestingly, public toilets have also been described as a further decentralization, because in a public toilet, you see so many people, maybe 500,000, 2,000, and we do have public toilets where more than 1 lakh people can actually use it per day. It's in Pandharpur in Maharashtra. So here in a small place, so many people are using it, and the sewage and the wastewater can be treated and disposed of right there on site. It is possible. Now about the decentralized system, a little more. Some of the options for disposal of wastewater are septic tank, the classic solution, but there are lots of limitations. Of course, you see, the septic tank is a very seminal development. So many other things have come out of this basic septic tank and the EMOF tank. Now the biogas plant, this also can have a different scale of application is possible. Then DWATS, or decentralized wastewater treatment system, which is basically an offshoot of septic tank, but with baffled septic tank, anaerobic filter, they stand out as more plausible solutions for DWATS. Now, small bore sewer can be used for linkage with the toilets. Now, a combination of DWATS and small bore sewer can go a long way in solving our wastewater problem in densely populated areas, in slums, and so on. Another technology is soil biotechnology, which was developed by IIT Bombay, and then stabilization ponds, etc. Of course, stabilization ponds, they need a lot of space. Energy you can get from nature, but you have to give space. If we compare septic tank about half a square meter per cubic meter of daily flow. If we go for baffled septic tank or anaerobic filter, it has a better treatment. Please remember, it has a better treatment. So here, it's about 1 square meter per cubic meter of daily flow. Now, constructed wetland, it's a great solution for warm climate if you have the space. This is 30 square meter per cubic meter of daily flow. Anaerobic ponds, more controlled, 4 square meters per cubic meter, and facultative aerobic ponds, about 25 square meter per cubic meter of daily flow. Now, what are the detriments for the determinants for the decentralized systems? Which are the points which actually lead us to this? Land and water availability, they are important determinants for choice of a system, whether we have to go for a sewerage system or a decentralized DWAT system or a septic tank. Most important thing is land and water availability. If we don't have more than 100 LPCD water available in a city, how can we go for a sewerage system? It will it will get blocked. We all know that. Now, our organization, which is IAS ESPH, it has worked on biogas technology, ductwork, as well as DWATs. There are some visuals which the organizers will share with you. These are about biogas plant linked to a public toilet complex. You see, a biogas plant is necessarily not a very odd looking thing. It can be a beautifully, beautiful looking, well decorated thing, which is shown here. The biogas here, biogas plant here is under the ground. Over that, we have small flower plants, those who have very small roots, not long roots or not big trees, which doesn't damage the dome of the biogas plant. And the gas is stored in the biogas holder, which is seen in the background. Here we have an effluent treatment plant. In fact, the biogas treatment, effluent, it has a high BOD. It can be anywhere between, let's say 100 to 200. It needs to be treated if you want to use it as such. If you want to put it in a soak pit, fine, but otherwise it can be treated. Now here we have developed this effluent treatment system, which we called SET, Sulabh Effluent Treatment System, whose the schematic is like this. I'm not going into detail because I'm really dying to listen to our great speakers. Now we were our academy, we were the first organization to get DWATs in India. At that time, our organization was called Sulabh International Institute of Technical Research and Training, or CITRAT in brief. Now this was in association with BORDA, which is Bremen Overseas Research and Development Association. And then we got bigger projects funded by the European Union. And in this case, there were more partners, BORDA from Germany, CITRAT from Delhi, JERES from France, and there were others like from China, CEEIC, Chengdu Energy Environment International Corporation, Hangzhou Research Institute of Energy and Environment, Center for, these two were Chinese, and then CSR, or Center for Scientific Research, Auroville, which was in India. Then another Indian organization was Malandu Development Society. It was from Kerala. And initially, we called this product low maintenance wastewater treatment system, or LOM-WATS. Later on, since many people thought that the term low, that may have some kind of a mind block. So we converted into, or changed the name into, decentralized wastewater treatment system.
So you need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah, the designs were simplified designs, and each design was specially tailored for the ground situation. Now, this is the beauty of decentralized system. The BOD reduction was to the tune of 80 to 97.6% in comparison to 43% in a standard septic tank. What happened? It's not moving. Yeah. Now let's come to drainage. Now, like wastewater, drainage is a big issue. Most of the surface drains are in a pitiable condition, and both are very important. Every year during the rainy season, we come to know of this. I call it, personally, I call it the annual examination, for a municipal corporation or a municipality. When our drains get inundated and we have all the problems. So rainy season is a crucial test for the adequacy of drainage in a city. So we must look at the drainage as well. Now, what is the way forward? Planning capability is the most important factor. Now, planning capability for developing a sustainable plan for disposal of wastewater followed by capability for preparing tenders and execution, and ultimately operation and maintenance on a long-term basis, means till the concession agreement goes on for, let's say, 30 years, 40 years, whatever. So the planning capability doesn't end with preparing the plan only, but the capability for preparing a proper tender. I think that is equally important. And all the stakeholders must be involved during the planning exercise as well as during the execution period for long-term success. Now, my presentation could look like, more biased towards just a decentralized system. It is not. What I wanted to say is, because centralized system is very popular. Open any engineering book on sanitation, it's there. What I wanted to say, what I wanted to convey is that we have to make a judgment according to the situation. So a combination of centralized and decentralized system of wastewater management possibly would be the best. Thank you very much. And now, yes, now we have Aishwarya, would you like to introduce the key speakers?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Let me go according to the list of speakers that have been given to me. Just give me a second. So according to, let's go according to the list of speakers that have been given to me. I'd request first, do we have Dr. Ibrahim joining us? No, he's not joining us. So I first request Professor Arunabha Majumdar, Professor Emeritus School of Water Resources Engineering, Jadavpur University, to please start the presentation. Dr. Majumdar, please.
Yes.
So welcome, Professor Majumdar.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Very nice to see you.
Yes. Is it visible, my slide?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see.
Okay. Thank you very much. Respected Chairman Dr. N.B. Majumdar, distinguished speakers, and learned participants. Dr. Majumdar has already set the tone of this session on wastewater treatment, recycle, and reuse. I'll be raising certain issues relating to this topic. You know, in our country, in India, we are generating around 62,000 million liters of wastewater, and out of which we have a capacity of treatment 37%, that is roughly 23,000 million liters per day. This is India's state-wise percentage generation of sewage as reported by Central Pollution Control Board. And out of different states, 5 states, top states, generates 49% sewage. These states include Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Gujarat. If we look into the installed capacity of sewage treatment plants in our country, the 5 top states that having 66% sewage treatment plant include Maharashtra, Gujarat, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. Now, if we look into the technology that are mostly used in the sewage treatment system, are activated sludge plant, modified activated sludge plant, trickling filter, aerated lagoon, waste stabilization pond, and upflow anaerobic sludge blanket. The new technologies that we are now installing in many places that has already been installed, this include FAB, membrane bioreactor, moving bed bioreactor, sequential batch reactor, etc. Other technologies also being utilized in many places includes constructed wetland, duckweed ponds, etc. So therefore, we have also energy efficient treatment system available. And if land is also available, then we are going in for energy efficient treatment system. This is the wastewater treatment system. Here I have presented the centralized treatment system that is mostly being used by us in the cities and town. But today we are concentrating on installation of decentralized treatment system as advocated by Dr. Majumdar already. This decentralized treatment system has got good advantages because of the fact of cost of operation maintenance, as well as less capital cost, less sewerage length, cost is less, diameter of the pipeline less, and it is manageable. So if the opportunities are coming with respect to the decentralized system, we are recommending decentralized treatment system today. This is the most popular treatment system, that is the activated sludge process that are being used in many places. And these are capable of treating sewage, and the BOD reduction could be around 92% to 95%. Now, this is the sequential batch reactor. This has been found to be unique in the sense of working with fill and draw method. This has a capacity to remove the nutrients because it has anoxic zones also in the system, and it is capable of conforming to the standard laid down by Honorable National Green Tribunal today. So these treatment systems are gaining ground today in our country, and many places these are being utilized. This is the unique another system. This is the constructed wetland. This required primary treatment as well as a pre-treatment. So pre and primary treatment are essential. Then we have the constructed wetland. It can be horizontal, it can be upflow, it can be downflow, it can be both upflow, downflow. So whatever may be the issue, the constructed wetland is capable of removing the organic contaminants as well as nutrient. But the land area requirement is of course more. And then we have the utilization of the wastewater shown at the right-hand side. That is the recycling and reuse of the wastewater, especially in the farmland, horticulture, etc. Now, this is the common effluent treatment plant. This is with respect to the industries. When we are talking about recycling and reuse of wastewater, we have to stress on the industries because huge amount of water is utilized in different industries. So we have common effluent treatment plants. Besides, we have a treatment system in individual industries. But when we have a cluster of same industries, we are going for common effluent treatment plant. And as per record available, 193 CETPs are available. But today it can be a little more, maybe touching 200 in the country. These are the sewage treatment plant total available, operated by governmental agencies, especially municipalities or municipal corporation. 920 numbers of sewage treatment plants available in the country. Maybe today it is touching 1,000 because of lots of treatment plants are coming under Namami Gange program. When we look into the mega city, metro cities, as well as class 1, class 2 cities of the country, the generation is roughly 40,000 million liters of sewage per day. And 30% of this sewage are getting treated because we have the capacity. But again, treated effluent from 39% sewage treatment plants are not conforming to the standard as per data available to us. Operation and maintenance of the sewage treatment plant and pumping stations are not satisfactory. And mostly the untreated sewage and sewage are discharged in the water bodies. Now, the disposal of urban wastewater mostly directly in the river or lake. Sometimes these are also discharged on the land. And in the coastal cities, these are getting discharged in the estuaries, creeks, and bays. Now, why recycling and reuse of the wastewater? Because we have to meet the water crisis of our country. We have only 4% fresh water in India, and our population is 16.7%. Our land area is only 2.4% of the earth area. So therefore, we have water crisis. And again, our rainfall is varying from 11,000 millimeter per year in one state to only 100 millimeter per year in certain areas in a certain state. So therefore, with this varying rainfall, we have water crisis. So therefore, we have to meet the water crisis in future. We are working on this. So therefore, we consider that the wastewater after treatment must be recycled and reused. But when we will be treating our wastewater, especially the municipal sewage, our basic objective would be on resource recovery. What resources we can recover? Energy, maybe electricity, biogas electricity, manure, fish, that is pisciculture. Then we can generate poultry feed through algal pond, etc. And then we have irrigation water. So these are the resources need to be generated, and we have to earn money out of that. The effluent after treatment in the industries need to be recycled. So the fresh water utilization in the industries need to be reduced. And we have to give support to the farmers for providing, for growing vegetables, crops, etc. And we can utilize the treated wastewater and to minimize the environmental pollution. Use of the recycling and reuse, when we are talking about, we find there is a paradigm shift from the past today in our country. We are utilizing this wastewater when we have gated community, housing society, when we are giving environmental clearance. It is mandatory on the part of the housing society or the gated community to utilize the treated wastewater for different purposes like toilet flushing, then gardening, etc. So this is an important issue that we are advocating, and the building rules are getting changed today in the country. The treated municipal wastewater is also getting utilized in the industries. I'm giving you one example of Udaipur in Rajasthan. One industry requires huge amount of water. The water is not available. So the industry is treating the wastewater of the Udaipur town through sewage treatment plant, and after treatment of the sewage, they are utilizing in the industry. Treated industrial wastewater is getting recycled, reused in the manufacturing process, and we are now advocating for zero liquid discharge norm for the industries, and many industries have adopted that, or getting they are getting adopted in several industries. Now, relevant issues that need to be addressed when we are talking about recycling and reuse, that is the appropriate technology. What should be our technology? Because the technology should be chosen with respect to the quality standard for the recycling and reuse. So selection of the technology is important, and the extent and magnitude of the demand for recycling and reuse of wastewater need to be assessed. O&M is very important, operation maintenance, cost benefit, and finally, the social acceptability of the system. But whatever may be the case, when we are talking about recycling and reusing, especially for the growing of vegetable, etc., we have to look into the aspect of sanitary safety plan. That has been recommended by the WHO, and we have to assess the hazard, assess the risk associated from reusing the wastewater in the agriculture, in the vegetable garden, etc. The application of the wastewater for the recycling and reusing, the specification, quality specification is very important. Specification set by the Central Pollution Control Board, State Pollution Control Board, etc. In developed countries where the environmental standard is stringent, this wastewater is getting treated and they are utilizing it for the irrigation of fodder, fiber and seed crops, and to a limited extent for the irrigation of orchard, vineyards and other crops. In India, this use of the urban wastewater for irrigation is practiced, and this is mostly utilized for the growing of vegetables as well as plantation, as well as in the horticulture. Now, when we look into this current practice in India, we are utilizing our wastewater after treatment in farm forestry, horticulture, industrial use in the cooling towers, agriculture, pisciculture, toilet flushing, etc. And few practices I am giving here example about the Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply Sewerage Board. They have promoted the growth of farm forestry with the use of city sewage. This is the utilization of the treated sewage. Indian Agriculture Research Institute, Karnal, they have carried out extensive research and they have recommended the treated sewage for growing plant, that is for the plantation. Chandigarh is using the treated sewage for horticulture, gardening and maintaining greeneries. Delhi has put in place planned reuse of treated sewage for designated institutional centers. Karnataka government also advocated that for the utilization of the treated wastewater. I am giving the example of my city of Kolkata, where we are utilizing our wastewater for pisciculture and agriculture. We are utilizing 1100 million liter of wastewater for the pisciculture and agriculture. We have Ramsar site that is measuring 12,900 hectares. Out of 12,900 hectares, we have 3,900 hectares pisciculture unit. We have 264 fisheries operating in the east part of Calcutta at the Ramsar site, where 20,000 metric ton of fish is generated per year utilizing the wastewater. We have another town 55 kilometers from Kolkata, that is Kalyani town. They are utilizing the treated wastewater for farm for growing vegetables. Another town 22 kilometers from Calcutta, Titagarh town, they are also utilizing the partially treated sewage for the growth of green vegetables. This is the sewage feed fisheries in East Kolkata. Plenty of these fisheries, 264 fishery units are getting operated here, and we are utilizing the wastewater. This wastewater is getting treated. This is working like a waste stabilization pond. This is working like a facultative pond. There is a symbiotic relationship between the algae and bacteria in this pond. No energy is required externally, and the solar energy is utilized here. This is the sewage getting mixed in the fisheries. This is the fish coming from the fisheries. This is, okay, that I have shown. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Again, it has come. Sorry. Just a minute. Okay. Now I want to bring before you one example. Bring before you the standard prescribed by the Central Pollution Control Board. We have pH 7 5.5 to 9 for the application for the irrigation, TSS 200 milligram per liter, BOD 100 milligram per liter, arsenic 0.2, cyanide 0.2. TDS should not be more than 2,100 milligram per liter. SAR should be less than 18, but must not be more than 26. Bioassay test, 90% survival of fish after 96 hours in 100% effluent. But as per National Green Tribunal, dated 30th April 2019, the norm has been changed. The treated wastewater should conform to pH 5.5 to 9, BOD 10 milligram per liter, COD 50 milligram per liter, TSS 20 milligram per liter. Total nitrogen should not be more than 10 milligram per liter. Phosphorus should not be more than 1 milligram per liter. And fecal coliform desirable 100 per 100 ml. Fecal coliform permissible maximum 230 per 100 ml. So these are now being maintained. Now I bring before you a simple case study. Quickly, I shall make a presentation. I am working with a industry, that is paper industry, that is producing coated duplex board, kraft paper, using the old paper. So old paper is getting utilized. Production is 7,900 metric ton per month or 94,800 tons per annum. Actual production of in 2017-18, 90,000 metric ton. Raw material is waste paper. Energy consumption, fuel consumption I have mentioned. Now sorry. Just a minute. The effluent treatment plant that is available is physical, chemical, and biological process. Inflow to ETP is 2,845 cubic meter per day. That is in the effluent treatment plant has a capacity to treat 2,845 cubic meter per day. It has equalization tank, primary clarifier, aeration tank, secondary clarifier, facultative aerated lagoon, sedimentation tank, pressure sand filter, and activated carbon filter. Production every day 263 metric ton cardboard boxes, duplex board is produced, and water is taken from groundwater source as well as rainwater harvesting. 15 metric ton, 15 cubic meter of water is required per metric ton production. So total water requirement is 3,996 cubic meter. Boiler feed water requirement 250 cubic meter. Domestic requirement 24 cubic meter. Total water requirement 4,270 cubic meter. But the industry has been provided with the permission to take only 840 cubic meter per day fresh water. So they are taking only 840 cubic meter fresh water, rest is getting recycled. So recycle from the ETP 2,480 cubic meter, recyculation from the CROFTA, that is DAF, dissolved air flotation unit 950 cubic meter per day. So total recirculation is 3,430. And this along with the fresh water utilization 4,280. So recirculation is coming as 80%. So 80% wastewater in the industry is getting recycled. I want to bring just one small example about the Swachh Bharat Mission 2, where we are advocating for liquid waste management for the rural areas. And now we are stressing on reuse of grey water in the kitchen garden. Kitchen garden is a culture and tradition in our rural areas. So per capita water supply in the rural areas is 55 liter and wastewater generation is 44 liter per capita per day. Black water is 14 liter per capita per day. Grey water 30 liter per capita per day. So we are advocating grey water utilization in the kitchen garden. Per family it is 150 liters per day. So therefore we are advocating that, and by this way we are reusing the wastewater in the kitchen garden, as also this is mixed with the subsurface water after utilization in the kitchen garden. This is an example of the kitchen garden. So finally, I bring before the way forward and the conclusion that the industries must stress on minimizing the freshwater use that I have already stressed and advocated. Reuse of wastewater after the cities and town, urban wastewater after treatment must be utilized for the agriculture, gardening, horticulture, etc. Gated community must recycle their wastewater in the toilet flushing as well as gardening. And sewage treatment plant must work like a factory where we will get the output as the energy, then fish, then manure, then irrigation water and poultry feed. Revenue earning should be the target from the resource recovery. And finally, the decentralized wastewater management system. It is a good practice to be followed to achieve the sustainable solution to urban sanitation problem. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Do we have Dr. Masunda with us? All right, I think.
Thank you, Professor Majumdar. It was a great presentation. I think he talked about the overall technological gamut of wastewater treatment, and then about the ground situation as to, in spite of having all this technology, what is our ground situation? And then he gave very interesting case studies. So we'll talk about it later a little more. Now Aishwarya, who's next in the line.
Aishwarya, you are muted.
I'm sorry. So we have Dr. Liggy Philip, Dean, Planning, and KG Ganapati, Chair Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Dr. Philip, please.
Yes, welcome. I think we had met in some meeting somewhere. I'm forgetting where, but I think I had met you.
Okay. I think in Gates Foundation, some meeting, I think.
Could be in some meeting somewhere. But anyway, I'm very pleased that you are here and we'll be listening to your great presentation. Yeah.
Good afternoon to the chairman and all the distinguished speakers and the participants. And I'm also very thankful to the organizers to give me this opportunity to be a part of this team and talk about what I believe in about wastewater management and the way forward. So today I'll be talking about sustainable water management, circular economy concept. Okay, we all talk about circular economy concept. So how can we adopt this circular economy concept for the sustainable water management or wastewater recycling and reuse? So our distinguished chairman and the previous speaker, Professor Majumdar, has talked about the technologies and all, which is adopted for wastewater treatment and various aspects. So I'm not going into any of those details. We all know that India is facing water stress and the condition will be very severe. This is recently 2019 data. Many of our cities will be having extreme risk with respect to water stress. You can see that Agra, Jaipur, Delhi, Indore, Bangalore, Hyderabad, all the cities are coming except Kolkata and Patna. So it will be it is going to be a major problem. So we have to protect our water sources and see what are the other options we have to get more water. So this is Professor Majumdar has already talked about what is the current scenario of wastewater management in India. So if you see class 1 cities, around 32% of the water is getting treated and 68 is going untreated. When it comes to cluster cities, only 8% is getting treated and 92% is mostly going untreated or very little treatment is happening. And class 1 and class 2 cities together, only 30% is getting treated and 70% is going out without any treatment. This is the present scenario in India. So a long way to go. And when we talk about wastewater, why should we see it as a problem? If we see it as a resource, that will be helping us along. So if you consider it as a resource, around 16.6 teragrams of nitrogen, 3 teragrams of phosphorus, and 6.3 teragrams of potassium are embedded in wastewater worldwide annually. And recovery from wastewater would offset around 13.4% of the global water demand. That's a huge amount. And economic gains from recovery of nutrients from wastewater could generate revenue of around $13.6 billion globally. And the whatever we are recovering is equivalent to 75% of the projected industrial demand in 2025. That means wastewater can be considered as a reliable source of water if you can treat it properly and reuse it. So until now we are using sanitation, a linear approach. That means we have the rivers and other water sources. We are taking the water from that one, and we have all the inorganic or chemical fertilizers. We are using that one and doing the farming, and agricultural products are coming to the cities and the towns, and we consume that one, and lot of waste will be getting generated. Only a very small fraction is getting treated, and that also only tertiary, secondary treatment is happening. Nutrients are not getting removed and all, and this partially treated and untreated water is getting discharged into the streams, and sludge is getting disposed. Only 3% or something like that is going back to the agricultural field. So what is happening? Our rivers are getting polluted. The P, N, K carbon load in the rivers are becoming very high along with other toxic compounds. So it is affecting the aquatic life. So what should we do? Okay, when we talk about the sanitation, it should be a closed loop. That means, okay, we are taking the water, okay, and it is used for the agriculture purposes and all. And whatever the wastewater is coming, we have to treat it properly as much as possible, recycle back, okay, and nutrients you recover, put it back to your agriculture. The solids, biosolids, whatever you are getting, convert it into agricultural fertilizers and use it back. So if you treat the water properly, the remaining water you can send it back to the river so that the waste flow will be maintained and your PKNC load will be reduced. So, okay, you will be having a circular system and very, very sustainable system. So this is what we have to do, okay, to have a sustainable water management. So others have talked a lot about the technologies and all. So what I will do is, I will discuss about a few examples of closed loop sanitation systems, okay, developed by our group. First, I will talk about what we are doing at IIT Madras. Okay, how are we managing our water in IIT Madras campus? Because everybody tells that we have this from home, so that's why we have thought about this one. The basic information about IIT Madras: total population is around 15,000 inhabitants and 3,000 floating population. Projected population is 20,000. Present water consumption is around 3.2 million liters per day, and projected is around 4 million liters per day. And wastewater generated is around 2.8 million liters per day. That is the present wastewater generation. So what we are doing is we are 100% recycling our water within the campus. Not a single drop of water is going out. So what are we doing? We have a 4MLD sewage treatment plant. Nothing great. So we are using SBR technology because Professor Majumdar has discussed about that one. So that we will be getting relatively good secondary treated water with nitrogen concentration and all are within the permissible limit. After this one, we have a disc filter. Then we have a ultrafiltration unit. You can see here. Then we have an ozonator, so that the water quality will be very good after the tertiary treatment. So this water, okay, in the entire campus, we have dual pipeline system, entire campus. So okay, this water is back to all the toilets and all the air conditioning systems, centralized air conditioning, cooling water. We are using this water, and we are also using it for our horticulture purpose. Not only that one, we are selling around 2 to 3 lakhs liters to our research park for their gardening, toilet flushing, and air conditioning system. And the SBR is working on extended principle. So the sludge is stabilized. We are centrifuging it and trying it and using it as a manure. And it is not ending there. If you use it only for flushing, gardening and all, maybe 50 to 60% of the water we can reuse. Again, 40% water will be left over. So what are we doing? So, okay, some water we are using to maintain the levels of our ponds so that other flora and fauna will not be getting affected. Not only that one, the remaining water, around 20 to 30% of water, okay, we have put a sand filter, slow sand filter around 3 meter, around 2 meter deep. Okay, and from here there is an infiltration well. Okay, this is the filtration well, and from the filtration well we have an infiltration gallery, and that is going to the lake in the campus. Okay, you can see that one. So remaining treated water, tertiary treated water, which is meeting all the standards. Yeah, we are filtering it and putting it back into our lake. This lake capacity we have enhanced so that we will be having water always in the lake, and this water will be stored here for some time. Then what we have done is, okay, because you know that Tamil Nadu as such and Chennai in particular have lot of water problem. We had very, very severe droughts and we had to bring water in rains and all. But what we have done is we have put a water treatment plant here. Okay, it is a conventional periflocculator chlorination. Then okay, we are also bothered about emerging contaminants and little bit of okay, micro levels of other pollutants. So after that periflocculation and all, we have sand filter and activated carbon adsorption columns so that any minute pollutants are present, it will be getting removed. After this treatment, this water is getting blended with our water supply system. So that means entire water is getting completely reused in the campus. So the cost of the STP was only around 10 crore. And what is a tangible economic benefit? We are saving 2.5 crore on water bill per year. So now we are buying only 40% of water, whatever we used to buy earlier. Okay, so significantly reduced, the water bill has reduced significantly, and lot of intangible benefit, because whenever the city is facing water scarcity and all, we don't have any problem because we have our own water, or we have our own water generating factory. So that is what we are doing. So in fact, by seeing our wastewater treatment plant, most of the high-level officials come and visited our plant, including the chief secretary. So Chennai Water and Sewerage Board has already is planning to recycle the water for domestic supply, and already industries are using the recycled water. So they have already put 2 ton MLD plant. The construction is just over. The commissioning is started. And they are also trying to put another 260 MLD recycling system. Whatever we have done in our campus, exactly the same way they are planning to do it, and we are providing the technical advice to the CMWSSP. So this is one thing we have done. So the next one I wanted to talk about is, okay, everybody talk about a zero liquid discharge industries. Is it possible to have a zero liquid discharge household? Yes. Okay, if you want, we will be able to do it. So how can we do it? Because water will be a problem in the coming days or the future days. So we may have to think about this one. So if you wanted to have an integrated water management at household level to achieve zero liquid discharge, we should have reliable and cost-effective treatment technologies. Social acceptance is needed because water is more than water for Indians, and the system should be sustainable, and less demand on resources definitely is a requirement, and we have to make closed loop as far as possible. So these are the requirements. So what we are trying to do is, yes, okay, a person needs around 150 liters of fresh water a day. So is it possible to supply only 50 liters of fresh water and remaining 100 liters can be recycled within the system? So that's what we are looking into. So you know that drinking and cooking water, we don't want to compromise on the quality and the people's psychology. So that one you provide fresh water, and bathing and laundry, some makeup water is needed. But this bathroom water and laundry water we can recycle there itself, so that people will not be having any psychological inhibition. The moment it is mixed with toilet water, everybody will think that it is that the yuck feeling will be coming. But if you can recycle within here, okay, it may not be a problem. So what you do, you take the kitchen water and the toilet water, treat it separately, and use that one for toilet flushing, gardening, and laundry, okay, and other exterior cleaning purposes. So if you do that one, 100 liters of water easily we can recycle without any problem, and we will be able to meet, okay, the requirement with only 1/3 of the fresh water. So what we have done in these lines. So this is the grey water thing. Professor Majumdar was talking about this one. Okay, grey water is very easy to recycle because the pollution load is very less. And if you see the grey water, the BOD, COD, POC contribution, kitchen contribute maximum. Okay, then bathroom and laundry. Okay, so that is a thing. So if you avoid kitchen water, only bathroom and laundry, the treatment will be very easy, and recycling options are many more. But okay, we have to be a little more careful when we talk about grey water. Also, people think that it is clean, so okay, it is looking clean, so there is no problem. But we have done an extensive analysis and seen that there are many pharmaceutically active compounds and personal care products present in the grey water. So when we use it for gardening and all, we have to be a little careful whether these compounds are present in very high concentration. Many of these things can bioaccumulate to the food chain. So, okay, what we have done is we have made a treatment system, okay, so that the water can be recycled in the bathroom and the toilet there itself. So what we are doing is we are taking the bathroom water and wash basin water. Then, okay, so that is the grey water we are mentioning here. It is not the kitchen water. Then first, okay, it is an anaerobic filter, okay, so that the there will not be any problem. And even if it is not operated for months together, the system will not be getting affected. Then we have a coagulation flocculation system, then a filtration. Then we have made our own tailor-made adsorbent. Okay, this adsorption can be used to remove the emerging contaminants, pharmaceuticals, personal care products, etc. So what we are suggesting is this one we can put it, and we have our own sensors and all, so that online monitoring is possible. So after ultrafiltration, it can be used for toilet flushing, gardening, and cleaning. But after adsorption, okay, this is a composite adsorbent, okay, which is able to take care of hydrophilic and hydrophobic compound. After adsorption, okay, all the toxic compounds are getting removed. Then this can be used for bathing and other secondary non-potable applications. So this is what, okay, same thing, okay, the water coming, it is stored in a reservoir, treat it, use it for flushing, okay, washing, and even bathing, okay, bathing after the adsorption system. So how can we put it? Okay, so this is the available space for the bathroom, okay, the collection unit, okay, just outside the bathroom we are putting, and treatment unit also above the, or we can put it, and it is going back to the systems. So this is the pilot scale system where we have developed, and we also have made a prototype, okay, for a single flat. And these are the sensors. We have TDS, pH, and turbidity sensor, so that online monitoring is possible at any time the system is not functioning. Okay, we'll be getting the message so that the risk involved is, okay, taken care. So these are the treated water system and all. And you see, after ultrafiltration itself, it is meeting, okay, it is giving very good quality water. You see COD is 12, OC 4.2, okay, fecal coliform, okay, not present at all. And after adsorption, okay, so these things are, okay, coming down to 3 milligram per liter. So that is the quality we are getting by using this system. And another thing we were thinking is it possible to recycle the water of a washing machine within the washing machine? Because each cycle will be getting around 15 minutes of time and around 45 liters of water. Is it possible to treat that 45 liters of water, okay, before the next cycle and recycle back? That's what we were trying to do it. So we have developed the recycling apparatus for the washing machine with all sensors and actuators and all the things. Okay, so the system is very simple. Okay, it is a coagulation, filtration, and disinfection system. And you can see that the rinse on treated water quality, rinse 2 treated water quality, and rinse 3 treated water quality. It's almost similar to the tap water. And we are able to recycle around 90% of the washing machine water this way. Even the prototype is developed by one of the washing machine companies, but it has not reached the market because it seems not many people are interested to buy because the cost is high. That's what they are telling. The market survey is showing. It is not yet gone to the market, but and everything is over. And another thing that we were thinking is it possible to have a zero liquid discharge toilet and self-sustainable toilet? That means no water is needed. Okay, no waste is coming out. Whatever is generated, everything is coming back into a resource. So okay, this is done based upon solar evaporation and solar drying. So what we have done is, okay, the normal toilet. So you separate the solid and liquid after coming from here using a mesh. Then you have a screw pipe. Solids will be taken to the tires, a solid tire, and the liquid whatever is coming, it is going to be a solar distiller. So as a result, you will be getting the distilled, okay, water. Okay, the quality is very good, and some amount of reject will be coming. This reject you mix it with solid and tie it. So as a result, what you will be getting, you can see that, okay, here the distilled water, the removal efficiency, okay, you are getting very high removal efficiency, and you may be thinking about the cost. Okay, for the water treatment, the cost is around 1 to 1.5 rupees per liter, slightly costly. But when it comes to the feces management, 1 kg of feces drying is taking around 1.5 to 3 rupees. And we have also put a pilot scale in one of the hostels. okay, solar systems and solar dryer and all the things. Okay, and this is the tried, okay, feces, okay, nitrogen, carbon, hydrogen, sulfur, C/N ratio. So this can be used as a biofertilizer or soil conditioner. No pathogen, because we are heating it at a very high temperature for a prolonged time. All the pathogens and even the elements, everything is getting destructed. So the next system, okay, this is for the school, a sustainable solar powered wastewater treatment system to improve hygiene and sanitation in schools by adopting water recycling and online quality monitoring. This is an imprint project to improve the existing on-site wastewater treatment system to suit wastewater generated from schools and academic institutes. Develop reliable, easy to use and simple online treated wastewater quality monitoring sensors. Demonstration. Okay, so these are because you know that the schools, many places, the students are not using the toilets because of non-availability of water, and especially in states like Tamil Nadu, we have a lot of problem. And another thing is the wastewater generated in schools is different from that of domestic wastewater. Here, the urine content or urea content or ammonia content is very high, and the organic load is very less. So this water is relatively difficult to treat. So what we have done, okay, nothing great. Okay, so we have a modified septic tank and we have a submerged aerobic system, then the filter disinfection system and all. So here what we are doing is, okay, only a part of the wastewater is getting into the modified septic tank. It is like an immerse tank. And the COD, whatever is present, it is getting removed, and then it is coming to the submerged attached growth aerobic system, and this is working on solar power, and we don't have any battery. So aeration will happen only during the daytime from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So whatever the leftover organic matter is there, it will be getting converted to carbon dioxide and water, and ammonia gets converted to nitrate. And when the solar power is over, that means after 5 o'clock, the aeration will be automatically stopped. So the remaining water will be coming to this container. So anoxic system will be there, and nitrate will be getting denitrified, and enough carbon will be there in the bypass water. So you will be getting nitrogen removal, carbon removal, and after that one you have a sand filter, then a chlorination system. And okay, when we do this type of a system, we have to be careful about the health of the students. So there should not be any risk. So we have developed our own online sensors to monitor the quality of the treated water. We are looking into turbidity, ORP, color, etc. Based upon that one, we have made a calibration of COD, BOD, etc. And if the water is not meeting the standard, it will be put it into the sock pit. Otherwise, it will be pumped to the overhead tank. That's the way we have designed this one. So this is a simple system. Okay, modified septic tank, submerged attached growth biological filter, filtered water, then rapid sand filter. Okay, here sensor is there, and here disinfection is happening. And this sensor will tell whether the water can go to the overhead tank or it will go to the drainage field or the leach pit. Okay, and everything is solar powered. And okay, this there is a DC converter is there. If solar power is not available, it can work on regular power also. So this is a system, and we have already installed this type of toilets in 2 schools, okay, with more than 1,000 students. And the space required is exactly same of septic tank, because the underground will be going, it will be taking care of the septic tank and the aeration system. All other things can be put above that one, so you don't need much space as such. And okay, so this is a solar panels, the sensor, okay, chlorinator, and you see, okay, this is meeting almost all the NGT, okay, standards, COD, TN, ammonia, nitrate, TSS, turbidity, okay, FCTC. So this is the value we are getting from the field. Okay, so you can see that the system is working very well. So now, okay, I was talking about, okay, only the schools and okay, city. Is it possible to do the same thing in the village? Yes, we have done this one. Okay, so this is one of the villages. What we have done is sustainable waste management and resource recovery for clean and healthy villages. And we got funding by various industries from their CSR fund, okay, like IIL, Indian Additives Limited, CPCL, etc. So what we are doing is getting into the system, okay, awareness program, okay, teach them what is the need of waste management, okay, how it is going to be helpful and all the things. Then baseline survey carried out. Then whatever the water bodies they have, okay, with their help, cleaning it up, okay, so that this can be used for their use. Not only that one, okay, by deepening it and increasing the capacity, we'll be able to harvest the rainwater also. Then we usually do a mass cleaning because the surrounding is not clean. Okay, people will not be having the mentality to keep it clean again and segregate the waste and all. So that's what we usually do. So I'm not going into the solid waste management part. I'll talk about wastewater. So what we have done is, this is a village. They didn't have any drainage system. So we made the drainage system. And in the drainage system, you can see the pipeline. This is a small bore system. Okay, inside the drainage system itself, that the cost is less and maintenance is easy. So all the household, they have connected their grey water. That means bathroom, kitchen, as well as septic tank effluent to this chamber, and from that one it is getting into the small bore system. So we have connected entire village to this small bore system. Then we have taken to the lowest area far away from that household. So we put a modified septic tank because the area available was not sufficient for us to directly go for a constructed wetland. So we put the modified septic tank. Then went for vertical flow, constructed wetland with Cana indican phragmites. As the plants, you can see that, okay, Cana indican phragmites. Okay, so this is the vertical constructed wetland we have planted, and you see what is the water coming out of the constructed wetland. Okay, after the septic tank, then settling tank, then the constructed wetland, and this water is used by the villagers for the agriculture purpose there, because okay, the constructed wetland is the middle of a agriculture field, so they are using it for agriculture purpose. So we are doing similar work in other villages like Singapirimal Koil in Kanchipuram, villages in Nagapattinam, okay, started by CPCL. So let me come now in summary. Okay, waste is a resource, not a problem. Practice reduce, recycle, and reuse. Resources are limited. Protect the natural resources and reuse the wastewater. This will significantly reduce the freshwater use. Proper operation and maintenance of the system is essential. And some approach to waste management is needed, because if you talk only about wastewater management, your water bodies will not be clean. You have to talk about solid waste management also. So it's some approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that presentation. And now let me now welcome our next speaker for this session, Dr. Jan Wissens, CEO, Aquafin Belgium. Sir, please go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Good afternoon. It's still morning in Belgium. Thank you for this opportunity. I did not prepare a presentation, PowerPoint presentation, but maybe it's good to have some reflections from I would say from our Belgian situation, to what I've seen here and to what I've heard from compared to India. And we also in Belgium, we have the discussion that we start off with that, the discussion should we continue with very large water treatment plants, central facilities, or should we move over to smaller, decentral facilities and units? Because already in Flanders, in Belgium, have both of them, very small ones on a household level for the treatment of, let's say, black and gray water. But most of the treatment is done in very large units, central units for typically a few 100,000 of inhabitants. The same discussion is going on, but there are some other parameters compared to the situation in India. There are a few reasons to go to more, I would say, small decentral units, and that is what I've heard also here. Few arguments for that is the fact that you have very large transportation costs. Also, when piping has to be renewed or new piping has to be installed to pump the wastewater to a central unit, it's much more expensive in terms of energy and transportation investments compared to a small local unit. That's one argument. And the second argument why people are thinking about more local systems is that, and that's maybe a little bit different from what I heard here, that is that stormwater, so rainwater in our system is also drained via the sewer systems. And there's a focus, and that's very good, of course, to decouple those on a very local level, or you could say on a house level, on a household level, and then reuse this stormwater, this rainwater directly, for instance, for drinking water after some extra treatment, for shower water, and so on. But there are other things that make it in Belgium, I would say, and we have European legislation when it comes to water and wastewater treatment, which make it more difficult to have some systems, as I have been seeing here. And I was very interested in the presentation that I saw. But for instance, to have very local systems, there are difficulties in Europe to do that. So the first thing, for instance, is that it's almost impossible, and impossible in terms of economically impossible, to treat black water, I would say, real wastewater, in such a way that it meets the standards to have it discharged in brooks, because nitrogen and phosphate levels, for instance, have to be that low. Then when you have to do it really on a very local scale for one household, or for one, even for a very small community, it's almost impossible to really meet the standards, the discharge standards, specifically phosphate and nitrogen, that are imposed by European legislation. So it's technically possible, but economically almost impossible to do it on a local scale. And the second issue is that it's not allowed in some countries in Europe, also not in Flanders and Belgium, to reuse biomass, so directly as a fertilizer for agriculture. So you have to treat it in a totally different way, so you cannot dispose it directly on the field. So that makes it, in a lot of cases, still, I would say, more advisable and more simply economically necessary to have very large treatment plants, although we're really thinking and testing that also on a small scale. But there are some other arguments also that I did not hear, have not seen here, or not that much, is that more and more effort is going on and is done on recovery also of raw materials from this wastewater. So, for instance, and it's very concrete now, all of the biomass that is produced in Flanders, and that's like for 6 million inhabitants, will in the near future will be collected in one location after it is digested in several digestion units. And thus the rest material will be then used, incinerated for the production of high pressure steam. So steam at very high pressure, 40 bars at high temperature, also to go directly to the industry. And again, also from this biomass, after incineration, the phosphate will be recovered and recycled directly in fertilizer production. But on a large scale, at least in our conditions, it's totally impossible to do this in an economical, payable way, I would say, when you have to do it on a small scale. So that's an extra argument in Flanders, in Belgium at least, to remain at these large unit operations, so that you can do, I would use energy recovery and raw material recovery in an economically viable way. I just mentioned also the digestion unit. So most of the biomass is digested to biogas, and typically 60 to 65% methane containing biogas. in the past that has still was used mainly for captive use for the production of electricity, and that is then used again in these water treatment plants. But there's a tendency to move with this biogas that is produced towards biomethane, meaning that you purify this 60-65% of biogas methane up to 100%. And then this biomethane is injected in the central methane network that we have. And then it's used no longer actually as a fuel for burning, but as a green carbon source, for instance, for the chemical industry. And again, that is something you cannot do on a very local scale, because the investments to do things like that are so large that you need this economy of scale to make this again economically viable. So in a nutshell, I think we are discussing and testing similar systems, as I've seen here from the presentations. Very interesting. Also very keen to know how these from the last presentations, how this very low of the very high removement of nitrogen and phosphate and potassium was possible. But we are discussing the same things, but from our context has to do with legislation, but also has to do with the fact that I think more and more focus is on phosphate recovery, so pure phosphate recovery, pure phosphate, and on the conversion of biogas to biomethane. That again, we are shifting a little bit away from local small units to very large treatment units, but combined with phosphate recovery and biomethane production units. So a few reflections on the very interesting presentations that I have seen from the, I would say, Indian context.
Thank you so much, sir, for that presentation. Dr. Mazumdar, over to you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Goossens. Now, that was a very interesting, presentation from a different perspective. As he very candidly mentioned that although they do realize the importance or the practicality of scaling down in favor of large ones, but because of the legislation, they are unable to do because they have those constraints. Well, I do hope that in future possibly more work would be done to see how decentralized systems can match your legislation, right? That would be the pinnacle of success, because then you can reduce your energy intake, and at the same time, what is delivered is according to your legislation. Now, the legislation definitely is a very important part of our lives, because we have to have a very good control on the environment. And if we loosen these strings, not the purse strings, but the environmental strings, then the cumulative effect can be a very large effect, which would be very difficult to again, to bring it back to the original. So that way I do appreciate, but I think a lot more research would be required. And here possibly Professor Ligi Philip can also look into, and Professor Arunava Majumdar, who is still, with the university and with the students, to look into, ways how the same products can fit into a higher standard. Now, from our perspective, that may not be economical, because we look at the economical situation also, but you can, if you develop it, you can export the technology. Why not? So you can export your technology to Europe, and for that, your technology has to be in tune with the legislation, the European legislation. And the European legislations are also very, I think right from the beginning of 2000 or so, I've been seeing that they are trying to achieve increasingly better standards of environmental standards. So let us accept that challenge also. For us, it's okay. We have to look at the economical situation as such. But if we can achieve that kind of standards, maybe in collaboration with them, then possibly you have a case of export of technology as well. So I said, yeah, how much time is left for the session? I think there is only 1 minute. Any questions from any quarter?
Hello. Hello. Excuse me, this is Kiran Kumar. My presentation is not yet completed. Hello.
Thank you so much. We have Mr. S. Kiran Kumar who has joined us. Dr. Mazumdar, he has the next presentation due. Mr. Kiran Kumar is in the Department of Civil Engineering, College of Engineering, Osmania University. Very warm welcome to you, Mr. Kumar. So if you can just go ahead with the presentation, sir.
Kiran Kumar, most welcome. I'm sorry that I thought possibly there were no more speakers. Anyway.
Good afternoon to all the delegates of this conference. So basically, the title of our presentation is Redesign of Flow Distribution Chamber through Simulation. In several water and wastewater treatment plants, water needs to be distributed to a number of multiple units for a particular unit operation. So this could be because of the considerations from operation and maintenance point of view, because the size of the
Dr. Kumar, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your video is off. So if you could just switch on your video. I mean, we can see it. Yeah. We can see the slides, but we can't see you. Yeah, now it is good. Yeah, please go ahead.
So next slide. Yeah, here a long overflow weir view is shown. So basically, which is distributing water to multiple units of a particular unit operation. That means from here, the water is going to several of the settling chambers. As you can see from close to the inlet influent channel, the water is being distributed with more velocity, whereas at the other end, far end of the long overflow weir, the water is having low velocity of flow. So this is the primary reason. Actually, we thought of developing a distribution chamber which can actually distribute the water with equal amount of flow rate to multiple units. Next slide, please. So basically, the approach which we have adopted is through simulation. So the basic steps that are involved in computational fluid dynamics are mentioned here. So in the primary thing, we do we generate the geometry, then we apply the meshing, then later on boundary conditions are imposed for processing, and the model is being run till the convergence of the solution. And after the convergence of the solution, then whatever the data you wanted to take out, that means the parameters of one's interest can be taken out. In the present study, actually, we have taken out velocity vectors and velocity contours. Next slide, please. So this is the definition sketch. Water is being coming from a pumping unit. So we have kept it a particular specific height, and water is being allowed to drop freely under the action of gravity. And at the bottom, a circular plate is being kept, something like a disc. And after the water hits on the circular plate, it is getting distributed in the radial direction in the 360 degrees. And at the outlet end, we have actually given some drop in order to avoid the intermingling of the water. So that drop is being given to distribute the water to several of the units which are stereotyped. Next slide, please. So what we have done is we have taken a circular disc, and the geometry has been created in ANSYS workbench. Next slide. Next slide, please. The details of the meshing are given here. We have actually tried with different size discs, 2.5 meters, 3 meters, and 3.5 meters. The details of meshing are being given here, like what are the number of nodes, what are the elements for various geometries are being listed here. Next slide. So the boundary conditions that are being applied are the inlet is taken as a pressure inlet, and at the outlet it is an outlet pressure because it is an atmospheric pressure. The outlet boundary condition that was applied is pressure outlet. Next slide. So we have actually, after we have run the model till the convergence of the solution, we have actually captured the necessary details. So this is the flow profile for a 2.5 meters diameter disc at a pressure head of 45 meters. Okay, so two views are being shown here for the purpose of proper understanding clearly how the water is getting distributed over the distribution chamber. They are indicated over here. Next slide, please. So here we have actually taken velocity vectors for the same thing, that is 45 meters pressure head at the inlet point, and for a circular disc having a diameter of 2.5 meters. Here you can see from the velocity contours, the flow velocity is very high, around 6.5 meters per second. So next slide. So then we thought of, trying with other alternatives. So like that, for the same three different geometries, 2.5 meters, 3 meters, and 3.5 meters, we have tried with the different pressure heads at the inlet point, like 45 meters, 15 meters, 7.55, and ultimately we ended up in 4 meters of pressure head. And for a circular disc of around 2.5 meters, actually we have got it as around 1.2 meters per second. This we have considered as feasible because when water goes out of the this particular circular disc, it is actually going into the settling chamber. So from that consideration point of view, in order to facilitate proper settlement of the particles which are there in suspension, this flow velocity we have found it to be conducive, and hence we have restricted the pressure head at the entry point as 4 meters. And from economic considerations, we have actually selected as the diameter of the disc as 2.5 meters. Next slide, please. So how we have done the design and other things in order to facilitate the field engineers is actually being given. But because we have given it for a patent, we don't want to disclose at this point of time over here. Next slide. So the advantage with this kind of simulation process is one can actually think of how the model might behave right in the planning stage without physically having to experience that particular event. Upon seeing the results that are being obtained from the post-processing, one can actually think of what modifications are needed. That is what we have done. We have tried with the different pressure heads like 45 meters to 4 meters, and that which was conducive for operation in the field, that particular flow velocity has been finalized from the considerations of that particular unit. So in the process, what is happening is, those physical modeling you can avoid through simulation models. And not only that, you can also, some of the concepts which cannot be actually understood, you can even hit and try to come for a feasible solution. So these are some of the advantages of the simulation process. And now I keep the session open for discussion. Before opening, so I also wanted to tell, because the circular disc is actually distributing equal flow rate in all the direction 360 degrees. From anywhere you actually take out the water to the next unit operation, maybe like a settling tank, you are bound to get uniform distribution of flow, and the behavior of the settling tanks will be uniform in all multiple units. Not like a long overflow here, wherein one unit was receiving large flow rate and the other unit was receiving flow with less flow rate. So now we keep the session open for discussion. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Professor Kiran Kumar. So it was, from practical engineering point of view, his presentation was very interesting. Are there any questions? So then I think if there are no questions, we have already overshot by about 8 minutes. So then let's conclude. We had a very lively session, and I'm very proud about my speakers here. Professor Majumdar, I know him for a very long time, with his natural erudite presentation, which covered from A to Z, everything. So it was a great presentation. Professor Phillips, a lot of things which IIT Madras has done, we could get a peek of what is being done. And then Dr. Goossens gave us the viewpoint of Belgium, particularly the constraints regarding the legislation. So possibly, I mean, in future, there could be some way to, come together, come to, some kind of a point. And then finally, Mr. Kiran Kumar, Professor Kiran Kumar had his very practical engineering inputs. So I'd like to close here. Aishwarya, any point from your side? Would you like to say something here?
No, I was just thinking if any question and answer session. I mean, if you want a question answer session.
Yeah, if there are any questions, definitely. Otherwise, our session was up to 3:30. It's almost 3:40. So, but still, if there are any questions, we would definitely like to take them.
All right, it seems that there are no more questions. So I'd like to thank all the speakers of the session. I'd thank Professor Arunabha Majumdar, also Dr. Ricky Philip, and Dr. Jen Hussains, and of course Mr. S. Kiran Kumar for having joined us. And thank you so much to the chair, Dr. Majumdar as well. Thank you so much, sir, for moderating the session so beautifully. And I'm sure we've got wonderful insights into this topic, and this was an excellent opportunity to exchange information, share experiences, and best practices. So I'd thank all of you for having joined us. We'll take a very short break here. It's a short networking break, and we'll be back with another plenary session at 4 p.m. So I'd like to thank all of you, and I also wish all the very best to you. And I hope that there'll be more such sessions where we could hear some, all your expert opinions. And it was indeed a pleasure for having you luminaries with us today. Thank you so much, everyone, for having joined us. We'll take a very short break here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Liji. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you? How are you? Okay.
I am fine.
Professor Majumdar, N.V. Majumdar, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It was a pleasure.
Bye.
Hello, Dr. Ines. You have presentation?
No, I will just speak.
So if you want to check, then please check, and also send us the copy at Dr. Nilgar's email ID. So safer side, if there is any technical issue, we will.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
Perfect.
Welcome. Hello, Miss Geeta Srinivasan. Hello, Miss Geeta. Good afternoon, Dr. Pranav.
Good afternoon, Punitji. How are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, yes. Yes, Miss Geeta. You have any presentation? So you have.
Yes, I have.
So
Yeah. Are you asking me?
yeah, if you want to check, then please share it and check. But we have 4 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So I can do it now.
Yeah.
Let me just try. So is this visible?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Is it moving also?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting off with the plenary session in just about 2-3 minutes from now. I welcome all the
Aishwarya, just a minute. Ask Mr. Puneet that Mr. Gopal Naik is in Hall A. So he should instruct him. He should come here.
Sarah join us. We have 2-3 minutes before we start the session. If joins in and we can start. So we're waiting for all the speakers to join us and the chair to join us, and after that we start the session in about 2-3 minutes. Thanks for the questions.
सर आप नेक्स्ट हॉल में बी हॉल में चलिएगा प्लीज सर विद अ कप ऑफ टी
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are about to start the plenary session. The topic for this session is water innovation and technology intervention in smart water ecosystem. And the chair for this session, Mr. Anil Rasdan, is going to join us shortly. He is the former Secretary Power Government of India and also the chairman of the EFF.
Aishwarya, can you see and hear me?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Rasdan.
I have 4 listed speakers in this session. Are all the 4 speakers here?
So we have two speakers so far.
Dr. Paula Kihu, Dr. Ines Breda, Dr. Pranab J. Patar, Ms. Geeta Srinivasa.
So we have Ms. Paula, who's joined us. Dr. Ines Preda has also joined us.
You wait 2 minutes then.
Dr. Pranab Mehta is there. Pranab Patar is there, and Ms. Geeta also joined us already.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, friends, welcome to this session on innovation and technology intervention in smart water ecosystems. Water is a resource which is finite, and gradually we're losing fresh water. Maybe we have excess of water we do not need at times. So we need to be extremely smart in the use of our water. How do we protect the water sources? How do we exploit water sources? Underground water, to what extent? And how do we build the green water sources? The blue water sources have been overexploited, at least in countries like India, where agriculture, with the advent of electricity and pumping, has pulled out so much groundwater that it is causing problems. At the same time, green water sources, catchment areas, etc., are also being strained by excessive urbanization and mindless development. We have also the problem of glaciers melting. They need to be watched because they're the permanent sources of water supply. We have rising oceans, which will inundate regions. All this calls for very judicious use of water, besides other climate policies that hopefully nations across the world will pursue. And this mad race for economic prosperity and greed will be halted by smarter and more intelligent use of water. I think in all this, our hope is that if there is a transparent information system which is making the use of water globally available or universally available within its designated space, there will be a greater sense of responsibility by the citizens of the world in the use of water and management of water. We have taken water supply to homes, but in most developing countries, it is not an economic enterprise because of lack of metering, lack of checking leakages, and lack of proper planning. All this calls for water to be treated as a scarce commodity, as an economic commodity which has value, and its value must be known and must be publicized. Who is using, who is wasting, who is paying? Thank you very much. I have 4 speakers, eminent speakers with me. I now call upon Dr. Paula Kehoe, Director of Water Resources, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, USA, to kindly make our presentation. Dr. Paula, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about San Francisco's integrated approach to water management. My name is Paula Kehoe, and I'm the Director of Water Resources with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. The San Francisco Public Utilities Commission is a municipal public agency providing 3 utility services: water, power, and sanitation. We deliver water to 2.7 million people in the San Francisco Bay Area. We generate hydroelectric power and solar power, as well as treating both stormwater and wastewater prior to discharge. The regional water system is a network of pipes and dams and reservoirs. Water travels over 265 kilometers from the mountains all the way across California to San Francisco. We have many challenges facing our water and sanitation services. We have challenges from drought. In fact, today we are in the middle of a very intensive drought here in California. We also have challenges from potential earthquakes in the San Francisco Bay Area. We have aging infrastructure. Some of our infrastructure dates back to the late 1800s in San Francisco. We also are facing new development in San Francisco for new buildings for both commercial and mixed-use residential buildings. We also have challenges from flooding due to our stormwater management systems. And we also have potential regulatory challenges and needs ahead of us to leave additional water in our streams and rivers. So dealing with all of these challenges, we recognize that we need a new approach to address these challenges. Our traditional approach that we've been involved in managing for almost 100 years is a very centralized linear system, water in and water out. However, this new integrated approach, we believe, will help us address these future challenges by creating more of a one water or circular economy by looking at all of our resources, including aspects of our system such as wastewater that's traditionally viewed as a waste, but is actually a resource. And we're taking a number of actions to address these climate change in addition to our one water approach and our framework of integration for water management. We're also looking at and have been actively upgrading our infrastructure. We plan for droughts, we diversify our water supply portfolio, and we engage our community. And I'm going to touch on each of these aspects. In terms of upgrading our infrastructure, we have been actively promoting and implementing a $4.8 billion capital improvement program for our regional water systems. It's one of the largest water infrastructure programs in the United States, and certainly the largest infrastructure program undertaken by the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. We have 87 projects to repair and replace and seismically upgrade our infrastructure, and we're approximately 98% complete with this program. We are also looking at updating our water meters, and we've installed automated smart water meters for all of our accounts, 165,000 counts in San Francisco. This provides more accurate reading, as well as we are able to communicate with our customers to share the information to identify potential leaks in the home or business. We're also looking at and addressing very carefully our water loss in San Francisco from leakage in our pipelines. Currently, our water loss is approximately 8% of our total in-city retail water demands, which is fairly low. However, we are constantly looking to resolve and reduce those water losses in San Francisco by exploring new technology to detect leaks, as well as to increase our pipeline replacement from 6 miles to 15 miles per year in order to address water loss from our pipes. As I mentioned, planning for droughts is a very key component of water management as California faces droughts. Again, as I mentioned, droughts are common in California. For example, 1976 to 77, 1987 to 1992, 2012 to 2017 was, and today we are currently back in a drought. We know that that drought will happen, and we don't know how long they will last. We're making preparations to deal with water shortages. And so we've learned a lot from our past droughts that planning ahead is necessary in order to withstand and manage our way through droughts. We at San Francisco Public Utilities Commission utilize an 8.5-year design drought sequence, looking at a very long-term drought. We also develop water shortage allocation plans for our customers in San Francisco, as well as our wholesale customers outside of San Francisco. We conduct annual evaluation of our supplies and demands to ensure we have enough water to serve our customers. And at times, and currently where we are right now, is we need to make a call to our customers to reduce water use during droughts. Currently, we are under voluntary, which means we are asking people to voluntarily use less water for irrigation, and hopefully we will be able to obtain our necessary water reduction through this voluntary call. We've also established a financial stability with a drought surcharge. We have not had to implement the drought surcharge in order to maintain a financial stability at the utility, but it is available. Key to, again, our integrated water management portfolio, in addition to planning for droughts and upgrading our infrastructure, is diversifying our water supplies. We have a number of programs in place: conservation, groundwater, recycled water, on-site water reuse, desalination, purified water, and innovations program as a way to diversify our water supply portfolio to move beyond traditional surface water supplies. Just want to touch on some of these areas quickly. Reducing demand for water is actually very, very important. It's a way of creating supply in your system by reducing the amount of water consumed by your customers. We have codes and mandates and financial incentives. And currently our residential per capita is about 159 liters per person per day. One of the lowest per capita rates in the United States, and really reflective that despite a population growth of 10% over from 2005 to 2015, our water use went down 27%. However, when we look to the future, the past is not necessarily indicative of where we're going. We expect that there is going to be some increase in water demands with overall increase in jobs and employment in San Francisco. We've moved forward by installing groundwater wells in San Francisco to blend a small amount of groundwater with our surface water supplies to add increased resiliency to our water system here in San Francisco. And we've also implemented a very comprehensive recycled water program by looking at various scales of centralized and decentralized recycled water opportunities for non-potable and for potable purposes, and looking at all kinds of end uses, including commercial, industrial, and residential users, really looking at fit for purpose concept. For our recycled water program, we're really addressing large-scale centralized infrastructure to irrigate our large parks and golf courses in San Francisco. But when it comes to smaller systems or decentralized approaches, we're really looking at new buildings in San Francisco, new large commercial buildings or multifamily buildings to capture and treat their own water on site to reuse that water for irrigation and toilet flushing within buildings and districts in San Francisco. And this concept of on-site water reuse was pioneered in our new headquarters, which is shown here on the screen. On the left is our headquarters, and on the right is our engineered wetland treatment system, which looks like a series of planter boxes surrounding the building that captures and treats all of the wastewater that we produce in our building. Instead of discharging it to the sanitation system, we collect it, treat it, and reuse it to flush our toilets and our urinals in the building. By installing this system, we've been able to reduce our indoor potable consumption by 50%. This has now led to actually a mandatory requirement in San Francisco for all new developments, large developments over 250,000 square feet, whether an individual building or a series of buildings in a redevelopment project. They must capture and treat their own water on site for toilet flushing and irrigation. And we've also have established a wastewater heat recovery program to encourage these buildings that are required to install on-site water treatment systems to voluntarily install a heat recovery to capture the thermal energy from gray water and black water systems to produce energy within the building. As I mentioned, we're also looking at commercial applications. We've established a whole process and program for breweries to capture processed water to treat and reuse that water on site for cleaning tanks. It takes anywhere from 5 to 7 gallons of water to make 1 gallon of beer, so the opportunity to reduce the use of water at breweries is very significant. We're also looking at taking recycled water and using it and further treating it for applications that could potentially be used for drinking purposes. We've done a pilot in our building, taking that engineered wetland treatment system, as I mentioned, adding additional treatment technologies to produce water that's comparable to drinking water. And we did this pilot to test real-time monitoring and understand the feasibility of taking wastewater and treating it to drinking water standards. It is feasible, but we are pursuing this at this point in time in San Francisco, but it is a future opportunity. We're also looking at our large reservoirs for reservoir augmentation or treated water with purified water directly into our transmission system. We're also looking at innovative technologies such as atmospheric water generation technologies. We'll be deploying a few solar panels shown on the top left to produce water for irrigation in our community gardens, also studying the opportunity to produce drinking water and potentially in the future. Most importantly, throughout all of the work is to engage our community. We have a very interested community and educated community in San Francisco. They are our partners through all of the work that we do, and we spend a significant amount of time and opportunities working with our community. And so in conclusion, our work at the San Francisco PUC is ongoing. We continue planning for future climate change impacts and water system vulnerabilities. We will continue our investments in water and sanitation infrastructure, both on a centralized and decentralized approach. We have adopted a no regrets approach and understand that is a fantastic way to diversify our water supply portfolio. And importantly is to maintain meaningful public engagement and education so our customers know about all of the work we're doing and why we're doing the work that we're doing. And finally, just as important as it is with our own community in San Francisco, is to foster collaboration and partnerships outside of San Francisco. For example, this is a great opportunity to share information with others in the community, and we certainly recognize and value the opportunity for peer-to-peer learning. And so I want to take a moment and say thank you for the opportunity to present today, and I hope that the event is a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I now call upon our next speaker, Dr. Ines Breda, to make her presentation.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I hope you can hear me properly. Thank you.
A little louder, please, Ines, a little louder.
Thank you for the invitation to speak at the World Water Summit this year. I always take so
Thank
much
you again. I remember
energy.
you from last year.
Yes, I take so much energy and new learnings from the conversations we have. So it's an honor to have this session moderated by you, Dr. Anil Hasdan. So I do not have a presentation. I wanted to have a very heart-to-heart conversation today in this discussion, in this plenary session, because I'm seeing that water is behind all things, you know, health, climate, agriculture, technology, religion, immigration. And the aging infrastructure, the shortage of supply, and the stricter water quality legislation will require innovation and agility. But there is a strong time resistance to bring ideas forward in the sector. A timeline of 15 years is often expected to implement new technologies in the water sector. So we have a very conservative sector, and that is primarily due to the role in public health. Most of the applied technology is based on old designs that have been documented for decades and provide trust to those that are responsible for the operations of the units. And this conservative action might be justified. As we know, inappropriately managed water and sanitation services can expose individuals to preventable health risks, and that's not something we want. So adding to this resistance, we have also identified that there are strong silos between water actors, and those act, of course, as a strong barrier for implementation of new technology. But let me start by explaining where am I sitting and what do I do. So I work for Water as a product and process manager, where I'm responsible to look out for products related to drinking water production. And in addition, I'm very committed to the International Water Association, which is a global network of water professionals, including academic, practitioners, governmental agents, NGOs, technology providers. And I'm working closely on the topic of how to bring innovation to the sector, particularly with the younger generation until the age of 35. And I could, come here and talk about how Eurowater, or the company that I work for, is changing the world with nature-based solutions that use climate adaptation, urban architecture to promote or provide additional supply of non-potable water to houses. But what I want to bring to the table for discussion, and I think that's why I needed to be looking at you to talk about this, is how a stronger intergenerational connection is key to bring innovation forward. So together with the young water professionals, I have organized several workshops and discussions on how to promote innovation in the water sector. And I have three main conclusions. The first one was that we needed to promote end-user driven research. So the need for a more connected water sector will not be solved by a number of scientific publications. Trust me, as an industrial PhD student, it's not about the number of publications. It is about how your research connects with people and end user. So we need to support research groups that engage with multiple stakeholders or include social science partners. So before deciding to finance or engage in applied research, I would invite you to consider how the co-creation and collaborative experience is being valued and how the research question actually responds specifically to the customer or the end user. So that was the first take-home message. The second one was how the standard business frames, such as financial models, must be renewed to a version that can encapsulate the different values of water and give response to the current water crisis. The United Nations, as you all know, invites us to reflect not on the value of water, but on the many values of water. And the broader understanding of the many values of water by society requires water actors who can present solutions that clearly integrate water and people. And here I am specifically referring to the importance of water smart societies. And this has been already mentioned actually by you, Dr. Anil Hasdan, in a very honest heart-to-heart address this morning during the inaugural session on this need for connection between water and people. And I completely subscribe to that. Now, last but not least, we need to include young voices in the steering committees and boards to promote a faster transition of technical knowledge, of digitalization and leadership skills. And I think that the Australian Higher Commissioner also mentioned this this morning. So the connection and integration of the younger generation. But for me to give you an example, the average age in Eurowater, so the company that I work for, of the employees is around maybe 50 years old, okay? And the average age of the product and process managers is closer to 30. So the decision to place a younger generation at a management and product development position is for me a winning call, right? Because you are placing the future generation into a decision-making position. And I have talked about this last year at the World Water Summit. This year, I want to focus on your attention on the importance to connect the leaders of today with the future leaders. Because we need to pass on these leadership skills with a close proximity and personal connection, so we can share what is our understanding of the sector. Water is everybody's business, but water as a business requires a responsible and visionary response to the world. And I have been witnessing many parallel, coherent actions, let's say, from multiple actors, who make me feel like it is time to pursue a high ambition for the sector. This year alone, I've been inspired by the European Union taking action with the Taxonomy Climate Delegate Act, particularly with the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which will be starting end of this year or next year. I've also visited a very interesting exhibition called Water and Unfiltered Exhibition at the Knowledge Pavilion in Portugal, in Lisbon. I've been involved with several education initiatives like the Next Generation Water Action and the World Water Camp. And I had many conversations with young water professionals. And today, actually, I'm calling you from art or cultural epicenter here in Denmark, in the city that I live in. And this is a place where artists just share their concepts and ideas. And I can see that even in the art world, there is a stronger presence of the connection between water and people. And I'm not saying that art will solve the question here. What I mean is that we need a multidisciplinary front that can connect people to water, everyday people to water. So even after all of these inspiration moments that I have, that, you know, that I live and give me energy to continue to fight for the sector, sometimes I find it challenging to understand how we'll solve the crisis at hand. And I can see things are changing, you know, mission statements of big companies, they are changing. Financing models are changing, but will the structure change? The resistance for change in rigid water business might surpass the driving force of the sudden availability of funds, because now we just say, oh, now we have this amount of money and now we have this amount of money. Okay, but will that be sufficient? Who will use it? How will they use it? What are the rules of the game? So we need the leaders, in my head, to have a deep understanding of how the world is connected and how their activities play a role in society. And we need juniors or the younger generation to connect with the social purpose when executing their daily tasks and feel empowered to demand a responsible action by the sector. So in my head, we talked a little bit about, in introduction of this session, we talked a little bit about economic prosperity and how that, you know, needs to be changed. I'm here trying to ensure the global prosperity of the water sector. And that must be in the mind of the leaders of today and the aspiring leaders of tomorrow. So I don't know how many young professionals we have listening to this talk today, but if you would allow me to give some humble advice, I would say that to the next generation of water professionals, let's say, I would say that, one, if you want to pursue an academic path, ensure that you keep your research questions connected with the end user. If you want a career in the private sector, make sure that you hold your employer accountable for the big and bold promises made in mission statements. And if you want to work on the governmental side, ensure that you are providing coherent pieces of legislation that give financial opportunities to those with a green agenda, and that you provide those finances on time for people to be able to take action. If you want to work in a water utility, then question the value proposition. Is the water being valued by the community that you're supplying water to? And if not, how can you connect people and water? Then don't forget that you should learn as much as you can about the water cycle, not just what your responsible or your technical expertise is about. You need to be able to understand the water chain, from drinking water production to groundwater management, wastewater production, climate adaptation. You need to understand how your work affects each part of the water cycle. And maybe go a little bit further and try to identify which data would be important to share across those different water technical or specialities. Because there's a lot of data silos also happening in the water cycle. And then don't forget to connect with an international association that can give you direct contact with challenges and achievements in the water sector as a globe, because you should never limit your knowledge to the northern or the southern globe, because the water cycle does not stop at the equator. But I also have a piece of humbling advice for the current water leaders, if I may. And this is maybe a very biased perspective, but I want to let you know that the next generation is ready. We are here to listen and to learn from you. Above all, we want to be the leaders of tomorrow. Again, water is everybody's business, but we need to know how you see this business. Business not as a negative connotation, not economic prosperity, but as a community prosperity. How are we responding to society? What are we offering to society? We want to challenge your value proposition based on an updated understanding of the values of water. And honestly, to give a response to the water crisis that we are experiencing, that our kids will experience, and our grandchildren will. So redesign your organizational structure to open the doors to the next generation of water professionals, and always consider age as a diversity factor. So my call for innovation and prosperity of the water sector is asking for a committed relation between the leaders of today and the ones of tomorrow, a continuous engagement based on an honest and open conversation about water values and how to design a responsible action and business in the water sector. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ines. You made a very passionate plea. You speak from the heart. Now tell me one thing. There is, you see, a problem in some water distribution areas of corruption, rent seeking. What is your experience? Have you dealt with it? Before I come to the next speaker.
Yeah.
You're a monopoly supplier. Does the customer have a choice to go to somebody else from a monopoly supplier? Yeah, this problem was there in the electricity sector.
Yeah, in the electricity sector. Yeah. So in my case, as a private company, I chose to work in my company because when I asked why aren't we selling what we do to countries that need this product, the response was because we cannot provide the support needed after. And I thought that was a very responsible response to my question. At a local level, I think that it's important for us to debate how water should be priced and how maybe new financial models should be applied to ensure that the community is engaged not only on opening the tap and receiving the water, but also on the production and on the understanding of how the process is, and maybe that we do not need drinking water quality for everything, right? So we need to approach that problematic from a local perspective and understand how people value water and what they would be willing, how would they be willing to participate in the production and maintenance of the services. That would be my take. But again, I'm very young on this.
No, Ines, I think, let me put the question more sharply to you. Water supply is more or less a monopoly. Now, how does a consumer deal with a monopoly supplier? In areas, particularly dealing with developing countries and new democracies. Would you advocate a common carrier system, as in electricity, and multiple supply models? Though here, the terrain is much more difficult because you are using one natural product. You are supplying that, and its sources may be extremely limited. Have you thought of that? Because when a supplier is a monopoly supplier, he can hold his consumers to ransom. He need not improve the quality of supply. He need not improve the rates. He may not check leakages. Something very inspiring we heard from San Francisco. But this is what I wish she'd been online. I would have put these questions to her. Because in developing countries particularly, when you have a monopoly supply or a monopoly supplier, there tends to be a climate of rent-seeking or corruption or inefficiency. These three factors come in. So as a model.
Yeah. You touch upon a very relevant point. Sorry, you touch upon a very relevant point because, you know, I'm also involved with the Engineers Without Borders, and that's where my experience would be lying on because I'm European and I always lived in Europe. So my only connection with projects in developing countries is actually through Engineers Without Borders and the experience that I've heard from fellow colleagues. But until last year, I was convinced that for the SDGs to be achieved, we needed to focus on water. And what I realized is that we need education, we need social justice to also be applied in order to move forward with water. So the question that you give to me, I do not think it's a water question. I think it's a justice, social justice question. And that means that there's work to be done prior than creating the solutions for water in those specific regions.
See, we have to study these models of governance and marketing. Whether there is marketing, whether it is it's seen as a public asset, whether it is governed as a public asset. You need transparency. That is what I was coming to. I think you need much more transparency in all these commodities, which are essential commodities. And that is where I thought the San Francisco model is very close to what a lot of developing countries will need from the beginning. You have to give a value to water, the correct pricing of water. Educate people that this is the value of water. This is what it costs. And when you talk of younger generation, when school children start talking about it at home, it stuns the parents and shames the parents. That is what I think bright people like you should focus on now. Use the children to shame the parents where there is corruption or where there is wastage, and bring transparency to expose corruption in systems. Because just as the physical water pipes leak, the financial systems also leak. And all those leakages have to be plugged. Thank you very much. Sorry for straying. I took the liberty because we have four speakers.
You are always
only.
very inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inspiring me and encouraging me. Our next speaker is Dr. Pranab J. Pathar. He's Chief Executive of the Global Foundation for Advancement of Environment and Human Wellness.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chair, Razdan Saab. I had a pleasure listening to you this morning. You raised some very pertinent issue, and also the conversation I was following just now is very, very relevant. It's an important issue of today's world, and especially the kind of situation that we face in the developing world. The monopoly becomes a bigger challenge, whether it is power sector or water. Can I be? Yes. Okay. I have a small presentation. May I know how much time do I have?
Well, I think you have about a luxury of 10 to 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Right, sir. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about, I'm not going to talk about some sophisticated technologies here, innovations here. I'm going to touch upon a few basic issues about innovation, technology, intervention, and implementation when it comes to ground implementation. Before I do that, I'll quickly give you a little background about the organization that I represent. I work with, as you rightly mentioned, a Global Foundation for Advancement of Environment and Human Wellness. It's a relatively new initiative, was ideated back in Michigan a few years ago by a few like-minded Indian American academicians and philanthropists, and that's where we are. We are trying to bring in value through a triple bottom line approach here in India. So we essentially work on three important areas: water, climate, and food and nutrition security. I'm not going to go into, apart from that, we are also fairly active on few areas of humanitarian assistance, be it COVID or flood. So now I would like to start with a few generic issues that we are facing today in today's world. So if you look at this slide carefully, some of the pictures are very common, and all of them are from India. And apologies to our colleagues and fellow speakers who are not from India. I just want to give you a little background about this slide. This slide is very relevant. It's contemporary, and it represents the environmental challenge that we face day in and day out in current India. And all of them, interestingly, it connects with water, be it flood, be it drought, be it issues like forest fire, crop failure, pollution, so on and so forth. So these changes that we see, it mostly through water, it connects with changing climate. And this is one change, although we keep aspiring to see change all the time. This is one change everybody is despising. Everybody hates to see this change, that is climate change. So the climate change and water has been a major concern for all of us, whether from the grassroots water accessibility, drinking water access point of view, or at the international level from the industrial development perspective. And as a result, water has been in the list of top global risks as rated by Global Risk Report, Marsh and McLennan, for many years consecutively until this year. This year, interestingly, the risk of water has not gone down, just that other risks became predominant. And this year also, especially this month, happens to be more important because the 6th assessment report of IPCC is just out, and we are looking at a more alarming situation. It has clearly indicated that things are going to be even more difficult, especially it's going to disrupt the water cycle significantly. And the evidence are already there. We are seeing a very unusual pattern as far as water availability concerned. There are at least 10, 11 countries which are facing water crisis on a regular basis. At least 1 month in a year, they're facing almost drought-like condition. So India being a large country, and unfortunately, it pains me, India is a biologically diverse nation. It is a home to a large number of water bodies and other natural resources. Despite having some really big rivers and water bodies, surface water bodies, we are facing one of the biggest water crises of our times. Not just rural areas, but urban areas equally are facing this crisis. Some 30 cities are already being rated as water stressed cities in the country. And this situation is only deteriorating despite all our efforts at government and non-government level. This brings to a different, this crisis of water takes us to a very different dynamics altogether. That's the dynamics of interconnectedness and interdependence with other areas, like, for example, food and energy, which is, although water can be connected with, like somebody said, that water technically runs on water. It doesn't run on fuel. It actually runs on water. And as a result, we see interconnectedness with every other sector today. But one important area in interconnectedness, which is called as water, energy, food nexus, this is more prevalent, and it is making far-reaching impact on our lives, economy, and the society. Water is technically essential for both food and energy production. And at the same time, because of the pollution, right, the skyrocketed population rise, the both energy and the demand for food and energy is going up. Thereby, we are causing further demand for water. And this brings us to a even more relevant and complicated scenario, that water is actually also compromising our effort to reach the sustainable development goals. On our way to reaching the 17 goals that has been set out for the entire world in 2015, it is also being compromised because of the growing water crisis. You know, this picture or this slide will give you a little idea about how this is happening. The unsustainable consumption pattern is leading to crisis, leading to stress. It is also contributing to changing climate, thereby causing more impact on living ecosystems, ecosystems on earth, ecosystems below water, and thereby causing other elements of our lives and the ecosystem, whether it is agriculture sector, whether it is job, and thereby contributing to hunger and poverty. So this is a far more complex situation than we would have imagined, or we were literally not ready for this kind of a situation. This is more of a water crisis today. Is more, it's more than an environmental problem. It is a bigger societal problem. It is big. It is a larger social issue. It is impacting society, economy, and environment at the same at the same level, at a similar impact. So what is the bigger picture? The bigger picture is, it is not just non-availability or misuse or overuse of water. The bigger issue is that we do not have an efficient supply chain. Many places we don't even have a supply chain. It is completely non-existent in certain issues when it comes to water supply and management. And other issue that we don't necessarily talk about when it comes to water conservation and management, that is the embedded water or virtual water, the water that is that has gone in production of various amenities, including food, something we don't see. It remains invisible to us. And for general people at large, when we are talking, for example, rice happens to be one of the most water intensive crops. So to produce a kilo of rice, it requires about 7,000 to 8,000 liters of water, and something we don't realize. People at large who are at the consumers, they don't realize, because that's where we lack a major capacity gap. And the third, the last but not least, are we doing enough to revive water bodies? Because all the time we are talking about water crisis, we are talking about supply water, we are talking about management and distribution. But what happens to the existing water bodies? Because we all know, especially in the urban areas today, if we look at India, for example, the water bodies, lakes, ponds, and wetlands are dying, disappearing day in and day out, right, left and center. So how much effort are we putting in to revive those water bodies? So now what? So of course, the solution, we don't need to look for solutions elsewhere. India has been a powerhouse, Mr. Vinit Mittal in the morning, he said, knowledge power. India has been a powerhouse of knowledge and traditional practice for many, many years now. So we have learned it. We already have it here. Instead of looking for solutions elsewhere, we can start looking into our history, start looking into our traditional wisdom to be able to find solutions, what is relevant today. And in fact, if you look at this picture again, some of this existing and practice today, it all are nothing but modified traditional practices, be it rainwater harvesting, be it ways to recharge an aquifer, be it sustainable distribution system, be it the more human-friendly water transport system. For example, the bottom picture on the left. So all these that we have, nothing but modified, I would say, innovations that we have learned from our past, learned from our traditional practices. So all that we are trying to do, achieve in the past and now, because we want to enhance the efficiency of water. So this will give us a little, how this efficiency can bring us larger benefit, multiple benefits in terms of, because the moment we are able to achieve efficiency, higher efficiency of water, the demand in the source will go down automatically, and the changes will be visible instantly. So global facts, it is already indicative that it is the demand is going to grow really, really fast. Like for example, by 2050, 400% increase will be observed in the manufacturing sector. Industry is obviously the second largest water user after agriculture. The way it is increasing, unless we put in measures to enhance efficiency both in agriculture and industrial sector, we will have very little. Although at this moment, comparatively, percentage-wise, very little is required for our direct consumption. But the way things are, and also the population, with the population rise, it's going to be a more complicated situation, and thereby the circular economy, the circularity of water has been used so far. Although water runs on water, it has been used mostly in linear fashion. So we need to put it in a circular fashion. Although this is becoming very popular, and it has already been practiced for many, many years in several countries, including in the West, but we are little lagging behind when it comes to water recycling. So this is one solution that we see, especially from Indian perspective, to become more water sufficient, more sustainable as far as water security is concerned. So demand is already there. And of course, the government of India is putting in an enormous effort, especially through this Jal Shakti Abhiyan. They're putting in an enormous effort to develop watersheds, promote water harvesting, conservation through rainwater harvesting, promote revival of water bodies, and also in introducing ICT-based technologies, whether it is space technology, whether it is IoT-based monitoring, whether it is mobile-based technologies like mobile apps, so and so forth. But the challenge is, are we doing enough? The way I see it, this is more of an opportunity than a crisis. Like, this is a very famous quote by Rahm Emanuel, who was chief of White House during the first tenure of Barack Obama. He used to say, never let a serious crisis go waste, because this is an opportunity. If we look at all the challenges that we face today in the environmental sector, not just water alone, these are opportunities. These are opportunity to overcome a problem, as well as to overcome the challenges that we face through adaptation measures, through mitigation measures, through alternatives, through measures which are more climate resilient. So one of the biggest challenge which is becoming very, very popular, biggest solutions in hand is the nature-based solutions, which is becoming very popular to manage our ecosystems, manage our water bodies, manage and build climate resilience at the ground level. So these are some of the natural areas which is part of nature-based solutions. It's being promoted worldwide, both blue and green spaces which are being artificially created, which are being revived, which are being conserved, the existing forest areas, existing water bodies, and also creation of more water bodies so that we are able to capture more carbon and build resilience at the local level. So on this very aligned with that idea of nature-based solutions, we at Global Foundation, we continue to work at the ground level for revival of water bodies. But I understand this momentum needs to grow. This becomes a wide-scale movement across the country, across the planet, because unless we secure our existing water bodies, there's no future. Like, although it is little debatable, but it is believed that we are using the same water that has been there since last 4 million years. So it is only transferring through the water cycle from one stage to another, but essentially it is more or less the same water that's been there. But today, the amount of water is decreasing. The amount of water bodies that used to hold this water, that is also disappearing. So that is one of the reasons we need to emphasize more on this basic simple technologies, like for example this technology which is becoming very popular now. We also employ this for our water body restoration program, which is subsurface horizontal co-constructed wetland, which was also mentioned by Dr. Kyuho, something they are also doing in the United States. So this is a very popular energy efficient technology that is used to purify sewage water. So all this are creating more opportunities in the water sector. All these are creating opportunities for entrepreneurs to create more value socially, environmentally, and economically. Like for example, there are projections about water. 1 million investment in water sector can lead to 7 million rise in terms of value of investment. It also generates about 10 to 20 additional value just in the water supply and treatment infrastructure. So there's a tremendous value that can be seen in the water sector. And so thereby I'm saying this crisis is creating more opportunity than we would have imagined. So if we can utilize this, take it up, this challenge of turning it into an opportunity, we can very well leverage that and contribute to a larger GDP multiplication. And this is also contributing to rise in the social enterprises. There's a tremendous rise. Just in India, we saw a large number of entrepreneurial ventures, startups coming up just in the water sector in last few years alone. So now, having said so, I want to end my presentation with few questions, because I am still, although I have been in the water sector for a while now. So all this technology interventions, the IoT based, space technology based, is absolutely fine and relevant and much needed. But the question is, are these technologies easily available, affordable, and implementable? That is question number one. Do we have enough resources, financial as well as skill ready people to be able to implement and help with the management, maintenance, so on and so forth? And some of the solutions that we want to curate for the larger, at the societal level, at the community level, are this community that we want to target, are this community ready for these changes? Have they been sensitized enough, or whether their capacity being developed appropriately and accordingly? The other thing is whether we have an effective mechanism to roll out programs like this, or the solutions that are being touted as very effective solutions, technologies, whether we have an effective mechanism to implement and follow it up at the grassroots level for all that. And last but not least, of course, like His Excellency Martin Waardenburg, also the ambassador of Netherlands, he also mentioned that, ambitious, we need to be ambitious as far as environmental challenges are concerned, as far as energy and water challenges are concerned. So of course, India also is being, like many other countries, we are also being very ambitious when it comes to implementation of some of our mega water conservation and management and distribution programs. But are these policies conducive enough to allow ground level implementation smoothly, and also prevent any pilferage or corruption, so on and so forth? So I want to end here and my presentation. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Garg Saab, for his kind benevolence.
Thank you, Pranav.
Thank you, sir.
Pranav, I just will not let you go. You raised a very interesting point, and that is that is it the same amount of water that is being circulated in the universe? I presume water is not being manufactured through space. Are we extracting more water out of the ground? How is the seawater rising? Are we extracting more water from the ground, or are the snow caps melting? When you say the total amount of water on Earth is the same, then maybe if you build this equation, that what is usable, what is storable, how are we handling that? I think there's a little clarity now. Could you just dwell a minute or two on that?
So I didn't hear your last. So there was a little connection.
No, my last, if you say that the amount of water on Earth is constant,
right,
it would merely mean a transfer from usable water resources, that is melting snow caps, rainwater, etc., runoff water, and groundwater, converting into seawater, which is not usable unless you desalinate it. Now, do you have any thought on this? That is it really constant? Can you explain this briefly? And how to prevent it?
Okay, thank you, sir. Although I'm not an expert as far as this particular equation is concerned, but of course, this is a little, debatable issue. There's a largely belief that it's the same water and same amount of water, but of course we understand it is transforming through different cycles of the water cycle. The challenge is that our consumption here on as far as fresh water is concerned has gone up really, really high. It is manifold over the years. And at the same time, it is the changing climate and global warming playing a spoil sport to reduce the water that was stored in our ice caps and the glaciers. So obviously, available water for our consumption has gone down drastically. So there may be the same water. Water has not gone anywhere. Maybe it is there. It is there in the ocean, like you rightly pointed, but we can't use it anymore. So that's where the challenge is. We continue to struggle with this challenge because our practice so far is not sustainable anymore. So while we are trying to, the other challenge, like I said, you know, the surface water bodies are on constant decline. The water body is polluted. The rivers are drying up. The ponds and lakes that we see constantly, for example, you take Delhi. So there are reports of water bodies disappearing really, really fast in last 10 to 20 years. In Gautam Buddh Nagar alone, in Noida area, there's a report of 200 missing water bodies. So that water body is gone. So thereby, when it is gone, we do not have access to that water that was stored in those water bodies. It may have dried up, it may have transformed, and through the water cycle, it may have come down again, but it is not available for our access anymore. So that's where the challenge is. So I understand we will have to constantly, besides looking at the supply, management, and distribution, we'll have to constantly look at how to restore and revive these existing water bodies. Because unless we do that, we still have an opportunity for a country like India. Unless we do that, of course, we have started already talking about desalinization, but that is not a viable solution, not energy-wise, nor it is financially viable. So yeah, that's also. I hope to an extent I've been able to answer your question.
Pranav, you please think harder on it. The new water bodies is the increased human population. We all hold water. You have to aggregate that also, which is unusable for others thereafter. So it is usable water versus unusable water. It is our endeavor to conserve the usable water resources. And if you see the sea water level is rising, you see global water, where is it coming from? Where is that water coming from? That the sea level is rising. It is coming from precipitation, probably. Excessive precipitation. Has precipitation increased? Why is the public needs to be explained? Why is sea water level rising? Why is unusable water level rising? I think that is the mission for your generation. My generation has done enough damage. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, our next and last speaker for the day is Ms. Geeta Srinivasa. And Geeta is MD and country head of Ecolab India. Geeta, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Razdan. I first of all thank the entire committee for giving me this opportunity. It is a pleasure to be with you for the World Water Summit 2021. Thank you for inviting me on this conference and for giving me the opportunity to talk about the importance of technology intervention in the smart water ecosystem. I believe the summit is taking place at a very defining moment while the world is spending trillions to boost economies recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it's also a time we have to remind ourselves we have only got 9 years left to achieve the sustainable development goals. This also gives us a golden opportunity to invest in the long-term resilience of our societies. The UN World Water Development Report that came out in 2021 states that fresh water is becoming scarcer with over 2 billion people already living in areas that are water stressed. I'm sure you've heard a lot of statistics since the beginning of this conference. With that happening, it is even more important to conserve and manage water efficiently. As also the global population hurtles towards 9.7 billion by 2050, it has never been more important to use water efficiently. To combat these challenges, corporates are leveraging futuristic technologies, and most importantly, what I see as changing trends, they are digitizing their operations for efficient wastewater management. Groundbreaking use of developing technologies is slowly becoming the game changer in safeguarding the water ecosystem. So today, what I'm going to talk about are a few very important digital interventions. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. And this also echoes one of the things that Dr. Razdan mentioned is the real price of water, and I will touch upon it shortly. With water.org, Ecolab, along with other companies, are helping enable access to sustainable water and improved sanitation in at-risk watersheds in India. Ecolab is also a co-founding member of the Water Resilience Coalition, an initiative of the United Nations Global Compact CEO's Water Mandate, which basically calls for all industry leaders to set similar goals. Ecolab is in the business of water, hygiene, and infection prevention, just to set the context of why this is so important and what it means to us. I also believe that the key enabler or driver that the industry needs for enhancing water use efficiently, leveraging technology, is a deep understanding of how both of these will come together to increase their business ROI while making their business sustainable as well in the long run. Now, to understand the real price of water, we need to look at adopting good water pricing models. There are plenty available. I will just talk about one of the models. One such model is the Water Risk Monetizer, which is a financial tool developed by Ecolab, Microsoft, and TrueCost. It provides a very new and innovative way for government and businesses to analyze the true cost of water that considers several factors, not just the price of water, what we see per meter cube, but its availability, its projected water usage, current price of water, and the water quality. Way back in 2014, we partnered with TrueCost to launch the Water Risk Monetizer. It's a no-cost tool available to any business in the world, and this provides a new way to factor water availability into business decisions. The Water Risk Monetizer, very interestingly, provides a risk-adjusted water price for incoming and outgoing water, and it represents the full value of that water to a business based on local water level demands, scarcity, and water quality. So by leveraging this information, businesses can take informed decision on how to reduce usage and also factor this in their expansion or scalable growth. We did this for one of the customers, and the real value of water, the risk-adjusted value of water that came out was 10 times that of the price they were actually paying for water. We developed this tool because we believe that by helping people change the way they think about and value water, we can drive the right behavior and drive greater water stewardship globally. So sustainable management of water resources is fundamental to all our businesses. There is no doubt about that. Therefore, to better understand the state of corporate water management and how companies have more effectively advanced their water management goals, this year in 2021, Ecolab and sustainability news research organization, GreenBiz, surveyed over 93 companies. The results were very interesting. It revealed a disconnect between water intention and action, with only 38% of respondents stating that water is a strategic corporate initiative that is proactively managed across their operations. More interestingly, we also found that a considerable percentage of people felt that organizations' water would be better managed if they utilized digital measurement tools, as 50% of the respondents were really not using any tools or to measure progress. So what's not measured does not get improved upon or does not get acted upon. And that's why this year we relaunched an enhanced version of Ecolab Smart Water Navigator. This is a tool that was originally launched in 2019. This is also a free online tool that helps business understand the value of water in their operations and take actions to achieve corporate water goals. The enhanced tool comes at a time when rising industrial water use continues to contribute to world's growing water stress and scarcity challenges. According to World Resources Institute, the world will experience a 56% freshwater shortfall by 2030 if nothing changes. And this is an increase from the earlier estimate of 40% that UN had made in 2015. So notably, we are harnessing technologies more towards Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, cloud, and other solutions to do more with less. A lot of companies are going that way. Ecolab's water brand, which is Nalco Water. Nalco Water is very popular across the industrial space in end-to-end water management, is a pioneer in advanced digital technology to reduce, reuse, and recycle water. While there are plenty of technologies available, I will not talk about all reduce, reuse, recycle. I would just like to draw attention on what is really the need of the hour today for industries is visibility, and it's enterprise visibility, right? And also the expectation today from the industry is to deliver real-time actionable insights, right? Not a post-facto information to them, but before the damage has occurred, right? And that is I would like to draw your attention on a very interesting concept that we do is we have our System Assurance Center in Pune, Maharashtra. This has been operational for over 12 years. And this is the global nerve center for companies' 3D tracer automation technology. This is a patented technology which essentially monitors customers' water systems across the globe, right? So be it a cooling tower, be it a boiler, or be it a wastewater stream, the equipment, the automation monitors and sends real-time data, and the actions that need to be taken are taken real time. So if you go back historically, people would analyze, test samples, and then we would go and act upon it. So what you're acting upon is a data which was collected or a water sample that was collected 24 hours ago, right? So there's a lot of leakage that happens in this time. But this technology gives real-time data every 8 seconds. So the 3D tracer combines chemistry, remote services, the sophisticated monitoring and control to help customers to achieve their 3 Rs, right? With high actionable insights. So today there are over 40,000 such tracer systems operating in the world, which are remotely monitored from Pune 24/7, with which we've helped customers save over 209 billion gallons of water. We are aggregating so much data. We're collecting all this data using Microsoft Azure cloud technology to enable more comprehensive monitoring of multiple systems across multiple facilities. We're able to take in information, analyze the information real time, minimize water use at every single point. And this is another trending need that customers have is don't wait till the water comes to the ETP, right? Can we reduce, reuse, recycle at every point of use? Right? This basically improves operational performance. So our cloud-based platform, Ecolab 3D, integrates data, both water and process related, from multiple sources. And then we use advanced algorithms to provide actionable insights, predictive recommendations, etc. So all this is available at the swipe of a single smartphone screen today. Plenty of tools are available for measuring water quality, water flow, and even advanced mapping of entire end-to-end water streams. It's really how deep one likes to go to plug the leaks, and timely insights play a key role to be able to control. These are just few examples of novel approaches that draw on best-in-class technology solutions to hasten solutions to global water crisis. With all the innovations and digital interventions, as I mentioned, we manage over 5 trillion liters of water across our customer sites. We've saved about 206 billion gallons of water, but our ambition is to save 300 billion gallons by 2030. Clearly, a lot needs to be accomplished, and technology plays a vital role here. Digital insights will be the key for any innovation to come up and for industry and business houses and government houses to take timely actions to plug the leaks. I hope you found this interesting. I tried giving you a little bit of flavor on how digital is enabling even sustainability. Happy to take any questions, and I thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to make a little bit of my contribution here. Thank you, Dr. Razdan.
Thank you very much, Geeta, for that very informative talk. And I think both Pranab and Geeta have talked about regions in India, which is highly water stressed, highly populated, and I think in great need of economic solutions to the water problem. Because we are a country which is not only water stressed, where the pricing of water is not realistic at all. It's just taken to be a God-given commodity. And I think till water is priced, till water, it will never be conserved. And if it is not conserved, there will not be appropriate use of water. I, in fact, take this opportunity to inform at least participants in India or even our foreign participants, if they're still there, that in one of the chambers which I chair, the Energy and Water Committee, this is the ICC based in Calcutta, we are opening a chapter on water. And the East was thought to be a storehouse of water, but I think we need to create this awareness across the country of water pricing, water availability, and I'll be extremely happy if young people like you, enterprising, full of science and full of knowledge, are able to guide industry and the activities of these chambers. I must thank Dr. Ines Breda and our Dr. Paula Kehoe, Pranab, and Geeta.
Anil, can I ask one question to Geeta ji?
Yes, please. I think go ahead. We have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Geeta, you have a very good presentation and some important content you have discussed. So you said some discussion during that patenting work also you are doing. What is that patenting and what kind of solution you are bringing out to the society? How it is useful to the society? So I am Professor Gopal Nayak, Professor of Civil Engineering, Usmania University, Hyderabad, the former head of the department. Tomorrow I have a session chair also in our session. So I thank Geeta ji, Chairman Anil Saab, and can you highlight Geeta ji in these things?
Right. So Professor Naik, what I mentioned about the patented technology is the automation that we have, about 40,000 units that we have globally. These are remote sensing equipments that detect real-time water characteristics. There are few critical characteristics, right? The effluent stream will have a few critical characteristics to be measured. The cooling water system will have, the boiler water system could have, right? So those are measured on time, like the pH, the fouling, the corrosion, the turbidity, etc. These really impact the water usage and water quality. So this patented technology essentially senses this and the dosing of the required chemistry to alter the water to minimize the water consumption, right, is done automatically based on that. So if you go back historically, what would happen? An engineer would reach a site, he would take a sample of water, measure it, see the characteristics, and then dose chemicals. So you lost so much time, right? And in that you lose water. So way back, I think this was about 20 years ago when NALCO brought in this technology, a lot of advancements have happened. So the 3D tracer is installed at customer sites, which detect, determine, and deliver what's required for the water to be treated so that the recycling of water is maximum. That is the intent, reduce fresh water usage.
So how do you just identify what are the technology you have to identify the toxic metals, which are most of the sewerage and there is present the toxic metals, no? Like nickel, lead, and iron, zinc.
Right. So some of those will require to be done analysis at a lab, but those are not challenges you face in every plant, right? In an industry, typically what challenges we face are corrosion or turbidity, fouling. These are the typical challenges that we face, right? TDS, BOD, COD, those are the typical challenges that we face. And those need immediate action, right? And for example, even heat exchangers or condensers, right? There is a lot of fouling that happens because of which the efficiency of these equipments come down, they use more water, right? End game is what? How do you minimize water usage by improving the efficiency? So today, the industry wants immediate insights, proactive insights, and that's what these sensor technologies essentially do.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Where you have your lab established at the industry?
So it's not a lab, it's a global system assurance center established in Pune. We have over 140 water doctors who work on 40,000 systems globally. So it's in Pune. You can look up on us, Ecolab India Private Limited. We are based in Pune.
Okay, thank you to be in
Thank
touch.
you. Certainly, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman sir.
Geeta, when you say that you have, Geeta, I'm putting a question to you. When you say you have 40,000 sensors across the globe, I presume they are physical units which are installed at 40,000 sites?
That's correct. That's correct. Yes.
And these are all authorized?
Absolutely, because the customers have to obviously approve it and then the data moves into our cloud.
No, but is there any law by which you are required to also share this information with the water body or the water authority?
No, these are industrial water usages, right? So it's a customer's water usage.
Okay, but it's not in public spaces.
No.
I think that is what I was getting at, that you see, you will need to convince water authorities to install these devices at public spaces, at water bodies, to be creating greater awareness, just as you have environmental awareness today on air quality. So water bodies within a local body, that is a municipal committee, a local village, etc. If you can create this kind of awareness, I think it will be a tremendous service to preservation of water quality, etc. As I said that I can only offer, the government will not listen to me. I'm a nobody, I'm a fuddy-duddy now. But I have been secretary for water in my state, along with power. And I think that the water resources department, which is now integrated in many states, would be very happy to get these kind of devices. Maybe in the state of Haryana, I can introduce you to the principal secretary because he has worked under me and is in touch with me. We need to put these across beyond industry into society as such, into public governance as a model. And I'd be very grateful if you can share your details with me. My coordinate, most reliable are my two mobile numbers wherever I'm moving, 98103-52108, 98103-82256. You can get across to me maybe wherever I am if you touch these two numbers.
Sure, Dr. Razdan, we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your name was very, very interesting and intriguing, except that you have put a Srinivasa. I can share with you that when I was in the Department of Atomic Energy, my chairman, Dr. M.R. Srinivasan's wife's name was Geeta Srinivasan.
So the N is missing, that's all.
Yes, the N is missing. Anyway, thank you very much for being part of this discussion. And we are hitting 5:30. And I'm so grateful to all the speakers, Pranab, Geeta, Ines, and Paula, for having made this discussion extremely lively, extremely meaningful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was indeed an excellent session that we witnessed was an opportunity where we saw a discussion on key subjects and sharing of experiences and best practices by bringing together experts. Thank you so much to all the speakers, and our special thanks to also Mr. Anil Razdan, former Secretary Power, Government of India, and Chairman EFF for moderating the session so beautifully as always. And with that, we come to an end of this plenary session. Thank you everyone for having joined us. We have another plenary session coming up in next 30 minutes or so, where the discussion is going to be on clean and safe drinking water. Thank you so much for having joined us. See you in half an hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Neeraj Gar. You are mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Is the video and the picture clear?
Yes, it's not clear. Clear.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
So I'll go on mute now. We have another 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's around 18 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'll just gonna put myself on mute and come back with 5 minutes to go. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. Good evening, Dr. Hussain.
Hi, is there anyone from the tech team here online right now?
Good evening, Dr. Sanjay Ranaji.
Yeah, hi, how are you, Mr. Puneet?
Thank you, sir. Fine.
My voice is fine? It's
Yes,
audible?
yes, sir.
All right,
Video and voice all.
just wanted to check that. All
Do
right.
you have any presentation?
No, it's just a speech. It's all right.
Okay, fine.
Thank
sir.
you. Bye.
We will start within 10 minutes.
Sure. No issues. Okay.
Puneet, if this is Neeraj here, if
Yes,
possible, there are a few slides that I would like to show, but it's not critical to the conversation.
Okay.
So we can do without it also, but I'm not seeing a sharing option here. So do you have any suggestions?
No, sir, we will do. We will give you access. Just a minute, sir. Yes, you try to share, sir.
Okay, 1 second. Share screen. Yeah, can you see that?
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Please do full
Yes.
screen.
Yeah, I'm just trying
Presentation
to
mode.
figure out how to get there.
F5.
F5?
Yes.
No, that's not working. I'm actually seeing a, oh, okay. No.
Do F5 only, then it will become to the presentation mode.
Sorry, should I be in the presentation mode before joining in?
No, when you start the presentation, that time it's required full screen.
But I'm not able to take it to presentation mode right now. You're saying F5, but that's not working.
F5.
Alt 5, sorry.
Only F5. Top button.
Okay, got it.
Top line.
Yeah, got it. 5. Alt 5.
F.
ALT, Alt, right?
No, only F. F, sir, France. F5.
F5, that's what I was doing. F5 is not making it happen. No. You know what? We can skip it. There's no time and it's not imperative. We can.
No problem. It's fine.
Oh, you know why it's not sharing going? Okay. Is it gone full screen now?
No.
Okay, wait. Let me just share it again. I think I'd gone to the wrong sharing. That's why.
Yes, sir. That's
Is that full screen now, Kamlesh? Okay. Save the file and then project. Okay, let me do that. Okay, I think I need to save the file first. So let me just save it. 1 second.
Hello, is there anybody from tech team, please?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, Kamlesh.
Yeah. In fact, I'm Mukul Das from Sri Ram Institute.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
I will also be having the presentation.
So you can please share it.
Can you give me 1 second? Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Just trying to do multitasking.
Share screen. On share screen, I have to click, right?
But checking in. HCCB visuals. I've reopened the file and let me see.
हम पूछे लिए ले रहे हैं मैंने मालूम अच्छा इसको मिनिमाइज करके उसको ओपन कर देंगे
If you face any problem, then please send an email to Dr. Anil Garg email ID.
Okay.
So we will share from our end.
Okay. Okay.
Hi, this is Neeraj here. Can you now see the screen?
No, sir.
No?
Please use share screen.
I did. Select a window and click on it.
ये बैकग्राउंड में ओपन करके मिनिमाइज करना होता है। इसको मिनिमाइज कर देना होगा। ठीक है।
Yeah. No, hang on. I think I may be able to do it now. Are you able to see this now?
Yes, yes. Just press F5.
Is that now full screen?
Yeah, it's better.
Done. It's fine.
Okay,
It's
excellent.
fine.
So I should stop sharing right now, and I'll share when I start speaking again. Got it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, here. I'm going on mute again.
Okay.
वीडियो हमारा ऑफ है।
वो अभी सिर्फ उसी को दिखाएंगे ना
जो स्पीकर है। ओके, द स्पीकर इज आई गेस हुसैन।
ये 4 लोगों का वो फोटो था ना उसमें, उनमें से ये होंगे जो दिख रहे हैं।
Puneet, Dr. Hussain has come.
Here, I'm here. Good afternoon for everybody.
So welcome, Dr. Hussain.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon for everybody.
Yeah. Within next 5 minutes, we will start.
Okay.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Aishwarya, and we'll be starting with the plenary session in just about 3 minutes, 2-3 minutes from now. As soon as the clock strikes 6, we'll be starting off with the session. Dr. Hussain, can we start off with the plenary session?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the session 8, the session where we are going to discuss about clean and safe drinking water. Of course, water is a fundamental human need, and each person on earth requires at least 20 to 50 liters of clean, safe water a day for drinking, cooking, keeping themselves clean. And of course, United Nations is also considered universal access to clean water as a basic human right. So in this particular session, we are going to discuss about clean and safe drinking water. Let me first introduce the chair for this session. We have with us, it is indeed a great pleasure of having joined in by Dr. Hussein El Hafti, who is the Secretary General, Arab Water Council, Egypt. Thank you so much, sir, for having joined us. And let me also introduce the speakers for this session. We have with us Dr. Sanjay Rana, Chairman, Aqua Foundation. Thank you so much, Dr. Rana, for having joined us. We also have with us Dr. Mukul Das, Director, Shriram Institute for Industrial Research. And we are also joined in by Mr. Neeraj Garg, CEO, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for having joined us. And now I hand over the virtual platform to Dr. Hussein for chairing this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, and very special greetings to every one of you on behalf of the Arab Water Council, management team, and staff members. Thanks to Dr. Anil and the organizing committee for this kind invitation. It's truly a great honor to take part of this year's prestigious World Water Summit under the important theme of water security for the sustainable development. And really, it's an honor and pleasure to be in this important session, clean and safe drinking water, with our distinguished speaker today with their valuable expertise. Dr. Sanjay Rana, Chairman of Aqua Foundation, and Mr. Neeraj Garg, the CEO of Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, Dr. Mukul Das, the Director of Shriram Institute for Industrial Research. And it's also a pleasure to be with this elite gathering of high caliber professionals and the specialists assembled today, representing esteemed partners from respected countries, national, regional, and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to discuss once more the crucial issue of water within the context of newly arising challenges, including but not restricted to water scarcity, water quality deterioration, aggravated by climate change impact, droughts and floods, food insecurity, transboundary water conflicts, unplanned migration, and human resettlement, tourism, among other challenges, with special focus on clean and safe water and basic sanitation, achieving the Sustainable Development and Agenda 2030. And allow me to start with reminding ourselves about these very special words by His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General, the former Secretary General of the UN New York, when he said that as the global economy grows, so will its trust. And this is not an issue of rich or poor, north or south. All regions are experiencing the problem of water stress. There is still enough water for all of us, but only so long as we keep it clean and use it more wisely and share it fairly. With these words, if you look for some facts in the global challenges in water, we still find that water scarcity already still affects 4 out of 10 people. This according to WHO. 1 out of 3 people do not have access to safe drinking water. 2 out of 5 people don't have a basic sanitation, a basic hand washing. Half of the world people does not have access to safe sanitation. More than 770 million people still practice open defecation. And more than 850 million people still suffer from hunger. And this, of course, impact about 22% of the global GDP, about $9.5 trillion. This is what's the situation today. And during the next 10 years, it's predicted that 2/3 of the world population could be under water stress conditions. And global water demand is predicted to increase by 20 to 30% by 2050. 700 million people worldwide at risk of being displaced by intense water scarcity. And the global water demand for agriculture, which consumes 70% of water abstraction worldwide, and energy production expected to increase by 60 to 80% respectively. And another thing is that we have to consider that this will impact about more than 45% of the global GDP. And meanwhile, total financial needs for water secure world might require additional annual investment of $500 billion. So with this introduction, and of course, the Arab region and North Africa, Middle East, Southern Asia, all of these have the same situation. And this is really a very chance to what SDGs already have been settled on September 25th of 2015, where countries adopted under the United Nations supervision the Sustainable Development Goals to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all, and leaving no one behind. So there are a number of challenges for achieving SDGs, such as lack of effective leadership, coordinated partnership, investments, implementation and indicators with effective data collection. Also, it's a certain total global demographic trends, including changes in population size, age structure, and population movement, and migration, urbanization will unfold over the next 15 years. Will have important implications for achieving the SDGs and affect virtually all development objectives across the social, economic, and environmental dimensions with the 2030 agenda. It's true that although the crucial importance of water supply and sanitation has been widely recognized, unfortunately, the right to safe water and adequate sanitation remains a promise unfulfilled so far for the world's poorest citizens and most vulnerable communities. So we are here today to see why we are here today, to know where we are and what are the challenges, to know where we have to go, to know what are the opportunities, the solutions, the actions, and to know what are the threats among us. And meanwhile, to know what are the tools, the mechanisms to enable environments to accelerate actions to achieve SDGs with a special focus in water supply and sanitation. So this is the object of our today meeting, and we are lucky to have our distinguished three speakers, as mentioned before, and we are going to give every speaker about 15 to 20 minutes to give his presentation. And then after this, we have questions from the floor. So if you allow me to welcome our first speaker today is Dr. Sanjay Rana, the chairman of Aqua Foundation. Dr. Sanjay, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Greetings of the day, everyone. I'm sorry I was muted earlier. So And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's absolutely a pleasure to be in this particular session. Water sustains life, but safe, clean drinking water defines civilization. I would like to start with this particular quote. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Anil Garg, for giving me this opportunity to present my views at this prestigious platform. I've been doing it year after year, thanks to Dr. Garg, always motivating me to come and speak here. I'm not having any PPT and would rather touch upon few important aspects related to safe, clean drinking water only in the speech mode. So I know that there are few statistics which are repeated over and over again. This is a water conference, so these statistics will be repeated by almost all the speakers, but still I find it relevant to start with these, even at the risk of repetition. Water covers more than 2/3 of the Earth's surface, but most of it is salty and undrinkable. So the available water resources, fresh water resources we talk about, are only 2.7% of the entire available water on the earth. And out of this also, only 1% of the available fresh water in lakes or rivers or groundwater is accessible. Most of the available freshwater resources are inaccessible because they are in the hidden part of the hydrologic cycle, like deep aquifers, or in glaciers, that is frozen in the polar ice, which means safe drinking water on Earth has very small proportion in the freshwater resources. So as Mr. Chairman was introducing the concept, and he was talking of scarcity at present, if we look in the future with increasing population and with depleting resources, we can very well imagine what kind of challenge are we talking about. So in some countries, sufficient fresh water is not available already. Now that is something we call physical scarcity. While in other countries, abundant fresh water is available, but it is expensive to use. We call that economic scarcity. As a criteria, an adequate, clean, and safe drinking water supply has to be available for various users. Now, first of all, there is no universally acceptable definition of safe drinking water. Safe drinking water is defined as the water that does not represent any significant risk to health over a lifetime of consumption. It should be delivered that is pure, wholesome, healthful, and potable. Safe water is not necessarily pure. Now that's where a conflict comes. Sometimes we call pure water safe water. Even the safe water for human consumption has some impurities in it. It contains some traces of salts such as magnesium, calcium, carbonates, bicarbonates, and others. The degree of purity and safety is also a relative term, and it is debatable. So, whereas clean and pure water has no minerals, and it only contains H and O, H2O, that's it. Safe drinking water is defined as water from an improved water source, which can include a household connection, a public standpipes, boreholes, protected dug wells, protected springs, rainwater collection. All these sources are improved water sources from where you can take what we call our safe drinking water. Now, access to safe drinking water is defined as the availability of at least 20 liters per person per day from an improved source within 1 kilometer of the user's dwelling. This is how we define safe drinking water. It's important to start with these definitions because sometimes we completely lose focus. You cannot create a facility which is, let's say, 15 kilometers away from a person and say that we have provided the person the safe water. So safe drinking or potable water is the water that can be delivered to the user and is safe for drinking, food preparation, personal hygiene, washing. The water must meet the required, and when we say required, it means chemical, biological, and physical quality standards at the point of supply to the users. Please, let's understand this point very carefully. Point of supply, not from the point of origin. That is where in our cities, for example, we face this problem almost on a daily basis. Water is being supplied in a good state, which is meeting all the chemical, biological, and physical characteristics. But by the time it is reaching the point of supply, what's happening to that water? So we are looking at standards at the point of supply. So therefore, safe drinking water is a relative term. which depends on the standards and guidelines of a country. Standards set for different quality parameters are different. The standard of WHO, for example, is not exactly the same as of US or Canada or of EU or Russia or India or South Africa, Ethiopia, and so on. The term safe depends on the particular resistance ability of an individual. Water that is safe for drinking in some African countries might not be safe in European countries. Water which is considered safe in India, for example, might not be considered safe for an American. Some African countries already developed resistance to some of the water-related diseases. Now, globally, more than 1 billion people do not have access to safe drinking water. 1 billion people. Now, I don't know people like me are counted under this or not. When I say that, what I mean is I live in NCR, National Capital Region. Like I live in Noida. And there are so many of you who might be living in Delhi. This is an international conference, but there are so many people who are living in different cities of India. We cannot drink from the tap. We have access to tap water. So I think technically in the statistics, we are not in the category who do not have access to safe drinking water. But the fact is that we do not have access to the safe drinking water because unless we treat this tap water through another mechanism which is installed in our home, we cannot drink it. If you really count that population also, I really do not know where this 1 billion number will reach. According to the Third World Academy of Science report, contaminated or dirty water is killing more people than cancer, AIDS, wars, or accidents. A safe water supply is the backbone of a healthy economy, yet is woefully under-prioritized globally, not only in India. It is estimated that waterborne diseases in India have an economic burden of approximately 600 million a year. This is only for India. So I'm not talking for the world, but only in India, 600 million is the economic burden of these diseases. And this is especially true for drought and flood-prone areas, which affects almost a third of our country year after year. Less than 50% of the population in India has access to safely managed drinking water. Chemical contamination of water, mainly through fluoride and arsenic, is present in almost 1.96 million dwellings. Excess fluoride in India may be affecting tens of millions of people. Since I have worked long years in groundwater, that was my starting point as a professional geophysicist. I was working with the groundwater. At least in 19 states, excess fluoride problem is affecting tens and millions of people. While equally worryingly, excess arsenic may affect up to 15 million people in West Bengal, according to World Health Organization. These are statistics we are talking about. Moreover, 2/3 of India's 718 districts are affected by extreme water depletion, and the current lack of planning for water safety and security is a major concern. One of the challenges is the fast rate of groundwater depletion in India, which is known as the world's highest user of this resource due to the proliferation of drilling over the past few decades. I practically talk about it at every forum that to increase the crop yield, we give loans to the farmers to drill wells. I always ask a question that when we do that, do we actually consult Ministry of Water Resources about the groundwater potential of the area and the water balance in that particular area? Do we actually carry out a groundwater modeling to understand how much water can we extract from that particular place for the agriculture purpose before actually taking the groundwater down to a dangerous level? And answer is no. It is really not done. Groundwater from over 30 million access points supplies 85% of drinking water in rural areas and 48% of water requirements in urban areas. Now, providing ample and safe drinking water is growing in complexity as policymakers are under pressure to balance the needs of numerous stakeholders. There is pressure on this basic resource because of industrial growth as well as agriculture, housing, and recreational needs. Rather than seeing an easement of water needs, the pressure will definitely continue for the foreseeable future. Too often, we rely on historical precedent for providing basic services to our population. This includes providing safe drinking water. We believe that all we had to do was locate our cities next to a large river from which we could bring in clean water at one end and dispose of waste at the other. Alternatively, we have relied on groundwater as water sources and continue to dispose our waste in rivers, lakes, and streams. That is how life has been. These no longer are viable solutions since we are already tapping into every major water aquifer. Clearly, this reinforces the adage that your wastewater is someone else's drinking water. The problem in ensuring safe water go hand in hand with urbanizing. We increasingly are required to treat the water that comes in through chlorination, filtration, etc., and to treat the wastewater. Despite all these efforts, we still have problems like this. First of all, treatment leaves chemical residues in our drinking water. 2, our infrastructure for the treatment and delivery of drinking water does not always work to keep drinking water safe, and we have outbreaks of drinking water-borne diseases. This is further problematic for the vulnerable population, like infants, the elderly, the immunosuppressed, who may be susceptible to lower levels of pathogens. Drinking water from the tap must be safe for everyone, which is practically not safe for anyone. We have polluted some of our source waters by allowing polluting activities in sensitive groundwater areas. It's almost criminal. There are industries who are found to be polluting groundwater by putting their effluent inside the ground because they do not want to get into the trouble of treating it before disposing it. So they put the bore wells and putting this effluent in the groundwater directly. Now that's criminal, but that's happening. And then we are tolerating contamination of surface water via waste from combined sewer overflows and agriculture runoff and whatnot. To be able to make our drinking water safe, priorities need to be established to determine which chemicals or pathogens should be regulated. The regulations of the contaminants should be based on their actual human health implication and ramification and on the best practices of the scientific research and discovery. We need to stick to the original vision of safe drinking water for all and eliminating of polluting discharges to water. We need to rethink our strategy both for provision of safe drinking water and for disposal of human waste material. Some strategies, as an example, I'm sure in this panel with so many experts, we will be talking of many strategies, but being the first speaker, I have the disadvantage of not hearing them before I speak. So I'll just put forward a few of these. First of all, reuse. Reuse is a reality. Everyone living downstream is using water that has previously been used many times. If we can provide safe drinking water via reuse in a spaceship, we can do this for cities also. We must do so with strict standards with respect to pathogens and chemical residues, but it is possible. Second, much of our municipal water is used for various other purposes like bathing, washing, gardening, etc., and not drinking. When we are supplying water, the municipal water for consumption through municipal lines, we treat all water as if it will be used for consumption by humans, which may not be cost effective. Communities already have begun to experiment with the feasibility of alternative system for delivering drinking water versus other used water. If you look at a typical household water consumption, a very small percentage of it is actually towards drinking water. And remaining is towards other purposes, as I said, bathing, washing, etc., etc. There can be an alternative system for the delivery, which will really reduce the cost of treatment of the drinking water. But of course, such innovative approaches need to be researched, but they need careful evaluation. The state and central governments must continue to collaborate on assessing drinking water quality and source contamination on a regional basis. Source contamination is one of the biggest worry of anyone who is familiar with groundwater or even surface water. We talk about it. We are having a lot of work which is being done on particular rivers. But honestly speaking, as far as groundwater contamination is concerned, very little is being done. So source protection for groundwater is a priority, and local communities should continue to be empowered on a regional basis with tools for assessment as well as for management. Clearly, source protection for surface water urgently needs broad regional, state, and national attention. So the first step to ensure a safe drinking water supply is to prevent contamination from occurring, which involves decreasing the amount of contamination entering the water stream and creating barriers to keep contamination from entering the water supply. Decreasing the amount of contaminants entering the water stream can be achieved through improving sanitation practices and ensuring that the source water is of acceptable quality. In addition, drinking water should be properly stored and handled to ensure safety. Water treatment methods such as solar distillation, membrane filtration, utilizing techniques and material that are affordable, and natural soil and aquifer filtration, like these are considered sustainable. These systems can function effectively at various scales and be able to provide potable water with very little need for additional treatment. Also, these technologies can be affordable in developing countries like India. Solar distillation has been practiced in many arid and desert countries. In certain places, solar stills are coupled with membrane units for drinking water production. There are several variations of the stills used for drinking water production. One of the recent versions, which is patented by US Department of Interior, can be used for drip irrigating row crops and producing drinking water. Currently, membrane filtration is an expensive treatment technology. It's used for distillation of sea or brackish water or other processed waters. Now, depending on pore size of membrane, we call it microfiltration, ultrafiltration, nanofiltration, and then, of course, is reverse osmosis, RO. Membrane costs energy needed to pressurize the water chamber for filtration, control the per unit production cost of water. It is still possible to produce membrane filtrate from low-cost material using alternate energy sources so that process can be democratized. Natural filtration is the process which we should look at. It's a process that utilizes the pollutant absorption and degradation capability of soil and aquifer materials, and it has been formally deployed for drinking water production in Europe, for example, for more than a century. Wells, they can be either vertical or horizontal. They are placed at some distance away from the river and are pumped on a sustainable basis. This induces the river water to flow to the pumping well. During soil and aquifer passage, most of the contaminants from surface water are removed via absorption or degraded through microbial processes. Okay, so this is natural filtration, which is a good solution. Even in the Bible stories, it is mentioned to drink water from a hole next to the Nile River rather than drinking the water from the river directly, thus using natural filtration process to provide safe drinking water. In most areas of the developing world, especially in rural communities, the spread of cholera diminished after the use of hand pumps compared to the situation when surface water was used for drinking. So the soils and underlying aquifer materials have tremendous capacity to remove surface water pollutants. Generally speaking, it is desirable to use less amount of chemicals, energy, and manpower in drinking water production. Greater sustainability is achieved when comparable quality of water is produced without the need of excessive amount of energy, labor, and expensive equipment and technology. So some of the sustainable strategies which can be looked into: reduction in chemical and energy use in water treatment, production of water that contains less pathogens and disinfection byproducts compared to the use of surface water, focus of water utilities and communities on improving source water quality if the water treatment plant wants to reduce further treatment, of course, developing institutional framework and public policies that focus on giving safe drinking water availability at an affordable cost, one of the highest priorities. Providing access to safe drinking water at an affordable cost to over 1 billion people remains a challenge for humanity. Development and implementation of appropriate and sustainable technologies and requisite institutional framework can make the crucial difference. I will end my talk right now, but just with a small point once again, that if we just look at our cities, by the time water reaches our homes, why it is not safe? Because on the way it has been contaminated inside the pipelines, because pipelines are broken. Pipelines are having leakages. And when the water pressure is dropping, it is sucking all kind of contaminant inside. Now, this is a problem which is solvable, which can be solved by lining the pipelines or even replacing them if it is required. So once again, I'll close my speech by reiterating where I started from. Water sustains life, but safe, clean drinking water defines civilization. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the organizers.
Very much, Dr. Sanjay, for this very, very informative presentation. I really enjoyed the presentation, and I believe you already give some examples about the challenges that we all have about this water quality, groundwater regulation, and contamination. And you also give some examples for strategies that to be and actions like an reuse of non-conventional water resources. I say that it's it's a valuable water, precious water that not to be wasted, in fact. So this is how to use innovative technologies for treatment, and also this natural filtration process also as a traditional. You see, in some cases, rainfall harvesting, a case where you have to use these traditional things, and improve sanitation, improve water storage. So all of these, it's really should be considered. I give you an example in the Arab region. If I say that we have the driest 12 countries among the world, with per capita per capita is less than 200 cubic meter per year. In some 8 countries with less than 100 cubic meter per year. But still we have a non-conventional water resource where we can reuse it. And meanwhile, even for this percentage of people has no access to water, we have about 15% from 400 million people. 15% has no access to safe drinking water, and about 20% of the people of the region has no access to adequate sanitation. It's still a big issue. So thank you very much. I will come back to you when the discussion starts. Thank you very much. Now our next distinguished speaker is Mr. Neeraj Gaj, the CEO of Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. Is with us here.
Yes, namaste. Mr. Chairman, fellow panelists, and the organizing committee of the World Water Summit. Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to share my views on a subject that was very eloquently shared with us, has been a very critical impact and influence on humanity, clean drinking water. Before going forward, just allow me to share a couple of slides. So if you will just give me 1 second. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir, visual.
Not as yet? Can you see it now?
Yes, see it.
Okay, thank you. So, sorry for the technical challenge. So HCCB, or Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, is a company with a deep interest in water. Being one of the leading FMCG companies in India that runs manufacturing and sales operation at scale, we have a connection and understanding of the community that we operate in. For perspective, as you can see on the screen, we operate about 15 factories across South, West, and Eastern India, a number of which are located in rural areas and poorer parts of the country. Through our sales operations, where more than 25 lakh retailers connect us with our consumers, we get a first-hand experience of the needs and requirement of a large swath of India. We're also in the water business. Our brands, Kinley and Smart Water, are India's most favored and trusted packaged water brands. And hence we know quality and technology behind clean, safe drinking water. But for today's session, allow me to focus on a couple of themes, because a lot of other aspects regarding clean water have been discussed in detail earlier in our panel and during the conference. I'd like to start with what the great poet Auden said. Thousands have lived without love, not one without water. And yet, water, and more specifically clean drinking water, is a resource that gets scarce by day. Perhaps there are many of us, and maybe too many of us, that, like Dr. Rana said, are reckless in our water usage. The situation in India is alarming as well. And I'll also quote a few figures here. Niti Aayog estimates that over 75% of the households do not get clean drinking water. And it forecasts that at least 40% of the population will not have access to drinking water even by 2030, because several cities and habitats will run out of groundwater. So our survival is at stake. And it begs the question, how do we tackle this crisis? Now, water is a complex subject. There are no clear rights and ownership on this. Humanitarian issues trump, and rightly so, all other factors. Yet, like many other subjects, the availability of clean water is an issue of misalignment between the supply and demand sides. There are numerous examples of water being available in plenty where it is not needed, and vice versa. There are an equal number of examples of water being available in huge quantities at the wrong time. Take the case of cloudbursts and flooding. Only if we had learned how to balance these contradictions, life would be so much simpler. But what also exacerbates the situation is climate change, growing population, changing consumer habits, and the concept of individuality versus community. Similarly, there are these complex issues of river interlinking, sharing of river water. In Karnataka, where I live, the Kaveri water sharing issue between states has been an issue since the British era. So while Hindustan Coca-Cola as a corporate may not be able to solve the complex issues of river linking and river water sharing, there is definitely a space and a role for us to perform what we can best do. So let me share a few examples and offer them as potential opportunities to resolve some of the issues on clean drinking water. The first area is being choiceful and considerate towards the use of water. At HCCB, over a journey of the last 10 years, through a combination of using high-end technology, implementing behavioral changes, and by following the reduce, reuse, and recycle model, we have been able to bring down our water usage to just 1.5. What this means is that for every liter of product that we make, only 0.5 liter of water is treated at the effluent treatment and then recycled for secondary usage or applied to the land. Our treatment process is so advanced that even the treated water that we put out can sustain aquatic life. This is a remarkable achievement for us from the days where we used to use a water usage ratio used to be 3.5. The second big area for us is doing as much or more that we can for our communities as we do for ourselves on water security. At HCCB, we turned water positive half a decade ago. Simply stated, that means we return more water to the aquifer than we use in our operations. We do this by creating large water harvesting structures, ponds, lakes, storage tanks, check dams, etc., that help us retain rainwater at the site and also facilitate its percolation into the ground over the mid to long term. These interventions ensure that the need for drinking water and daily usage requirements of the community are being addressed. And in the long term, the irrigation and other shared needs are also met. We are also embarking on a very ambitious and a very expensive program where we want to turn water positive at every factory that we operate at the aquifer level. This is in every single part of the country that we operate. At this point of time, we estimate that we will achieve our ambition by 2030. And assuming that we have no bigger surprises like COVID, we are well on track to achieve our ambition. The third solution that we've been working on is really making the communities a part of the solution. We obviously cannot do everything ourselves as single entities, but the result can be amazing when we begin sharing and sensitizing all stakeholders and getting them to walk the path with us together. Let me share the quick case. At several places in and around our factories, Hindustan Coca-Cola has gone about installing water ATMs. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the concept, but basically these are one-time investments in technology that can dispense a large but finite quantities of RO quality water to every person in the respective locality. In our case, what we've done is we've been able to explain and partner with residents in areas like Bidadi, Srikalahasti, and several others, that for every 20 liters of water that they draw from on a daily basis, they deposit ₹5 to the community kitty. This is not towards the cost of water, but this is a corpus that the community creates and then uses it to make sure that the whole infrastructure is well maintained and is available for the future as well. We've seen that the communities are more than willing to work with us on this, and there is newfound ownership and pride in maintaining the installation. And this has helped us really make a lot of our communities water sustainable. The next area is partnering with the community for really driving the SRI technique for rice cultivation. Water is being used for agriculture and for drinking, and we talked about it. Dr. Rana said that as well. So we've seen great response when we've tried to provide solutions that make sense to the community. And when we have onboarded the panchayat and the community on the changes that they need to make. For example, in Goblij, a village near Ahmedabad, we help farmers adopt a rice cultivation technique called SRI, System of Rice Intensification. And this has really made a big difference. I give this example from cultivation and irrigation because in India, drinking water and irrigation same the same water source, which is mostly groundwater. So if we need to economize water, it obviously cannot be drinking water. Every human needs the water that they need. So the intervention has to be in agriculture. People for centuries have believed that rice is an aquatic plant and grows best in standing water. The SRI technique, however, is established that while paddy can survive in water, it cannot thrive under reduced oxygen levels. On average, SRI farming requires half as much water as normally used. Convincing farmers to adopt SRI was not an easy task. New methodology that challenges age-old concepts, techniques and practices really is a challenge. Sensing the potential resistance, we started sending farmers in small groups to nearby villages where SRI was already paying dividends. Simultaneously, in partnership with the Development Support Center, an NGO specializing in SRI technology, we organized training programs on SRI techniques for the farmers. We also developed demo plots to demonstrate the benefits of the technique and also show them the difference between the traditional and the SRI techniques of rice farming. Today, farmers in Goblaj have not only reduced their irrigation water consumption by half, the yield has also gone up by a factor of 2 to 3. So in conclusion, what are our learnings? The drinking water situation is of course precarious. Growing population, emerging threats from climate change, and pandemic are not helping anyone's cause. And therefore, there is no single solution to the water problem. There is also no one entity that can solve the problem. It's a problem for everyone, and it's a humongous challenge for all of us. The answer, therefore, lies in a mixture of propositions. No effort or resource can be enough to keep sensitizing the people about the crisis and hence the judicious use of water. Everyone needs to come together and contribute if we have any hope of meaningfully addressing this problem. Nobody can do too much or too little to address the issue. So finger pointing is not the answer. What helps is all shoulders to the wheel. Whatever can contribute, whatever precious is welcome. Community, people, and institutions need to walk the path together. It is easy for us to expect everything from the government, but they too are limited in the scale at which they can solve the water problem. Having said that, the government in the recent past have made significant efforts through the Swajal, Har Jal, and Ganga cleaning mission, etc. Finally, I would really like to advocate for enhancing the education curriculums in the country, that sustainability and resource conservation becomes front and center. The start has to be made right at the beginning. With these thoughts, thank you very much for allowing me to share our experiences, and I would turn this over back to the chairman. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niraj Khan. This is a very important presentation. Also, you add some valuable lessons that we have to say, and you mentioned a lot about we have to be in balance with water demand, water supply, water sharing, integrated approaches. We have to consider integrated approaches, and then we have to involve stakeholders, the end users, the farmers. They are one of the important key players in the things, and education of the farmers, training of the farmers, involvement in the decision making, all of these. And also you mentioned something about agriculture. You know, agriculture consumes, globally speaking, about 70% of the water. That's in our areas. In the Arab region, it's about 85%. And so even we are now importing 50% of our food in the Arab region. You see, now increasing the pressure of the growing population, climate change, all of this, then it will be a competition between water to different sectors. Either agriculture, the priority is to give BBC, or drinking water, or so it's really, and we have to look at them from an integration vision. And this also takes us to what we have to look our export and import process. You mentioned about rice. So those are important as food, but still you have to think about importing rice or exporting rice, or this is what you call a virtual water should be considered in the decision maker. One thing also you mentioned about the impact of pandemic. When we see about COVID-19, you know, it's the main thing to face this pandemic is the water. It was estimated that in Arab region, the water demand is increased by 5%. The use of water. That it means about 150 to 250 $1 million a month increasement in the cost. So we have to look at the situation from an integrated approach, social, economic, and environment.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are coming back to you when we have to open the floor for questions. So now our last speaker, distinguished speaker, Dr. Mukal Das, the director of Shiram Institute for Industrial Research. Please. You are on mute, Doctor. Can you? Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Hussain, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. And I believe I'm the last speaker of this session. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Anil Garg, the president of the 5th World Water Summit, for inviting me to share some of my views as we have been doing some work in this particular area for the past more than 3 decades. And I would like to, share that. Can you please see my slides presentation?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Yes.
Okay. 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 You see, as has been said by the previous speakers, water has influenced the civilizations, particularly the growth of the civilization since the time immemorial. May it be related to Indus Valley civilization, or may it be related to Huanghe River civilization, or Mesopotamia civilization, where river Tigris and Euphrates were there, or may it be related to Nile river civilization. So this is being treated as one of the enormous contribution of water to human race. And why this was happening? This was happening because the water has got the essential qualities or significance which has already been discussed, that is the sustenance of life or the sustainable development. As far as water is concerned, it exists in hydrological cycle, and the global water is constant, that is 1.358 billion cubic kilometers, out of which 97% is salt water and only 3% is the fresh water, as has been already said by Dr. Sanjay Rana. Now, the properties of this water is that it is basically the wholesome kind of solvent, which is a universal solvent, but it is more prone to contamination or pollution. Now, how this can be dealt with? If we see the budgeting of water in India, we receive annual precipitation of about 3,880 billion cubic meter. And after accounting for evaporation, the average annual water availability has been assessed to be 1,999 BCM as natural water runoff. It has been estimated that owing to topographic and hydrological and other constraints, the utilizable water is 1,122 BCM, which comprises of 690 BCM surface water and 432 BCM of total annual groundwater recharge. Now, with this perception, if we see that the surface water that which amounts to 690 BCM is being polluted through man-made sources, either through industries or through household or through other utilities, or by poor sanitation and garbage littering. And this amounts to the surface pollution of water, whereas almost 432 BCM of groundwater is being contaminated by the natural sources, that is erosion or sedimentation or groundwater rocks dissolution, or some of the water which is at surface level can be percolated to the ground level to contaminate the ground level water. Now, if we see the chemistry of water, carbon dioxide is one gas which is present in atmosphere, and in the presence of water, it gives carbonic acid, which then percolates into the ground and dissolving some of the limestones, that is calcium carbonates, or dolomite, that is calcium and magnesium carbonates, and making that water alkaline, and which increases the hardness of the water. At the same time, the CO2, if it forms a carbonic acid, which can be dissociated to form bicarbonates and carbonates, which can exist in free or fixed form. So this is basically totally dependent on the pH and the carbon dioxide which is present in the atmosphere. Now, coming to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, if we see, which has been mentioned as Goal 6, that is clean water and sanitation. What it says that different targets are there to be achieved, so that we can get the safe and clean water to the community and for water usage. So therefore, these management and ecosystems and capacity building for the monitoring of these different kinds of water has to be established and has to be done at large, so that we can get to know the quality of water at different stages of its production. I will skip this slide because this slide has already been covered by Dr. Sanjay Rana. The only thing I would like to emphasize is that about the potability, where the toxic substances like metals, pesticide residues, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons or PHs, PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls, or THF, or PFAs, that this is where is the new entity of chemical molecule, that is perfluoroalkoxy substances. These are being introduced, and also which are toxic in nature, has to be dealt with apart from the microbiological aspects. And if we see the these are the hazardous effects of these chemical moieties, many of them which are carcinogenic, and many of them they are toxic in nature, like arsenic, mercury, heavy metals like lead, cadmium, nickel, and trihalomethanes. These are all well-known carcinogens. But the most important aspect of these health hazards are basically because of the microbiological infestation into water. Now, coming as the previous speakers have mentioned, that basically it is the groundwater contamination which is one of the cause of majority of the clean water. What we are not able to get is basically where the arsenic, fluoride, iron, nitrates, and salinity of water, especially in the non-coastal areas, are the major problems. And this is where SRI has contributed substantially, apart from Central Groundwater Board, to emphasize that how the mapping can be done and how the trafficking of these molecules can be done. Now, the best thing for the management and the challenges for water is the groundwater, where overexploitation and contamination is there. The surface water, where non-point pollution and the untreated discharge is being placed. Also, the water quality monitoring, the lack of reliable data and the lack of infrastructure is there. And therefore, there is a need for technological innovation, adaptation, assess, and sustainability of these, which can be an integrated water resource management plan for ourselves. I will skip this slide, maybe because of the paucity of time, because I have already covered this aspect. what I would like to say is that microbiological contamination is one of the most deleterious, aspect, because that's where the maximum amount of mortality has been observed in India, and this is basically where the children are being affected and are being counted by microbes like diarrhea, which causes diarrhea, that is an E. coli, which causes diarrhea, and many of the pathogenic variants of Salmonella and Enterococcus and Vibrio cholerae. So the present scenario is that this is overburdened, the water is overburdened, and the hydrogeological system is interconnected, and the need is that we have to have validated molecular techniques so that we can develop new methodologies for detection of these microbes at the sensitive level, and which can be used as a multiplex. Is not one microbe, but several microbes can be tested at the same time, and that's where the molecular tools like which are having nano probes and digged in with the real-time PCR methods should be developed at the field level, so that it can be tested right then and there. Some of the work has already been started in India, where investigators are using DNA modified gold nanoparticles for detecting various DNAs of different microbes, including E. coli, Salmonella, Enterococcus, and Vibrio coli. And our institute has done a lot of work in terms of mapping of water and capacity building, the community programs, and along with at the national level, and along with some of the international collaboration with the European Union and Gulf countries and Asian countries and African countries, where this lot of work in the entire country has been carried out along with the collaborators and our institute. Now, the ideal thing for this is that how we can get pure and clean water so that it is palatable to the community. So there are different kinds of filter. Now, 0.1 micron filter would able to filter only bacteria and suspended particle, whereas 0.01 micron ultrafiltration will take care of viruses, bacteria, and suspended particles. The nanofiltration technology will be useful for removal of multivalent ions, that is, along with all the microbes, including viruses, bacteria, and suspended particles. And at the same time, the hardness of water can also be reduced. Whereas reverse osmosis will take care of all the monovalent and multivalent ions, as well as all the microbes. But here, I mean, reverse osmosis process will be just to get only H2O without having any of the beneficial minerals, which are also required for enhancing the immunity of the system in human beings. This is again the water purification system which has been adopted, where 2 nanometers of aluminum oxide has been used for filtering, for removing viruses, bacteria, and protozoan cysts from virus. And iron nanoparticles have been used for the removal of dioxins particularly from the PCBs and some of the carbonaceous material. Iron oxide nanoparticles have also been used for the removal of arsenic compounds. Now, these are some of the filtration processes which are being used at waterworks and at domestic level, where many of these filters, what I have discussed in the initial slides, have been discussed. And the way forward is that there should be participation of everyone, the strengthening of the institution and the capacity building, so that we can achieve the objectives of integrated water resource management. And in the last, what I will say, what has been said by the great old man, Mahatma Gandhi ji, that the earth and the air, the land and the water are not an inheritance from our forefathers, but the loan from our children. So we have to hand over to them at least as it was handed over to us. And therefore, we have to conserve and preserve each and every drop of water. Maybe some other ways, like a water reharvesting system could be one of the additional thing where we can enhance our purified and drinking water. Thank you very much. And I would now hand over the mic to the chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mokal. It was an interesting presentation about the challenges and opportunities to address water safety from different point of view. You were the water balance in India and the need for efficient management for water management is needed at different levels, local, regional, and national. You emphasize on factor governing the chemistry, natural waters, the quality issues, the health, microbiology, bacteria, water purification, groundwater contamination. This is all are very important issues. And you mentioned about regional and international cooperation. And you ended with this said of Muhammad Ali, you mentioned, yes? Yes. 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 We need all to have this thinking about conserving and preserving each drop of water. Thank you very much. Now, I believe we have about 20 minutes. So if there is any hot questions from the floor or any questions that we have.
पुनीत अब इनका वीडियो स्टार्ट कर दो.
You have any questions from the floor? Colleagues here, do you have any questions for our distinguished speakers?
I guess not.
Yes.
I guess there are no questions.
No questions?
Can I ask? Can I ask one question?
Yeah, we have.
Yes, I will ask and you will answer. And then you can.
No, I mean it's just a thought process that especially the question is related to Dr. Sanjay Rana. That hello,
Dr.
Ragini ma'am, your audio is kindly mute yourself, Ragini ma'am. Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Garg, please unmute please mute yourself, sir.
Okay.
Yes, we can go ahead with the question. Yes, please go ahead.
You are in mute, unmute still.
So we can go ahead with the question.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, with the permission of the chair, the question is related to Dr. Sanjay Rana. And it's not a question, but it's just a comment and maybe some thought on it. That groundwater, basically is being utilized, especially by the pumps for the farmers for irrigation purpose. Now, the irrigation will bring the water up from the underground to the surface, but gradually the same water will percolate down the ground. So how that water is being, how one can say that that water is being utilized for becoming the water table down?
All right, it's actually a question because this is not a discussion. It's actually a question. So I'll take it as a question.
Okay.
First of all, is that groundwater process is a very, very complex process. Okay. Now, when we talk about groundwater, which is being exploited, I have been involved in River Saraswati project, which was sponsored by ONGC. Dr. Garg is very much here. Where in Jaisalmer, we found the water which was being exploited for agriculture purpose, which was 10,000 years old. 10,000 years old, right? So when we are talking of groundwater, we are not talking of the top aquifer, the surface aquifer, okay? The exploitation is taking place from much deeper aquifers. And few of these aquifers are not connected in a way that they will get recharged like this, just by percolation of the water down from the agriculture field. That's number one. Number two, whatever water is being used in the agriculture, very little of it is actually percolating down to recharge the groundwater in general, because it is used by the crop itself, and then it is lost in the evaporation. It is not something it is going down. Even if it goes down, it is just adding to the first layer of aquifer. It is not recharging the entire groundwater regime of that area. And the proof of that part is that if you look at the Western Uttar Pradesh, Western UP, where there is a lot of sugarcane crop which is grown, and it is a study which has shown, it was a NASA study itself which had shown that how much the water level has depleted in the area. Now, I come from that area, I have my farms there. So at I'm not giving you exact figures, but at one point, let's say 10 years back, if my water level was at X meters, today it has gone 1.8 to 1.9X in my own farms, and in some areas 3X also. So this is happening. This is a reality.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've seen Dr. Anil with us. You are here, Dr. Anil.
Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you for organizing such an important events. And I believe this is a good platform to exchange experiences, lessons learned, success stories. So it could be a good lessons for the world as a whole in the field of water security.
Thank
you. Like
Thank
to
you.
say something?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hassan, for ably chairing this session, which is very, very important, and important speakers, very important speakers. They are really plenary speakers, Dr. Sanjay Rana, Mokul, and Neeraj Garg. They are there. So this is one of the excellent session we are having, and enough time is there, and excellent presentation they have made, and very ably you have chaired. In future we will just invite you and honor you also.
Thank you very much. Now we have, I believe we have 10 minutes. Still we have 15 minutes to finish, yes?
Yes,
okay.
sir, we can have 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay, then I will ask our distinguished speakers that everyone can choose a priority for one challenge, 2 actions, and 3 tools to face the challenge. So would you please start, Mr. Dr. Sanjay? You select one challenge as a priority, and then 2 actions to save this, to face these challenges, and then the tools to implement.
Wonderful. Actually,
1 minute, huh? Well, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
No problem. I can just do it in 1 minute also. But first of all, I must congratulate you for taking this initiative, because honestly, in many conferences, at the end of it, I really think that the format in which we make our speeches, even when I made my speech, all right, I took 19 minutes, 30 seconds to be precise, all right. But did I present even one solution comprehensively in that speech? Yeah. The answer is no. Okay. Yeah. And in 90%, 99% of conferences, we actually see the same thing happening. We are coming with the data, statistics. This is happening, that is happening. What's the solution? No. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you have started a very good initiative. This is how the conference session should be started. You're ending it like this. That's a separate issue. All right. Now, coming to one challenge, which I particularly feel, at least in India, when we talk about, because I can confidently talk about India, we count our cities as people having access to safe drinking water. Fact is that none of the city in India is having access to safe drinking water. Because when we say safe drinking water, it will be the water which we can directly consume from the tap, which we do not have. We are on course, as other speakers said, we have started a lot of programs to give water to 100% citizens in the country by a particular year. That's a great initiative. But first of all, those who already have access to tap water, this tap water should be made pure. That is challenge number 1, to make the tap water as safe drinking water. How to do it is not very complicated, to be honest. Because when the water is starting its journey, it's not unsafe. More often than not, it is safe, it is treated. During the journey through the pipelines, this water is getting contaminated. So the solution is to put a lot of focus on our utilities. Our utilities need to be more efficient. That's number 1. In Delhi, on an average, we are losing 42% water in leakages. 42%. Now that number is mind-boggling. And during the process of leakage, we are also inviting contaminants inside the water, because our pipelines are not 24/7. So since they are not pressurized 24/7, as soon as the pressure drops, contaminants come in. So solution is to focus on the utilities and make sure that we do not have these broken utilities, so to say, and no contamination. So I think if we achieve this, that will be a great thing to start with. 1 minute over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, our speaker, Mr. Nirag. Mr. Nirag.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. I think the panel has brought out the big challenge and the concern around the aquifers really getting damaged. And I talked about the fact that as a corporate, wherever we operate within the area that we influence, that remains a very important area of focus for us. Currently, on a national level, HCCB actually gives back water to the ground at about 115%. Whether we use surface water or groundwater, we get back about 115% of it. But that's on a national aggregate level. By 2030, the task that we've taken for ourselves is that everywhere we operate, every aquifer that we touch, we want to be water neutral and actually be water positive over there. That means we want to create the capability for water recharge into those aquifers wherever we are. Now, the way we want to do it is firstly that we want to make sure that the community is our partner of that. We're not dependent on the government for this, but we want to work with the community because they need to be fully responsible and take their destiny in their hands. And there's a lot of work that we are doing that we would need to scale up, and we would need to bring investment and expertise into that, whether it is in creating check dams, whether it is in creating storage structures, whether it's in creating, recharging the lakes that have been there, and a number of areas that we operate, we've been able to desilt water bodies that have now got clogged, and that has started collecting water and is then recharging the surface. So it's really through bringing technology, expertise, and supporting the community in being sensitive to this issue, because without their being sensitive to the issue, we will not succeed. And then working with them to make sure that wherever we operate, we are 100% water neutral, and actually we are giving back water to the ground more than what we utilize. So I think that's a big challenge that we are working on. Will we continue to work on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Mokral.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hussain. I think the most important aspect is regarding the analysis of water, monitoring of water, and where capacity building has to be one of the important area which has to be worked upon on a regular basis. And apart from this, monitoring, I think the most important I would suggest is the microbial testing, which causes more harm than anything else as far as chemical contamination or microbial contamination is concerned. So therefore, the new procedures, the new and sensitive procedures for monitoring microbes in water, especially on the site, on the field level, that is the most important and challenging task for us.
Thank you very much. Now, to summarize it, what you mentioned now, you already mentioned about integrated water resource management, policies and strategies, governance and participation, capacity, and technology. Now we need something to do. If we are not able to implement this without finance. So now there is a rule for private sector. Here we should put it as a priority also. Another thing is the political support. We need to have a political support to accelerate the actions. This is okay. So if I can allow me that, I already put some key messages here that for this session, and I will just go through it very quickly. We have 5 minutes left. So I will go through it very quickly. Now, water is a cross-cutting element of sustainable development. And the world can no longer take water for granted. Individuals, communities, companies, cities, countries need to better understand and value the management of water. We need to have an integrated water management approach. And we need to involve the private sector. The government should have a partnership with the private sector, and involvement all of the users in decision makers and implementation. One of the important key messages here that promoting the use of non-conventional water resources and the renewable resources, innovating technologies are essential to ensure water security and sustainable development. Another is the to continue the improved adoption of efficient water and sanitation related sustainability measures, including concrete commitments and in accordance with the national water laws. One of the things that is needed maybe for the future, we have to promote the potential of the young generation as agents for change and innovation in the search for solution for water and sanitation challenges, and implement the shared water education policies. This is one of the areas that we need. Another key message that we need to reinforce is the urgent need to respect the right of every human being, irrespective of their situation and location, to safe drinking water and sanitation as fundamental human rights provided for by the international human rights law. And finally, you know, this promotion of the cooperation in shared water, in transboundary water. Give you example, in the Arab region, we have more than 65% of our water comes from outside the borders. So this is an issue that should be carefully taken and is very sensitive issue, but we need to promote the peace and security of transboundary water and water sharing between countries. So this is a main key message that I found it could be there. And then I can just give a final closing remarks that water security is the most critical strategic challenge. Bells are ringing with serious warning at the time of easy water is over. The world is moving to the SDGs global targets with a new hope for sustainable development for our children and grandchildren to take over. The future we want rests on several fundamental key issues that should be given utmost attention as we proceed. These include the concept of non-conventional water resources use, smart water resources management, adoption of water, food, energy, climate change nexus approach, water productivity, enhancement, disaster risk reduction, resilience, water governance, cooperation, civil society and public-private participation, as well as capacity building and awareness raising to the different categories of the society. And to achieve these goals, we should be armed with certain powers: the power of knowledge, innovative technologies, strong economy, and political will. We should definitely abide by regional cooperation, integration, and networking if we are to secure a sustainable and prosperous future. With this, and on behalf of Arab Water Council, which I am honored to be the Secretary General, is committed in the Arab Water Council also to keep playing the role of a regional coordinator for all water activities and action plans on the ground, in support of integration, cooperation, networking as a way to face interlinked challenges, raising awareness, building capacities. We have our water academy, which provide training courses, capacity building is open for all. We put all our facilities to push and support this, to enhance partnership, cooperative efforts, to assess access to water and adequate sanitation for the poorest societies on the world and in the Arab scale, towards a secure water future. With this, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all for your very, very interesting and informative and valuable presentation. And thank the organizers for this session, the delegation, the participants, and special thanks to Dr. Neil for this event. If not, then I'd say that I'm looking forward to see you either in Cairo or in another event. It's always a pleasure. It's a pleasure and honor to meet with you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Garg and the organizers. Really appreciate the evening.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Hussain, for moderating and sharing the session so beautifully. And thank you all.
You mentioned your name. What's your name? I didn't see your name.
I'm Aishwarya, sir. Aishwarya. For some strange reason, my video is not enabled. Okay.
Thank you, Aki.
Thank you so much. I thank also all the speakers, Dr. Sanjay Rana, Mr. Nurajkar, Dr. Kultas. Of course, we had very interesting discussion where we discussed about not only issue of safe and clean drinking water, but also we spoke of, there was a discussion on the challenges facing the sector, the pros and cons, and also the solutions, of course, being offered. We saw initiative by the chair of starting off with sharing at the conclusion the pros and cons and what are the solutions that we can have. Thank you so much, Dr. Hussain, and all the speakers for this session. And I express my heartfelt gratitude to all. We also look forward to your esteemed participation in our future conferences as well and endeavors as well. And with that, we conclude the day 1 of the 5th World Water Summit. We had a very thought-provoking plenary sessions today, and we are looking forward to your participation in our next conferences as well, and a very fruitful day 2 of the World Water Summit tomorrow as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for having joined us today with this very fruitful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aishu.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Ashwarya, yes. Kabul.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.